Alrighty, what's up, chat? What's up, chatters? Oh, wait, I didn't fix the animation screen. Oh, yikes. Yeah, I didn't finish fixing the intermission screen thingy. So we can't use that. Okay. How's everybody doing today, though? Holy lag? Yeah, it was because of the thingy. Did it go away yet? It's the intermission scene. It should be gone now. Is it gone? Yeah, it's gone. We good? Nice. Play quick play. What a play ass chat. We don't want to see. We don't want to see, chat. We don't want to see.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Hall of Fame quick draw. BP, that's not happening. What's up, Celestia? Oh, the alert for that is on. Hold on. Let me fix that. That's the on alert. Sort of follow. I appreciate it. Oh, Streamlabs. That's why I gotta do it up. Playing the Quarry. I'm gonna play live. What do I fix this at? Jumpy Kevin? That's what that bouncing thing is called? That's hilarious. It's called a Jumpy Kevin.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's hilarious.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I ain't playing hero for nobody. And that don't bother me one bit.
Wow, 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 wow. I gotta turn my light off.
I have encountered a real Hydra. Whatever these fools are summoning, it is not the same beast.
There you are.
Oh, Bucky and Quick Play? Sure, cannot escape this guy, huh? Gambit? Oh man. I have art. No space? What the fuck does that even mean? It says no space cannot teleport. I need space to teleport? What? I understand no, it's out of range, but space. What the hell are you even talking about? No shame playing quick playing Bucky. Oh my god, a heal pull actually using the sword. Oh, nice. Oh man, team does not walk up. Whoa. My camera is fucked. What's up, hostile? Name is Holy Legs. There's and damn cowards. Damn cowards. Isn't Quarry, would you same to Dawn? Sure. The only rules of this is that no spoilers, of course, for people that have not seen it. So you don't spoil people that haven't seen it. No spoiling. If someone spoils, you will be banned. It's my favorite game. That's my mainstream game. I don't know my favorite. So I don't know what a spoiler is. Oh yeah, just don't talk about anything that has happened already. What hasn't happened. Oh yeah, we banned troll spoilers too. Yeah. Anything that hasn't happened yet, yeah, don't talk about it. Damn, you guys don't walk. Now use the support on, don't push with it. And to be fair, it is a support pool, but holy shit. Win this match. My friend played Quarry. It was hilarious. Quarry is a funny ass game. It is a funny ass game. So I think
It's you and me, Bruja. You wanna make a little magic?
I think
It's okay. You know, just because
it'll make for a pretty good stream. It's gonna be a pretty good stream. It's going to be a pretty good stream. Why haven't you worked on your channel stuff, like customized profile and stuff? What do you mean? Profile is customized. What do you mean?
Should you choose to visit, my kingdom will
Cover image. So I'll write in that.
I
don't even remember that.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yo, IB, thanks for the 90. Check about horror games, my friend. Is that Mac? Oh, ooh, you. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, hell nah. We gotta go. This match is fried, I fear. Stay on site and die or leave. It's up to y'all. I don't care. What the fuck? Why is my TV doing nuts? I'm dead.
Just started my climb. Ain't stopping yet.
Control lost.
Does relatives keep gifting him Apple shit? Ew. Well, that's annoying. If you're a gamer, that's pretty annoying.
Team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Yo, can they like nerf Bucky already, bro? Like, holy, this guy is annoying. They gotta nerf Bucky, bro. No way. Don't nerf Bucky, bro. Stop these girls from gooning the Bucky, bro. Get them all gone.
Double KO. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
I'm ignoring the shit out of this kid.
Yo soy el final.
How the fuck did I miss?
Keep going.
What? I miss. That's how you get women, bro? You are... So you telling me... Okay, let me get this straight. You said you don't want Bucky nerfed because so you can play him, so you can get women. Is that what you're saying to me? Nah, let's nerf Bucky, bro. We gotta nerf Bucky. Also, we lost this match. This is a loss of doom. Yeah, let's nerf Bucky.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Administrator's gun damage increases cooldowns. I agree. Still again.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
What do I play now? I guess Hood again?
Guns out. Let's go.
So I'll just play Hood again. So Don's not playing Bucky unless you're brain dead. That's crazy. P4AU. Do they have P4AU on Spotify? Oh, they do.
I can call it.
Wait, no, they don't.
Before you attack, get ready.
You tread like a predator, white fox.
Is that the compliment or a warning?
They do, but they're not the character themes.
Then we understand each other.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Lag. Oh,
3, 2, 1.
oh.
If apocalypse were here, this battle would already be over. Just saying.
There, my bad.
Now we're talking.
Okay. Couldn't get a heal. So sad.
Just started my climb. Ain't stopping yet.
Just started my climb. I ain't stopping it. Tell him. Tell him it's the Quarry. Probably after this match or two. We're gonna get back on Rivals afterwards.
That topped me off. Thanks.
Actually, it's pretty good.
You really think I'm tapping out so soon?
It's an orange pineapple juice. It's pretty good. I don't even like oranges.
Precision.
Oh man. Oh man. Light on. Oh man.
Ain't stopping yet.
Time is the Quarry. I just said after this match or next match.
Can't see me.
Get that vehicle moving again.
The fuck am I doing? Oh, I can't see shit.
Double KO.
Let's have some fun.
I got lit up. That dude got lit up. Jesus Christ.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Fuck, am I really not making it up to these areas? Well, that's not good. Yo, fake. Vinny, thanks for the stream streaks. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. I didn't get to work out today, which I'm kind of sad about since I started stream so early. But I have to start a workout after stream. My stream streak, I mean my workout streak, getting ruined. Workout streak's getting ruined. Who needs to work out? What do you mean who needs to work out? I work out like every day. Is my stream lagging again? Wait, why is it lagging? What the fuck? I'm getting fucking trolled. No, shoot from behind my wall, bro. Oh, wow. Huh. Okay, this is a little frustrating, I suppose.
Only 60 seconds left. Get that vehicle moving again.
Are they triple? No, they're not. Feels like they're triple. That guy got gunned down. God damn. I don't know what she's doing, but okay. That was like the worst strafe I've ever seen. Finally an early stream. What you mean finally? I always stream early. What are you talking about? Always stream early. I'm not the ones that's late. That's y'all. Y'all the late ones, not me. Aw. Well, I'm gonna wait. Never mind, I can't wait. I can't fucking see shit. Can't see my poor old health bar. Got him. That was a sweaty ass quick play, I must say. In the spawn room? That's OD. In the spawn room? Adamo in the spawn? I ain't never seen that before. Oh, that's not good. I'm dead. I'm kind of diffing this guy. Hold on. No, he's actually getting diffed. Oh, wait. C9. Oh, whoops. Oh, man. Scoobs and Snacks. Oh, man. What a name. That old dark creatures. Play another one. Play Magic this time. Free heal. 225 bench, 440 squat, 495 deadlift, 200 power clean. What in tarnation?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I have mutant powers and a little demonic magic too.
I'm to the stream out.
Let's give them a taste of the outer void, Robin.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I almost keep spelling the chord wrong.
Why? Afraid I'll chop off your hair extensions? No, I just tend to bring bad luck. Wouldn't want to slice anyone in half, would you? That depends. Is it Deadpool? Because I might
The
be
battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
If Shield can't stop me, I doubt these amateurs will.
PR squat was 375. PR squat was 375. Oh my. Shoot me! Shoot me! Oh my god! Can we walk up, please, for the love of God? Why does nobody want to take space in quick play? Oh god, I hate this game mode. I hate playing with people that don't know how to play the game. It actually like drives me insane, bro. Cause like I'm so used to playing with high level players that like after every pick we take space, walk up, keep staggering and stuff. But like at low level, holy shit, they don't walk up. So like I'll walk up and I'll be alone. And it's like, where the fuck are you guys at? It's like, where the fuck are you guys at? And then it's just awkward. I have to remember that if you're playing with low level players, you got to like slow your pace to their pace. This is quick play though, not ranked, but you get what I mean. God, Witcher Gore? Yeah, if he's cool, sure. Yeah, I'm expecting too much from quick play is what I'm trying to say, yeah.
They're here, everyone. Hold them on.
Expecting too much from quick play. That's like something you shouldn't do.
I got you. From limbo. I was in trouble.
Oh, come on, man. I can't be down to this.
My strength is back.
I'll play some Sonic music. Where is it?
Just in time.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
This guy takes no damage because he's currently getting healed. Ah, we have a DC. Yeah, this quick play shit's pointless. I'm gonna literally leave the game.
My minions. They've almost got it. Behold, child.
Those Ghost Rider, we still don't have them. Yeah, come to the game eventually. You gotta understand, they make those characters years in advance. I have 2 people that left the game now. Nice. Yeah, they can eat a dick. The game's just gonna allow people to leave like that. I'm gonna leave too. What will Ghost Rider do? What will Ghost Rider do? What question is that?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Yeah, they definitely have like a roadmap of characters.
Stepping out of the shadow.
And Ghost Rider is probably not in there for a while.
Out. Let's go.
Like they're gonna drop certain characters to promote movies and stuff. Like you can expect Doom in December probably, or January after the movie.
It's you and me, Bruja. You want to make a little magic?
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Hey Wanda, any chance you got a spell that can curb this insatiable appetite I've been cursed with?
Which one? The hunger you feel as a vampire? Or as Apocalypse's avatar?
Either one.
Is Doom the main villain in Doomsday? Yes. The movie's called Doomsday.
The battle starts in 5,
Bro, what type of question is that?
2,
Oh, in this game, yes. There's 2 Dooms, yes.
stop them from securing the mission area.
Part of me just wants to get back home. But I know I'm
Nice solo tank hood. Nova would be sick. I guess I'll just die then. Like what? We're just gonna let this guy walk on site.
Hell can wait. I got a fight to win. Roadside.
Luke isn't like Luke Cage. Nah. What other characters we need before Luke Cage?
You need to stop that vehicle.
What's up, hamster? Oh, these healers are ass, bro. Holy.
Yeah, I know you need healing, bro, but there's a black cat in the back line.
Well, she was on me, so I don't know how they're to my back line. I was dying to the black cat, so it definitely wasn't there. It definitely wasn't black cat in the back line because I was dying to her. So I don't know who was back there, but okay. That girl died so fast. Which one, Doom or Doomsday? Bro, they're the same fucking thing. What? What do you mean by that? It's the same thing. I don't get what you mean by that.
That hit the spot.
That guy was so low. Nice. That's so low. I be fearing you can't get healed in that all, huh? So there's like 4 or 5 people hitting you and you just dead. Oh, they had an iron fist, so I was hella dead.
Just started my climb. Ain't stopping yet.
I gotta play safer since some solo tank hood. That damage, bro. Oh man, that shit is unholy. Is bro targeting me? I'm dead. I don't think Miles would be a strategist, even if he can revive people and shit. I don't think Miles ever been one for being a strategist. That was like the last person with a strategy. Yeah.
Only 60 seconds left.
The hell is he doing? What was he doing? What was he cooking? What was he cooking?
Down to 30 seconds. He stopped them in their tracks.
What was he cooking?
I am ready to put on a show. No winner yet. Going to overtime. Double KO.
2 bullets left. That's the last of them. Okay.
Victory. Big win.
Damn. You got blasted. Don Diablo. El Diablo. This dude is champ, Iron Fist, and DD, and he put those kind of numbers up. Okay, last one. Real last one. Real last one. From Arby's. Arby's. What are you guys talking about, bro? Stop talking about a forbidden place. Oh shit, we gotta do that fucking
Hero. Or
challenge soon, don't we? Fuck. We gotta fucking do the, oh god, the circle. Yeah. Fuck. I forgot about that.
They call me.
I have mutant powers and a little demonic.
I don't remember what I think we're doing it Wednesday or something. I don't remember. Why do you still have that happy birthday thing equipped? What in the hell? Don't think I forgot about that shit, bruh. I forgot.
Outer void, Robbins.
This map is ass.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Don't tell me you're a vampire now, Triple
Not exactly my choice, Blade.
How did she become a vampire?
E. Look at this place.
Jesus Christ, those abs are
Do
insane.
if you step out of line, right?
Jesus Christ.
But for now,
Um,
like I always
how did she become a vampire again?
let's keep our fangs to ourselves.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
The fuck did you just link in my chat?
All you need to do is
What is
capture
the
mission area.
EDP what picks? Son, yo freaky ass. If you don't get out of my chat. Bro, what the fuck? Yo freaky ass. Okay, I insta-died. What the fuck was that? My man freaky as shit. What the hell was you watching?
Area is yours to capture now.
No, it was not the documentary.
Mission area is yours.
It's kind of annoying because that was Storm. Fuck. Get your ass over here, Rocket. God damn it, bro.
Keep going.
She a vampire because her boyfriend was Dracula? It wasn't. That's not true. Boyfriend wasn't Dracula.
Us against the world.
Was? I don't remember that being the case. Fucking hell, bro. Holy! What the fuck is that? Sons of Dracula. Okay, that makes sense. Like, what? It wasn't Dracula?
Going to overtime.
God damn it. This Magneto won't leave me alone. I keep killing me. He fucking keeps coming back. Look at this. God damn it. I keep killing him. He keeps coming back. I'm dead as fuck.
Control lost.
Scarlet Witch? Oh, brother. Okay. What's up, Load On? How you doing?
Five. That's amazing.
I climbed out of limbo. This is nothing. Survive this! The Omega Hurricane is ready.
Mega Hurricane is ready.
Just in time. Thanks.
Oh my lordy.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Hey, hit nobody?
I got you.
Chat, would you guys let Jubilee bite you? Yes? Okay. Bro said yes, no hesitation. Bro, can I like get a heal? Oh, Jubilee's dead. Yes, right now. Why wouldn't I be a vampire? My man said yes, no hesitation. Didn't even fold. No hesitation, just yes. That guy got sniped. Their comp is better than ours, sadly. what I do just gets counter ulted. Where I'm about to kill someone, they just get bubbled.
Give them a taste of the outer void, Robbins.
That's a question? Y'all are gooned out. Is also playstyle similar to Psylocke? No. Star-Lord's is.
Before you attack, get ready.
Bro said get off magic. You're 5 and 3. Like, I don't even know if you even have fingers. For all I know, you're playing with your fucking toes.
I wanted fashion advice, I'd go to Emma Frost, not you.
It's not your style. that
Talking about
deserves
some
it.
get off magic.
It's the
You're
dark
5 and 3.
always giving off.
Yeah, switch to that tank like a good boy. Because you can't do shit on DPS, I'll tell you that.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
That a trip to the food court isn't gonna cure.
I don't want to hear from mesmerized by Jubilee's stomach. I wasn't mesmerized. I just acknowledged their abs because their abs are crazy.
Just in time.
Yeah, see, I'm about to kill someone, they just get bubbled. Like, I can't even kill anyone. Every time I'm about to kill anyone, they just get bubbled. Then they're using champions and shit too. God damn. It's not even like I'm not getting kills. I keep getting them 1 HP and they bubbled or healed to extensive amounts.
Us against the world. Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Okay.
Control lost.
Hostiles
There's Magneto still coming for me. Like, oh my fucking goodness.
come, my minion.
Oh my god, bro. I got a fucking champion Magneto chasing me in quick play, bro. This damn Z tier ass character, bro.
Survive this.
I just want to play my magic, bro. Come on now. He peels? He wasn't peeling, he just diving me. His team up is broken right now. That shit does way too much damage. There's in no universe should a tank be doing what he's doing.
This is real.
That type of utility and hold on. Oh, wait. Bro, I'm fucking dead, bro. This Magneto is chasing me, bro. The Storm's name? Yeah, that guy's freaky. That guy's freaky as shit. God, I hate this map so much.
My armor's stronger now.
Magic gameplay. Yeah, Wesker, you still got no fingers, bro? Why you 6 and 3 still, bro? You get some kills, bro? Nah, he wants to talk shit. We can talk shit. I'm dead as fuck, bro. Scarlet Witch. Nah, he wants to talk shit. Let's talk shit, bro. I have never seen somebody 6 and 3 talking shit.
I climbed out of limbo. This is charge.
There you go, Wesker. It better not have been an assist, bro. That shit better have been your final. You was probably about to end a match with 0 finals. I'd be damned if somebody talk shit to me in quick play. What the hell? Dude is cannon fodder? No, he's just a dickhead. Because there's no way you're doing the worst thing on your team. You're talking trash. That's not happening, bro.
Before you attack, get ready.
I'm no sorcerer supreme, but I can feel when something's giving off bad juju. What you got on, Parker? Yikes.
Light doesn't dispel darkness. It helps me see the darkness and face it. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I want to be filthy rich. Like, ain't never gotta work again rich.
Filthy rich.
I want to be a metal.
That metal. Oh, shit. Was trying to ball. Anything. They have so much anti-dive, bro. Oh man, I'm really getting shocked in my ult like crazy. Oh, I don't even know what else was hitting me. I think I got Terra Cape too. No magic for you, bro. This shit is ass. This shit is ass. Why is this team not coming out? Oh, you're supposed to activate it before round. Can I get a heal? I'm dead. I am dead. Oh lordy. Also, you ready, dude, or what? You ready, dude, or what, bruh?
Get out of their fucking spawn then.
Bro, that guy, I'm telling you, bro, there's something wrong, bro. That guy starts yelling at us, and look where he died at. That's crazy. Bro died in their spawn room. Oh, great. What? That didn't kill? I'm about to say, like, how did I not kill him? She's ready to sell? Yeah, she is gonna sell me. Chat, who do you think's characters die first? Minus, like... Hold on. Nice. Allies. Oh man. Plays it already? I haven't played it in 6 years. I don't remember how the story even goes. All I remember is that the characters were stupid. That's all I remember. That's all I remember. The characters were dumb. Very dumb. Okay. I'll call you on Discord. Characters were dumb. That's all I remember.
Food. I had a rush eating my corn. But here's the
Rush
food.
eating the corn. Nah, you can finish it. I'll play another match.
No, you're good. It's just the corn I had a rush to eat because I had mayo on it and it looked messy to eat on stream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But the corn was really good, so it's fine. You're so close to 200. Where are you at, Kyoko?
All right.
But I got Italian herb chicken and 1 piece of Turkish delight.
Connect me on Parsec. Let's get started.
Okay.
Make sure your controller's
What?
plugged in.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
It's plugged. Let me know when you're ready for me to connect.
Yeah, give me a second. Make sure the monitor is set properly. Host.
Guys, I have a regular Turkish delight, just a normal flavor. Or not normal flavor, just like an original. It's just sweet honey.
All right, go for it.
It's just a honey cube.
Honey cube.
If anyone's never had Turkish delight. Yeah, it literally just tastes like honey. I haven't tried the other flavors. I really want to try pistachio.
All right, do you see the game? Or, well, my Steam?
I see it.
You gonna play on mouse and keyboard or controller? Oh, wait, I guess controller since you plugged that in. Okay.
I'm assuming controller would be better.
Yeah. I don't think you should do a keyboard for this.
Chicken cold. But crispy.
There. There we go. Pinning that, and I sent the stream together.
Thank you for the hydrate, Ninja. 15 stream. Thank you, Ninja.
If you spoil, don't even submit a PAM request. That's crazy, yes, part.
It's my first impression of the Quarry.
Oh, you're gonna hate it and like it. Probably, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, you ready?
Wait, is there a tutorial? Or
Nope.
they're gonna teach us?
They'll teach us as we play, kinda.
Wow.
Let's see. I need to edit the names. I will be player 1. You will be player 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Good today.
Since I've already played this game, I played this like
I hope everything
6
goes
years ago
well
or something. I would let you pick the first 4 characters you want.
Working?
Does your controller work? Check.
It's on, but I'm not connected to the game.
What? Why are you not connected to the game?
Don't know. I can use my keyboard though.
You sure your controller's working? Because it definitely should be working.
Oh yeah, it's working now.
Okay, pick 4 characters.
Oh, my silly self. 4.
Wait. Oh, you already picked someone. Oh, wait. Oh yeah, you picked Orion. Okay, now there you go. Now you can pick. Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. Why is this doing this?
Yay. Huh?
Okay, my bad. Okay, now you can pick 4. Press RB or LB to add a character. You can read their things if you want. There's 8 characters in total, so we each get 4.
Okay.
I think 1 character dies at the start for the tutorial. purposes.
Oh.
For tutorial purposes. So the first dev doesn't count if I remember correctly, but I think that's a different game. I could be wrong. I don't remember. Spoiled the tutorial? I didn't spoil the tutorial. I don't remember if it's this game or not. One of the games, someone dies at the start just for tutorial purposes. But I think that's one of the Dark Pictures games. Different game? Oh, okay. I was saying that because if we do a predict for whose character dies first, the first one wouldn't count. That's why I said that. All right, yeah, one more character to pick.
Yeah, I'm just reading. Okay.
All right, I'll get to whoever 4 is left.
Like werewolves?
What did you leave me with? I got Laura. You got Jacob already. I'll take Abigail. You got Dylan already. Brian and Nick. All right, you ready?
Yep. So we're controlling 4 characters.
Yeah, we're each controlling our characters. Fuck, I'm first. Damn it. Sometimes we have since the characters we picked are random, I might have to play twice sometimes, or you might have to play twice sometimes.
Okay.
Stuff like that.
You already played this one or no?
I played this like 6 years ago, but it was a long time ago. I don't remember how the stuff goes. Isn't this Ariana Grande?
Sounds like it.
We didn't. Oh yeah, hello Elias chat.
Hi Super Ninja. Hi Empress chat. Plot twist is fiance. Oh shit.
Nah. This game is hilarious. I love this game. Brenda's song. Oh yeah, you have Brenda's song's character. She's from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
Oh. Wait, she's whose character?
You have the character. I forgot her name.
Caitlyn? I'm just guessing because she.
I don't remember. Well, yeah, if she's Asian, yeah. The London Tipton, yes. She has London Tipton.
Yeah, ban in one chat. You don't. You can't chat. Oh.
Yeah.
Why'd you kill the music?
I think you know why.
Bro.
I don't think I do.
Begins with an L. Like the L word.
Wait, what is the L word?
Lost, Max. We're lost.
We're in geographic
I thought it was love.
Right. So, lost.
That's debatable.
You're clueless. Oh, this is the tutorial.
Listening to the lyrics.
This is the tutorial. Pay attention.
Take a moment to consider the following, as it will guide you through the various twists and turns that may appear during your stay at Hackett's Quarry.
Oh shit!
What
Oh
you
shit!
see here
I
are
didn't.
quick time events, or QTEs,
Wait, I pressed it
which will
though.
help you to act at just the right time. Watch your step. Hackett's Quarry can be a dangerous place if you're not
going
paying
camping?
attention to your surroundings.
No.
Take your
Well, we're going
eye off
camping
the
today.
ball, and it could spell disaster. The path you tread is yours to choose, but that doesn't mean there won't be obstacles along the way.
Oh, heads up.
Wait, up? Wait, what?
Nice catch there, hon.
I'm not the one who hit the
Huh?
pothole.
I press circle, but I have to aim it
maybe
upwards.
The pothole hit us. Ever think about that?
Wow, that is like Olympic
Also, I should change the controls to
Very
Xbox
impressive.
since you're on Xbox controller, right?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna change it to Xbox.
Still totally lost. You know what, Max? It's okay. It doesn't make you any less of a man.
You know, if
Cam
Columbus
timing?
hadn't gotten lost
No,
and landed
Cam
on
is
these
a
golden
troll.
shores, there would be no United States of America.
He sold.
Goodbye hot dogs. See you later, apple pie.
Did I play this with Cam?
Columbus never
I don't remember who I
actually
played
landed in
with.
North America.
What are you talking about?
Didn't even know he wasn't in Asia.
Are you serious?
Just another guy who didn't want to admit he was lost.
Well, just another guy who's got a whole day named after him, so put that in your pipe and
So
smoke
I hope you're doing well.
Okay, just get us to camp already before I roll my eyes out of my head, please.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
What's the timeline? Not the timeline. The time this is set in.
Hold on. I think map. I don't know.
What is that?
Yeah.
No, but seriously, how
Should
happened
be like
to the normal map?
20
This
something,
is
no?
the normal map.
The one
Not
on the
that
phone.
old.
No bars.
It's not that old, right, chat?
Okay, let's see. So we.
I'm guessing 2006.
Well, I guess they don't put summer camps on maps. Have you seen any signs for it?
They come up with GPS.
It's like 2020s. I don't think
Hey,
it's
eyes on the
2006.
road.
Oh.
Judging by the phone. Well, I'm thinking 2006 because who uses
Maps.
maps? Oh!
Oh, yeah. Wait, what key is that? Whoa, I'm on controller. What was that? I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what key that was. I just saw the arrow, so I went to the right.
Oh, it's based. Oh, you almost got me there.
Nah, it's based on a true story. Trust. Wait, what'd you say? You never went camping before?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect. We're going camping today. Hope you enjoy it.
What do you think that was? A bear?
What? No, Max, it wasn't a bear.
What was it?
I think it was a person.
Oh, are you serious? Do you think we hit a person?
Oh, lordy.
I don't know. I mean, it was really close, like really close, but maybe.
Wait, did you guys catch what it was? Damn, I'm like.
Wasn't it a deer? I wasn't looking because that
I thought it was
QT
a rodent on the road.
It was like a rodent
Maybe
or
like
something.
Maybe an armadillo or something.
What is it?
What?
I really effed this car up.
Can't be that bad.
Well, maybe it
Really
looks
never
worse
know.
than it is.
I didn't went camping before either.
Try to start it up again, huh? Could you grab my the toolbox from the trunk?
Yeah, okay.
I would hate to be doing this in the dark, in the woods.
What if you don't have a choice? Like, you just gotta knock it out your car?
Yeah, I'll probably knock out my car.
What? You're just gonna stay there in the woods?
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Me just the controls. Like, what the what? Just gonna stay there all night? Wait, can I not adjust the controls from here? Controller. Can I change it from...
The default. Yes, you are indeed correct, Darkness.
Accessibility. New, where is it at? Why is it showing me? Huh. Oh, I guess it'll just adjust for yours, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
It's not so bad.
Oh, it's in Xbox now. Not mine.
Wait, do one of us has this character? Do I have that character?
I don't remember what you picked. I'm not gonna lie. Wait, so
I
where are
have
the tools at? In the trunk? Snoop. Ooh, I can snoop around.
Thanks for the hydrant posture check, Wolf.
Max Brindley.
Oh.
Oh, he got into university?
Why didn't you tell me?
No, he got rejected.
Oh, I didn't see the red. I didn't see the big red, bro. I was reading the text. I did not see that part.
Thanks, hon.
Set up to get those quick time events.
Do you need a hand?
Yeah, actually, if you could just.
Nah,
show
she's
me
not
what
playing yet. It's my turn, so she don't gotta worry. When it's her turn, it'll tell her.
Perfect, thank you.
121. Really? I missed
Sooner
that.
we get out of here, the better.
Just picture yourself curling up in front of a big old fire pit singing campfire sing-alongs.
I don't think people curl up right in front of big old fire pits.
Why not?
They don't want to catch on fire.
And picture yourself curling up in front of a big old space heater.
Space eater.
Well, anywhere's better than here.
I need glasses. Fun fact, I'm the only one in my family that doesn't need glasses.
So everyone has glasses in your family?
Yep. I got lucky. I got 20/20. Lucky me. Wait, I don't want to look at the letter. Let me get the tools.
I remember I really liked glasses when I was a kid. So I somehow forced my mom to get me glasses.
Did you fake
I wore them
needing glasses just to...
Yeah.
Yo. Just for style? For style points or something?
Yes, because I thought like when I was watching anime, I thought every character with glasses was hot. I was like, oh, I want to be like them. So I got glasses.
Chad, this girl, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who the fuck?
Hell no.
Let's go to her.
I was the total opposite. Oh. Oh, you had glasses but never wore them. I remember I stole a kid's glasses.
What?
I got. What? I got caught.
Why?
Just over here.
So
Yes,
mean.
again, I thought glasses were hot.
For a second,
You
okay?
was
I'm almost done.
Wait, what? Are you my boss?
Oh my
Defiant.
God.
You're not the boss of me.
Surprisingly,
I just don't
nothing
want you
ever
wandering
happened
off
for
on your
that.
own.
Excuse me.
But he was like a grade
not what I
above
meant.
me.
Yeah, it better not be.
Was a
I'm sorry. I
thug.
really gotta concentrate for a second, okay?
Yes.
Max is frustrated. Oh shit, my
Look,
bad.
I think there's someone down there, okay?
What's that?
They could be hurt.
Oh, let me my camera
Am I
for
the
you guys.
bully?
I'm gonna
Look,
go check
I
it
was
out.
just a dumb little kid, okay? I didn't understand anything. I just wanted this and that. I definitely was a stealer though, as a kid.
Noted, noted.
Good idea,
Don't lie.
Laura. So thoughtful of you.
She be stealing chat, noted.
Laura's gonna die.
Whoa, don't say that about my character.
Hey, who would do this though? Like, when you're supposed to, you know, run and hide, but instead you go out and just try to look for things. That's usually the person that's gonna die, right? Am I wrong?
Not if I'm in charge, no.
Anytime soon. You were out here doing it for the love of the game.
She was shoving
Well,
people in
yeah.
lockers.
Oh man, did you have lockers in your school? I've never had lockers.
Yeah. Where the hell did you guys keep your stuff? We had
The only
uniform and
lockers we had
lockers.
was in middle school for physical, for PE.
I see. Yeah, we had them both. Man, where do you guys keep your stuff? Like, you just keep your book bags with you at all time? That's too much work.
Oh, we hold it in our backpacks. We walk around with our backpacks.
Everywhere? Oh, no, that's too much.
Yeah. Apparently, people were really surprised about California high schools.
Yeah,
They
that's
said their
crazy.
high schools were like outside schools.
Ah, so it's like a college with like a little cabin, kind of, and stuff like that. What? Handcuffs?
What the
Psychology
fuck?
trunk.
Girl, you better run.
Don't worry.
I'm out of here after that.
If I'm in charge, she's fine.
Usually the hot chicks die first.
What the hell?
I think Max will die, to be honest. If not, then he's gravely injured. I think Max is gonna be fine. Oh,
Can I run? Oh, I can't run. Didn't you miss 2 quick time events already? No. Oh.
Silas.
She's blonde, it makes sense. That's crazy. See, I was saying blonde girls die first. Because gotta be someone in here blonde that's gonna take
Listen.
offense to that.
Actually, girls in horror movies have higher chance to survive.
Oh, interesting.
But this is not a horror movie, it's a game.
It's a game movie.
Okay, you're right. I'm just trying to work around it.
See, none of my characters are dying personally.
Oh. You better run. Run. Well, she's probably lost.
Oh, she's scared as shit.
Where are you?
Whoa, whoa, relax.
Relax. Who could relax after that?
She's in good company. I'm controlling her. Oh, okay. Oh, that's the direction, not circle. Bro, I was thinking it was circle earlier. That's why I was like, why is it not responding to circle? That's the stick. That's why it's
Max?
a circle. Wait, where's Max?
Max?
I swear to God, if this
Hey,
fucker
hey,
is
why are you
dead,
shouting?
I was gonna say,
What?
you.
You schizo.
Oh, we're both gonna die.
No, don't say that. Can we leave? Like, now? Is car fixed?
Did you see it?
No, but I heard something. Let's just get out of here.
That shit better start.
Come on!
Oh, God, I thought you said you checked it.
I did check it, and it was fine. Honey, I know you're on edge, but you gotta calm down.
The
I am
door.
not on edge, Max. I'm freaking the fuck
It was
out.
probably just an animal or something.
No, it wasn't an animal. You didn't see it. It was a woman.
Lord, this isn't helping, all right? Go! There we go. We're good. See?
Please just get us out of here.
It's gonna pop up in.
What? Nice.
Max!
I'm trying. I'm trying.
Oh my.
We're okay. We're safe in the car, really. We're gonna be okay.
Jeez!
Oh, fuck. Oh my God, my heart just exploded.
Roll it down.
Fucking cop.
Hi, officer. How are you doing this evening?
Are either of you injured?
Really, we're fine. We're just a little shaken up.
Extremely, he probably just local. He looks sus.
You look sus.
We just started IMB.
Well, you folks want to tell me what happened here?
What does it look like? We're fucking stuck. What? Half
So
chosen.
I'm telling you, this guy's sus.
Yeah.
Evasive. We swerved off. I guess. Honest?
We, something jumped out right in front of the car and we didn't want to hit it, so we swerved and, you know, here we are.
Something jumped out.
The forest, you idiot. It was an animal?
I'm sorry, it was
I don't know
so
what it was,
dark,
honestly.
and it happened so fast, and they were gone.
They? Ma'am, did you hit someone?
What
Bro,
the
no.
You know, I mean, I don't think so. I don't
Sir?
Keep the car running.
Sir?
Is this guy like the all-time scariest cop?
I don't know. This is my first cop.
What, like ever?
What?
Yeah, I'm not a criminal.
Bruh. No, what a nice guy.
Hey, we should go sorry. For real, Wolf.
Dang, he did that fast as hell.
Now, you folks want to tell me just what in the hell you are doing all the way out here this late at night?
We're lost. Heading to camp.
We're heading up to Hackett's Quarry summer camp. We're new counselors.
You're one night early.
No, we know. But we figured we'd get in early and scope it out, you know? I mean, they know we're coming. We called ahead.
And to be honest, sir, one of us kind of oversold their navigation skills and got us completely lost.
You're not gonna make it to Hackett's Quarry.
Excuse me?
Not tonight.
Don't police have like quotas?
Why is there
Harbinger Motel.
blood on the side of his?
Nearest place, you can bunk up there for the night, okay?
Max is so goofy.
I think
Y'all
we're
see
just
that,
gonna
right?
stick to the plan, sir. I mean, Mr. Hackett knows we're coming.
See what?
and
There's
we
blood
called
on the
ahead.
side of
No,
his neck.
ma'am, you're gonna head to the Harbinger Motel.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Why did I not like notice that key evidence? I saw it, but I didn't
Clean.
think anything of it.
Should I? What?
With all due respect, sir, why can't we go to Hackett's Quarry?
Because I told you to go to the motel.
Okay, I just don't understand what the
Ma'am,
problem.
please step out of the vehicle.
Oh my
She
god.
didn't do anything.
Ma'am, if you wouldn't mind stepping out of the vehicle, I would just like to show you a route on your map there.
Give him the map.
For sure.
Son, remain in the vehicle.
What?
Okay.
Who do you think you're talking to? Press him.
Trying to die, bro. Like, just whatever, bro. Let's just get out of here.
Okay. So, we...
Ew. What?
are right about here.
Oh, this guy. What the fuck?
Harbinger Motel.
Bro, doesn't he look a little bit?
Right, okay, and there was Hackett's Quarry.
Well,
Like, did he look like that?
He looks like
Fine,
he's on
folks.
something.
the Harbinger Motel can guide you there first thing in the morning.
All of that just to. Like, so extra.
I'm gonna go around the garden shower.
Harbinger Motel. Stay on the road.
Wait,
What's
but
his
what
name?
if there's someone out there?
I don't think we asked his
Look.
name.
Good night.
Oh, I guess we didn't see it on his shirt. I wonder what his name is.
Creepy ass cop.
Yeah, same
Why
way.
is this guy just sitting
Wasn't
there?
really a cop. That guy was weird.
It was giving me major weirdo
The
vibes.
dude needed like at least a dozen showers.
Oh my god, I know.
What was up with the thing? Did you see
was,
that?
Was it blood?
Nice to meet you. Oh man.
So we're going to camp or?
He is way
Alright,
too slow to
let's
start
get
this
back
car.
on the road.
Yes.
I would have been out of there already.
Exactly. Like.
Thank you very much.
Agreed. So where's this motel?
Okay, so we're here,
Mhm.
and the motel is here,
Okay.
but we're going here.
What's there?
Hackett's Quarry.
Camp.
How'd you do that?
I don't know, kind of tricked him into showing me.
Very slick. Are
You're
you sure we shouldn't just
clever.
get to the motel? Just listen to this guy's advice.
Honey, you really want to listen to the advice of some creep-ass cop who told us in the middle of the creep-ass woods to go to some creep-ass hotel?
She has
No,
a
that
point.
sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Let's hit the road, shall we?
That's what I thought.
Ma'am?
Oh my god, if he called me ma'am one more time, I was gonna shove that badge up his dick hole. Seriously, do I look
Oh,
like a
wow.
ma'am to you? I got like 20 years before I'm a ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're a ma'am.
What?
No.
20's
How old are you?
debatable.
Easy.
30.
I mean, I'm kind of into ma'ams.
2, 3.
This guy. This guy.
Sure you're not a ma'am?
I'm not a ma'am. What's this?
You're a buttercup.
Would we call you a sir?
I'm a kid. I'm like a teenager. I'm 19, remember?
Nah, you're a sir.
Hackett's Quarry Summer Camp. June 25th.
See, Laura gets it.
You gotta be kidding me. There's nobody here. We drive all the way the fuck out here.
Max, can we just look around before we jump to conclusions?
Did you actually even talk to
I
Mr.
was
Hackett,
thinking
or
that
did you
the
just leave a
cop
message?
sent him
This is the difference.
to the motel because he probably killed someone here. That's
Probably.
my conclusion.
Hello?
I guess he doesn't check.
Oh
his
my
Facebook.
god,
How
I'd be
was I
so
supposed to know
angry if I was with them.
This place is locked up.
Clearly there's somebody here.
Yeah, or it's just an abandoned car, and this is a complete waste
Why
of
would
time.
there be an abandoned...
That's
I'll
the
be-
day before my birthday. Day before my
Max,
birthday? Wolf, when's your birthday?
Max, don't be a dick.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Time to walk around, I guess.
You can see the woods in the back of those windows. June 20. Oh, hey, our birthdays are pretty close to each other.
The changing POVs be throwing me off. Is he starting a car? Is he leaving me? Hey, yo.
Is anybody home?
Oh, it takes place June 25th.
Pretty recent. Not really, but way what did I expect? Because these dudes have like no GPS or nothing. But then again, it's like a cabin in the woods. You gotta give the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it's new, so it's not on the GPS. That was us. Fire pit, treehouse, jetty, boathouse, car park, cabins. What doesn't kill you, it'll make you stronger?
Fun.
Or will make you stronger?
What doesn't kill you will make you stronger.
Oh, is this over here? What's that noise?
Maybe sheep.
Yeah, at this point, just go to the hotel, bruh.
No! Oh, look at animal.
Hey!
Fuck
Oh.
is that?
Hey, are you okay?
Oh, hell no. No, that's not an animal. No.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some help.
That's a naked person.
Max! Max, get over here!
What's going on?
There's somebody in the bunker. I think they might be stuck.
Stuck? Is it Mr. Hackett?
I don't
I mean,
know.
they ain't
Just
call for
bring
help,
some
though.
tools so we can break the law.
Girl.
Hey, I'm back.
No.
We're gonna get you out
Why
of
are they
there.
not talking?
Hey,
Wait, what are these?
I don't know. You just said tools.
Why did you just bring... Look, there's someone in there.
I'm not seeing anyone.
What? No, look.
I'm looking. I am.
Let me see.
Oh, you're getting too close.
There was definitely someone
Dumbass
there.
1 and dumbass 2,
Okay.
bro.
Okay, so
For a lock, like fucking hammer that shit or something. I don't know.
Hammer time.
you sure? It's gonna be super loud.
Dude, shit. We can try wrench.
Yeah, okay. Wrenches.
He has a point. It is gonna be loud.
Damn.
Nah, that's pretty easy.
Yeah, that was way easier than it was.
You need a hand?
Yeah.
You no way. We both gotta die for this. Oh. Emperor, what did he lead us to?
Is that even your
It's
character?
all your fault. And yeah, I'm pretty sure that's my character. Wait, no. His name's Max, huh?
I was not paying attention to his name.
Hello?
The awesome beans.
Are you hurt?
Do you exist?
Do you exist?
Oh, he's not playable till later.
Is that a spoiler?
Be careful.
Is that a spoiler, Psych? Is that a ban, I see? Oh. Spoiler? Yeah, mod. Shoot the mod. Bloodied collar. You can't. Ew.
The reactor is so slow. Girl, run!
A whole ass rib cage.
Hun, maybe it was a possum or something.
No, there was
spare ribs.
Here, I swear.
Hey, it's been kind of a night, you know? Let's just get to the motel. We can come back here first thing in the morning. We can check everything out.
Skeleton's favorite snack.
I mean, you must be exhausted. I know I am. I think our imagination.
Girl, go help him out!
Guess what? Help. I think I'm bleeding a lot.
Man, about to faint. That's your character, right?
No, that's not my character.
Let me help him real quick. Hold on.
You'd be a bad girlfriend if you didn't help him.
Let me see. Let me see. Are we actually gonna be able to get this guy out of here, or leaving him would have been crazy? He'd understand. Y'all are dickheads. I wouldn't leave y'all,
For
chat.
real, she had no reaction. Someone's looking at them, no? Oh no, it's a car.
Might be the cop. Oh, you dropped him!
Wait, one of the cops is actually a good guy.
Does this look like the goddamn Harbinger Motel to you?
Yeah, one of these trying to
She
protect
fucking
them.
dropped him. I don't even remember this happening because it's been so long. She drops him? What the fuck? Fly me to the moon is crazy. This is why white women don't survive horror movies, bro. What happened? Don't worry about it. Bro, what am I supposed to do there? What?
They went to the. They didn't go to the motel. and they found something in the basement of this what's called this camp, and they went looking into it. Yes, her boyfriend got injured, and then she dropped him down the fucking stairs. And the cop came and found them. I was like, yeah, so he injected her
With something.
Yeah, so she fell asleep. We don't know if Max is actually dead or not. He shot at something, we don't know.
Hello, my friend. Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show.
We are friends, aren't we?
That's the old lady from the thingy, right?
I've waited for you. I've waited. Yes.
I'm not your friend.
So I do hope our time together proves enlightening. There's no need to worry. I'm here to help you. Think of me as your
This
guide
creepy
into
ass
the unknown. It's
room.
exciting, yes, and terrifying. But if you're brave enough, if you let me help you, I can help you. We can help each other. You didn't find anything, and so I've nothing to show you. You need to look harder. The cards are out there.
Oh yeah, we gotta find these card thingies. They give visions.
Help you.
Are you still not playing in full screen, by the way?
You said so yourself.
Shouldn't you be in full screen?
Search harder. Only you can find them.
I tried doing full screen, but
Isn't it like?
There
How do you
are
full screen
secrets
that? I can
out
just look it
there,
up.
you know.
It says Control Shift W.
Lies, paths to uncover, on which I can
Shift W.
there we go.
Let me
I got it.
help me
Thank
help you.
No problem.
What doesn't kill you?
Okay, so we gotta find cards if I remember correctly, and the cards give like visions of the future or something like that. So you sightseeing like you do in Rivals pays off here. Oh, your turn. Jacob.
What am I? I'm a jock, right?
You're a jock? Oh, okay. I think you were a
Jock,
jock type.
funny. But then he thinks about all his mistakes when it's quiet. There we go.
Chapter 1, Hackett's Quarry Forever.
What's up, dude? Probably Jacob.
Would you ever join a frat? Fraternity, whatever?
No. Isn't like it would be a sorority for me.
Oh,
and
I
then
guess
frat
it's sorority. Yeah, that's what it's called, my bad.
No.
I think anyone in my family's
I
been in
prefer
a
to be on my
sorority.
own. I would only. The most I would do is like stay in a home with friends, not just a bunch of random girls.
Ladies.
That
Peace
probably
and
hate
love.
each other.
See you later, kids.
Yeah.
Hackett's Quarry forever.
Oh, was that the last group?
You know how many hearts are broken on the last day of summer camp?
Yeah,
It's
there
like
you
a
go.
Romance apocalypse.
That's Brenda's song. How many hearts are broke on the last day of summer camp? Damn, I'll pick one. Is it letting you pick? Should be left there, all right? Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm just thinking.
Oh, okay, go for it.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're just.
I lost a
kids.
girl I was talking to because of a frat. Fuck those dudes.
Yeah. What do you
What?
think? Would you
That's
make
not the
these
same
decisions
thing.
based off a decision
so
you
that's
make,
not why
or
you're
what the
mad.
character?
I'm
would
not in a
make?
bet. Oh my. We had her last
That's
night
a
together.
stupid
I would do
question.
best interest
Oh,
of
yeah.
both
So
parties. How
never
about
gonna
that?
see your special little boo-boo bear ever again.
Jeez, you heard that?
Oh, come on, dude. The cabin walls are made of band-aids and rat turds.
Okay, I get it.
These are both your characters.
Yeah. All three of my characters are here.
Bro, are your characters the
Anna.
teachers?
Hey.
And you left me with the
Don't
students?
Okay, this is. You've heard of spatial awareness before, right?
Spatial awareness is for nerds. Be a lamb and grab the last couple of bags, will you?
Yes, boss.
Say hi to Emma for me.
You're a bad person.
Yes, I am.
Damn.
Hey, look around. I can.
Yeah, we need to find cards, so yeah. Look around all you want. 'Cause we need
Well, how would
cards.
the cards be?
I think
Like,
you
would
just
they be like?
see them flashing on the floor or something like that. They look like that, I think. The fuck is that?
Oh, hey. This is Emma's.
Emma Frost.
Path chosen. Oh, okay. I didn't think that mattered a lot. Really, Emma Frost?
Yeah, Emma Frost in this game. Where? Where is she?
Wow, there's a lot.
Didn't know there was ABGs in this game.
What doesn't kill you will make you stronger. Not in the mood, sign.
So I'm guessing this is before we got to the camp, of course. Well, my character, or my character came, I guess, or something.
You sure it's not after?
I wonder what's killing the deer.
Or it could be, I guess. I don't look at the dates. I should be looking at the dates. Deer hunting canceled this year.
Could interact with this. I don't remember what the interaction would be there. Oh, he walks so slow. Wonder if I could run.
I think you can. I don't remember. Or maybe not yet or something. I don't remember.
Hey, are you guys gonna help with the bags or what?
Oh, you know, I was actually just working on fixing the door. It's
Dylan, come on.
Broken.
Dylan, please.
I can't. It's.
I gotta get the last bags in there.
What's
Come
wrong
on.
with this thing? It's just.
Dylan, please.
As a dickhead.
Cool. Thanks, guys.
Okay.
Game looks so wholesome.
Oh wow, this is pretty.
Yeah, it's pretty and wholesome, no?
Oh, we got a pathway up there. Oh, and there's a place over here that wasn't here when you were here, huh?
Someone die yet? No. What here?
I do not want to go back. There was when you were looking in that area that I was in, it didn't look like there was another place there.
Oh. Right, it was too dark. Summer camp, 1953.
Clue discovered.
I guess I have been camping before. We had a field trip.
Way back in 1953.
There was a camp field trip that we did.
What?
Yeah. It was fun.
Hey, what are these blue things underneath here?
I think thing is we have not unlocked yet. It's things you haven't interacted with yet, if I remember correctly.
It's not. Okay.
Just gotta find stuff. Explore.
Oh wow, that's pretty.
Man.
They'd want to stay, right?
Who'd want to leave a place like this?
No.
It's like a goddamn
Shit, I would.
Bob Ross.
This place is beautiful. This don't look nice and wholesome, chat?
Not the woods type. I literally live here.
I mean, I wouldn't live here. What the fuck? I'm not living in the woods. What the fuck?
Skill.
Yeah, that's gonna be buns. I wouldn't live in the woods, but like,
okay.
spend a day here or something or two, like vacation, sure.
Horror. I hate horror.
Fuck no, I'm not living in the woods. Nope.
Are there some characters that are like their death is inevitable? Let me go out first.
No. No. Don't answer that, chat. No, I'm pretty sure no. Anyone can die.
Spoiler?
No one has plot armor.
Okay.
No, I'm pretty sure nobody has plot armor. There is no plot armor at all. If you troll, you troll. If you sell, you sell.
I really wonder what happened to your character at the start. Me living in the woods.
Who's that? Sitting down. That's my character.
Help me pack the bags.
Hey, what are you listening to? Good to know.
Yeah, nobody wants to.
Damn, everyone
wants to
kind of
help
like.
him.
Yeah. Everyone kind of sucks. And it's just pitch dark right here.
Just you wait. There's one character I can never forget.
Beat that dude's ass. I mean, that dude's chill. The one that closed the door on me is not.
Jake, bags, focus.
Oh, that's all she had to say?
Wants to pack the bags.
She's not even taking out any bags. Well, what?
She's waiting on you.
She could help somehow.
She waiting on you.
Help, I wouldn't do. He jacked, bro.
That's crazy.
I think he's fine. Okay, back in here we go. You know what this reminds me of?
What?
Oh, what was that? There's a horror movie where they live near a lake. I can't remember what it was.
I've not
Was
seen
it
that
one
much
of the
horror.
Conjurings? No, I don't think it was one of the
I've not seen a lot of horror movies. Even though I've tried watching horror movies, I fall asleep because they're bad. Except the funny bad ones. Those ones are pretty funny.
This is trippy.
Yeah, the camera angles, very trippy. It like just changes your controls. It's like funny.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, see what I mean? Very trippy.
Dude, I'm gonna die if that happens again.
Lock in.
Okay, I'm just seeing if I can find any cards.
Oh, my pin leave. Let me ping my pin. Hold on, stop. Moving real quick.
No one likes each other.
Fuck, I lost the pin. Whatever, just forget it. Play.
Okay.
No one likes each other. I mean, I wouldn't say no one likes each other. No one knows each other yet, since everyone's camping. Everyone's new to each other, and you go camping with strangers. Like,
Okay, really, dude? Locking me out?
Okay, in my defense, A, it was Dylan's idea, and 2, it was really funny.
Oh, yeah, right. Is that right?
I don't write the rules, man.
Okay, whatever. Look, are you gonna help me with the bags or what?
Nah, I gotta stay here and wait for Mr. H to return our cell phone, sorry.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god.
What?
Why are the stairs blocked?
Well, apparently it's to keep raccoons and other pesky varmints from ransacking the place. Mr. H's words, not mine.
Oh! Boring.
Don't play older Resident Evil games. It doesn't make me dizzy. Ooh, that looks scary.
I think you gotta open the front door since it's locked.
Okay.
Is that you, Dylan?
I'm under the assumption I have to ask everyone for help before I get back to her. But I'll open the front door too.
Quarry 6 was a pain. Yeah, but at least it's funny.
Oh, this place. There's this
Summer. Oh, general store.
It what? 3 to 5 p.m. 8 a.m. to 3 p.m. That is so early.
Damn, I would never see that place. I would never see that place with my sleep schedule. God damn. It's just pitch black back there. What the hell? Jacob not able to carry the bags himself. It's everyone's bags, not just his.
Kind of unfair.
It was unfair. It's fucked up.
Oh, that door doesn't even open. Okay. This is really cool,
This place
though.
needs a serious overhaul.
Well, everyone's sitting around. Everyone's dickheads. Don't want to.
Oh.
Whoa.
Jesus.
That is not safe.
That shit. Yeah.
How much would that cost you if it broke? Chad, do you have an estimate for that?
That would be over 10 grand.
That would be costly. Okay, I came from there.
We're packing bags into the car, not out of the car? Wait, what? Oh.
Is that the front door?
Yeah.
My dumbass.
I mean, first time seeing the layout, so it's fun.
All right. Got the bags.
It's the end of summer camp.
Great.
I
All by
wanted to
yourself,
explore
huh?
a little more.
Guess you're gonna have to get used to that.
Oh my god, you are so mean.
At least I'm honest.
Oh, okay.
She's
here we
honest.
Okay, you're not telling me the whole truth about you and Emma, are you, son?
Mind your business. What about you?
Oh, okay. So now I'm the one who's not telling the whole story, huh?
Oh, well, this is the bait I just gotta take, Jake. Oh. Oh, sorry, I just got so distracted about that rhyme. I forgot what we were...
No. You were telling me how you totally have a thing for Ryan.
Wait, are we talking about Ryan, the sailing instructor with the sexy brooding loner thing that totally doesn't do anything for me at all?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I expect that. Wow. Okay.
No, I'm not. What's my thing with Emma? Should I be mischievous or should I be smug?
You. Double down, yeah. Wow.
I do want to be mischievous.
Ah, sexy, huh?
Hottest at camp by far.
Okay, sure.
Look, it was all settled by the girls in bunk 7, like second day of camp.
Bunk
it goes
7.
Ryan, me of course.
They have a
then
tier
Jen,
list?
Emma, Abby.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Nick, and then Mr. H. And...
Okay, are you almost finished?
Wow.
Yep, that's it. That's everyone.
Oh shit.
So she really just dumped her ass, huh?
I don't. Okay. Her whole thing is like, how are we gonna make this work? Different schools, blah blah blah. My whole thing is like, you know, maybe long distance, blah 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 blah. And she was just like, Jacob.
She gave you the look, huh?
Yeah, do not pass go.
Man, she just got you wrapped all the way around that dainty little finger of hers. How does she do it?
Defeated. Defeated. Maybe I like it. Oh, wow. It's just a fling. What's up, loser? How you doing? He does look defeated, I can't lie.
He does. I just put on a brave face though.
Just can't give up. Don't give up.
Okay, you know what?
Wait, no.
Maybe
I'm
she
joking.
does have like this superpower over me, but you know what?
Superpower.
Well, I don't think it's just
Maybe
a
I like
fling.
Oh, likes it. Check. Totally not in denial.
Oh,
Check.
Okay. Wow, the fumes of jealousy are just stifling over here.
Excuse me?
I'm just saying, I guess some girls don't have what it takes to hang with the big dog.
Tell him.
You're a real charmer, you know
Tell
that?
him.
That's actually kind of cringe.
Bro, why you doing like that? You're supposed to hype him up. That's your character, bro. Why
Say that ever.
That's your man's, bro. Why you did you do that to
I
him?
don't know why you didn't make a move on Ryan. You should have seized the moment.
Well, can't see the moment that never
Your
happened.
character, hype him
You
up.
can't wait for it to come to you. You gotta make the moment happen.
What is this game? I told you guys this game is
Chase the
stupid. I
moment
was
around all summer
joking.
like a dog with 2 dicks until it dumps you on the last day of camp.
Okay.
Oh man.
Not gonna miss it, Caitlin. Okay, so are we sure that this old rust bucket's roadworthy?
We'll take a look. It better be. One more night in the great outdoors might actually kill me.
Hey, what doesn't kill you will make you stronger.
Well, I haven't killed you yet.
Oh.
You're still pretty pathetic.
Hey, shut up.
Damn.
Fuck.
Okay, so, total hypothetical, but if I was like a huge asshole
on his
and I wanted
ass.
to break down the van so we'd have to spend another night here, what exactly would I need to do?
Well, you'd probably break the fuel line, or, I don't know, rip out the rotor arm. And yes, that would make you a total asshole.
Okay, and what does a rotor arm look like again?
It's like
GG,
an
bro.
arm that's all
Oh,
rotary.
man.
You know, it's under the little black dome with the leads poking out. Jake, you do realize that even if we somehow did get stuck out here, one more night with Emma wouldn't make a difference. Trust me, Chick's made up her mind.
Damn.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'll raise the volume a little bit.
Man.
Hold on. Give me a second, raising the volume a little bit. Alright, now you pick.
I guess either doesn't matter, right?
He's about to break it or steal it just so...
I think stealing it would be better than breaking.
Yeah.
If you break it, then it'd be hard to get that piece. Stealing, you'd still have the piece.
So he's stealing the piece just to get one more night with Emma Frost.
Back tomorrow.
Shit, I don't blame him. It's Emma Frost.
I mean, who wouldn't want that?
For one more night with Emma Frost.
Why did they look like they're up to something?
Damn.
Jacob. What? No, dude, please, don't. Oh,
Oh, this guy's a dickhead.
He really is a dick.
Oh, nice catch.
Boom. Oh.
Thank you.
There it is.
Oh man, good
Oh my god! This guy what are you doing? Bro, stop.
Go, I go. That's your character.
Dude, no!
Take me back,
This
world.
guy's not doing me any
He hitting that
justice.
shit. He hitting that.
Nothing's ever your
Oh
fault, is
my
it?
god.
But now you know how I feel when I watch you fucking twerk with Groot. Now you know how I feel.
Unless, of course, is
Who just randomly twerks with Groot in the middle of a fucking match?
Okay, it was in the middle of the match. It was during our spawn time, you know?
Uh-huh.
It works.
Okay, well, at least I had a relationship this summer.
Ooh, damn. Now we burned.
Yeah, well, maybe not everyone is looking for a hookup.
Okay, let's all put our little dicks away and get this show on the road, huh?
Where's everybody else?
Why would I know that?
Sometimes you know stuff I don't.
Look, I don't even know how to respond to that.
You say, Nick, you're way smarter than me, and you're a super hot stud who gets any chick he wants.
Okay, yeah. Keep German, Junior.
Oh, I think I'd explore everything.
Oh, good.
Oh, I might have to
Request the trade.
Gotta go.
Trade. What? It's me?
Oh, I haven't seen her
Already?
yet.
Abigail? Okay. The faces be killing me.
They really.
It's perfect.
You know, I think Ryan might like her. I feel like they'd be good together. Right?
Sure.
I think they
Who's
would.
that baddie? Oh shit, she can draw?
She's an artist. You didn't read her.
No.
I mean, I didn't read most of mine.
I didn't read shit.
Your sister's name's Abigail?
It's MJ. MJ. Mary Jane from Spider-Man.
Hey there, Party Bear.
Status report?
We are officially empty nesters. High five up top.
Oh shit. Almost missed it.
Imagine missing that.
Oh boy. You're about to get your phone back, aren't you?
Let's go collect our bags.
Oh
and
wait,
away
everyone's
from
phone's
this
taken during camp.
mosquito-infested
Yeah.
Backwoods dump.
Door's locked, bags inside.
Fuck me.
Yep.
Well, it's obvious what we have to do here.
Find someone with a key?
Shape our destiny. Then by shape our
Stealth
destiny,
mission
I
incoming.
mean
No spoilers.
shape our way through this crappy lock and grab our bags.
No hinting, no spoiling. Wait, what do I do? Break it or leave bags? I'm breaking in that shit. What?
Okay.
Oh, yes, sir.
Let's do it. We better not get in trouble.
I leave my damn bags. It's the last day of camp.
Mr. Hackett's gonna find out.
So what?
You can hold that shit. We're leaving.
Something.
Have you ever seen a bear in these woods?
No, but that doesn't mean they're not out there.
Fair point.
All right, let's do this. On 3. 1, 2.
You think they could break in?
3.
Yeah, why not?
Oh, that was pretty easy.
All about the power of positive thinking.
Why do I ever listen to you?
Because I'm always right.
Emma is
Sure
proud
they
of
think
you.
It was a bear.
Oh my god, relax. It's not like we killed someone.
That is
Alright,
true.
well,
We
I'm
just
gonna
broke in to get
take
our
another
bags.
Look around, make sure we didn't miss anything.
Go nuts.
Alright. Gotta be at least a
Aw.
card or something here.
This was little Izzy's.
Izzy's. The fuzzy wuzzy. Oh hell no.
Fuck
Nah.
no.
Never mind. Never mind. It's missing an eyeball?
Thank you for the follow, some.
That's creepy as shit. Fuck it, I'll take it.
Let's get you back to Izzy.
Who's Izzy?
I have no clue.
Is that her sister?
Is it? I don't know. I volunteer all in chat. He's gonna watch the Hunger Games again. I volunteer as tribute. What was that? Oh, it's a light.
Can't believe I'm actually gonna miss all those lumpy, loose springs.
Lumpy loose. Oh, that does not sound comfortable. Lumpy loose spring bed. Freak show goes what?
Why would this place be in the
Freak
news?
show goes up in flames.
Did you just leave it there?
I mean, she put it down. I can't pick it up. Nothing else in here? I guess there's nothing else in here. Am I gonna play Until Dawn 2 when it drops? Yeah. You probably replay the first one since she hasn't played it. Before the second one drops. What is this? Oh, I can't go in there?
Co-op?
Yeah, it's co-op. It's like this game as well. You pick a character, you just play. Infer doesn't pay me? What are you talking about? What was this?
Dylan is not gonna be happy that the kids just left this year.
Whoa.
I'll tell Chris about it when we see
That
him.
shit is loud as hell. If I ever play DVD now. I don't have enough money to play Until Dawn 2. The game doesn't drop till next year, bro. Save up. Where'd she go? Where's Emma Frost at? Emma. Where'd she go?
Probably go put her bags away.
Emma and...
Ouch.
Take
So
out.
Jacob
Did they
hasn't
take out
seen this.
Tyler? No.
I think he crossed out...
That's so
I
sad.
think he crossed it out and put Summer? What is this? Empty veil. Vial?
Ugh. Ew. What is that? Is it Dylan's?
I am very curious as to what that actually is.
Wait, what does that say?
Jacob plus Emma forever, but she crossed out the ever and put Summer.
Oh, because it's like a fling.
Someone
I
crossed
think-
it out. Yeah.
Poor Jacob, man. My guy's gonna be heartbroken.
Can't go into any of these. I don't think I can. No exploring for me. Yeah, stop buying McDonald's every time. Yeah, save up, dude.
Bro.
McDonald's ain't even that good. But the fries are fire. Sometimes the nuggets too, but...
He really has heartless well.
Oh, you can run. It's LB. It's, okay, it's barely a run though. What the fuck? Just walks a little faster.
Like a little dash.
Yeah. Trying to look for cards, but I can't find any.
I think I'm gonna get a snack after this.
Go for it. Wait, I have to look up to read this or what? Coney Island, Tokyo, Boston, Burbank. Okay, this shit is huge.
So these are clues.
I guess. I guess you can call it that.
Why would
Well,
Emma
it's just
play with
info.
Rose feelings like that?
Mhm.
Maybe she's going for multiple flings, or maybe she doesn't
Some
want
girls
to
are
hurt
like that.
him. I don't know.
Some people will just, yeah.
Oh, they got a pool here.
Some people are like that.
Hey, why they got the pool if they got a lake?
Because a pool is more sanitary or more safer? You'd rather swim in a lake than the pool?
I mean, if you're going camping, right? Wouldn't you want to swim in the lake?
No. I'd rather swim in the pool.
I mean, realistically, I don't think there would be a pool.
Oh, well, yeah, but I get what you mean. Anything back here?
Like scary, not gonna lie. Yeah, it is kind of scary.
Yeah, lake would be scary. You know, to convince the kids to
I'm
get in a
so
lake.
afraid
compared to,
something's gonna touch my feet.
Yep. Which is why 9 times out of 10 people are picking pool. You can call me a kid all you want. I'm picking that pool.
I want to call you a kid for that.
Damn it, there's no cards. I'm cardless. So sad. Wait, there's something over there. It's like a score thingy. Leaderboard. Shooting
How
stars.
has anyone knocked Caitlin out of first place all summer?
Caitlin, a tryhard? Okay, Caitlin.
Maybe she's just naturally talented.
Ready to roll?
True. Sure, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Spread the best I could. A golf cart?
Time to let loose.
Rich people
and the
experience
moves.
pools. We got rivers.
How are you so
dramatic?
Annoying. Confident.
It's just acting. It's what the people want.
Oh, she'd be acting?
So she's faking it.
Damn.
In a way, faking it is just being yourself, but louder.
Yeah, if you're fake.
In a way? Hell no.
Yeah, what does that mean?
What?
If you're fake, it is.
It's too late now anyway.
For what? You and Nick? You never know.
Oh,
unless you
she
put
had Nick
yourself
for
out there.
Oh shit, now let me pick up my controller. Oh man.
Oh, wow. Oh, nice steering, Tex.
Jinkies.
I want one of those.
Okay, so
What, a
hypothetically,
golf cart?
If I were to put myself out there, what if
Just
he's
swerve in a golf cart?
Kind of like you and Jacob.
He's actually really sweet.
Oh, you got a theme with someone else.
Summer fling. We're going to school like 4 states away. He gets it.
I don't know if he
sure.
gets it.
But
no, he definitely
that's
does.
You and Nick could be different. Why don't you get his handle? Hit him up.
Oh, I already have his email. It was in the package.
Email?
First set.
What?
Email. Are you 93?
What's wrong with email?
Email?
I'm really gonna miss you, Abby.
What? Okay.
Hold on.
Email.
Oh, but the lodge is that way.
Go right here.
Why?
Come on, scenic route. One last victory lap around the camp.
Text the girl through email instead of phone number, bro. Does she think that's like
Jacob Lucky Emma didn't see him dance. Oh my god. That would be
which way should we do? The scenic route or back to the lodge? Should I go the scenic route and see if there's a card maybe?
You could.
Fuck it.
Sure.
Emma Frost wants the
What's
scenic
victory?
route.
2 months.
We will
no
listen to Emma
technology.
Frost's demands.
I kind of thought it was nice to be offline.
Ugh, I didn't. Plus, my subs need me.
Subs.
Supportive.
You know what? I actually believe you.
Abby, was that a compliment?
Your charm is infectious.
Yeah, but
What
you know,
can I
that's something, I
say?
guess. It's something, but it's
Unsubscribe.
nothing. Okay.
You better. As soon as you get home, sub,
Getting
share,
a girl or a dude's
smash
email
that
is
like
literally
button.
nothing.
The Holy Trinity.
Okay, well now I'm really regretting it.
She a
Oh,
content
no, you
creator.
love me. My favorite spot?
The fire pit?
If she's not emailing you, she's not the one.
Bruh.
Matt's
Okay,
included,
that
right?
okay, I give you that. If she's going out her way to email, there's got to be something there.
Smoke?
Is that smoke? Oh shit, it is.
Should we tell someone?
It looks pretty contained. It's probably just Mr. H burning some stuff before, he closes camp for the summer.
Yeah. Speaking of which, we should probably, get back.
Oh yeah, worried Nick's, gonna leave without you.
Well, no, they're probably like all waiting for us.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone's waiting for us.
They literally are.
Waiting for you. Everyone, same.
The fuck?
Ooh. Hey.
Oh, just transition. Okay. Oh, Dylan. Good luck. Oh, you want to get that snack real quick?
This guy's such a fucking. What was that?
Wanna
Oh,
get the
you're
snack?
right.
Don't worry,
Just
Jacob.
pause.
I got you. I got a.
Hey, go get it.
Okay. Give me a sec.
I was gonna imagine asking for a girl's email instead of her number. Why not both? I'm joking. What's this spider being? Dylan looks gay. What's wrong with being gay? And also, I don't think he's gay. That's for sure. Blah. Dear Ryan, you free for dinner? The type of emails. I don't think I would ever ask for a girl's email unless like we're doing something work related. Like, there's just no shot you're gonna see me ask for a girl's email. It's like a co-worker and you're doing like work shit. You guys are working on a group project or something. She said I got his email already. Oh nah. Grow some balls. Get that number. Looks like Matt Pat, bro. I can kind of see it. Ask for their Discord instead. Oh, okay. You slick with it. You slick with it, Lee. I see. Is that why you asked for mine? Ah, it makes sense. You slick with y'all. Spider-Man players are slick. But their Pinterest? What the fuck? Pinterest is crazy. Pinterest is insane. What? How does that even work?
Here's a snack, Jack.
What's the snack this time?
We got pretzels and we got fruit roll up.
Oh shit, she's actually treating herself. Wow, she's living a little for the first time. Nothing fruity, not something fruit or like crazy ass meat or something.
Fruit roll up is fruit.
Okay, that is like damn near candy though.
Okay, never mind.
That is like damn near candy though.
Okay, I'm ready. Go
Full
back.
tank of gas. So. Oh fuck me.
Oh, idiot.
Does nobody have phone chargers anymore?
There's no signal out here anyways, dude. Okay, this place is like patchy as balls.
Your balls are patchy?
What? No.
Ew, what?
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 Okay, just go get some juice from
What?
Mr. H before.
Yo, your character
Oh my
is
god, no!
like your character is
Bro.
interesting.
What the fuck, man?
Hey, where were you guys?
You chose a great
like?
batch of
that's
characters.
No, or her, please.
Let's go.
Just gotta get these bags up onto the.
Oh, hey, here. Let me get it for you.
I can take care of my own
That's
bag,
embarrassing.
thank you.
What? Are you
Damn.
sure? Because I mean, it's really not that big
She
of a
can
deal.
take care of her own bag. Thank you.
Damn, Abigail,
We can
no!
both take care of our own bag.
No!
Thank you.
Oh, dude. Okay, that is.
Abigail,
just-
no!
That's embarrassing. I feel so bad for him.
She ain't give him a layup? Nudge. Oh shit. You didn't give like a layup or nothing? Damn.
Abby, do you need?
Yeah.
Can I?
You can't lay up after that.
Thank you.
Nah, she should have helped him not. Whatever. Why'd I do that to her character? Bro, I didn't want Abigail to do
Hey,
that.
has anyone seen Ryan?
Terrible wingman.
Oh, yeah,
Wing
he's
woman.
probably off being all brooding and mysterious and alluring somewhere.
I'm here.
Zero Chris,
What were you doing under there? Having a little knee party?
I was listening to a podcast, actually.
Oh, podcast. Nice. That's cool.
What's it about?
Is it about me? What?
What?
This is so stupid.
Why am I being protective? I guess I'll be friendly.
Yeah, what's it about? Is it about me?
You'd think I was listening to a podcast about you.
If anyone ever had a podcast about them, it'd be me.
Yeah, if there's a podcast
These characters
called
are
How
so
to Look
dumb,
and Smell
bro.
Like a Butt.
Oh my god, you are so childish.
At least I don't look and smell like a butt.
You know, only one of them
No,
that's like
it's
not
a
stupid or crazy as her.
Paranormal podcast. This episode was actually about this place, weirdly enough. The Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
The
Hag.
who of the what's it where now? What's the Hag of Hackett's Quarry?
You don't know about the Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
If I did, would I be asking dumbass?
Tell her about the Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
I
So
don't
sassy.
think she wants to know about the Hag of Hackett's
Can we
Quarry.
just please stop saying the Hag of Hackett's Quarry?
It's just this campfire story for the kids. It's there's supposedly an old woman who died in a fire a few years back. She haunts the woods looking for her lost baby boy. There are like reports of whispers or whatever, and this figure that floats around, you know, textbook ghost stuff. Some people say that if she catches you alone, she'll try to turn you into her son.
Son?
Or kill you, or something. I don't know. It's never really been clear. Anyways, Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
You made that up.
It's right here in the podcast, man.
Cool story, bro.
You don't want to be a dick.
It's up to you. Your character.
Seriously though, you should have seen the first time you told the story to the kids at the campfire. They were scarred for life.
I mean, not for life.
You gotta be careful with this stuff, man. This shit's true.
Come on, dude, bullshit.
What's the holdup, Hacketeers?
Yeah, nearly done, Mr. H.
Well, up to it. Get those butts in gear.
Sorry, Mr. H. We had to liberate some luggage.
Shut up. Maybe if somebody didn't spend so much time trying to impress the ladies with all his ghost stories.
You asked.
Ghost stories?
The Hag of Hackett's Quarry.
Oh! Hey, you still have the van key, Mr. H?
The van key.
Why, yes, I do. You know, I'd lose my head if it wasn't stuck on. Back to the office I go.
The fuck?
Give me a hand, would you, Ryan?
Oh, okay.
Yo, Mr. H.
What's up, DJ Dylan?
Any chance I could get a little charge? I want to have some tunes for the road.
No can do.
Understanding, annoyed.
Cool, yeah. No worries.
Good man.
No big deal. You can share my earbuds.
When does Infer's characters die?
Okay, wait, no. That's kind of gross. Hold on.
Wait, what? I wasn't looking. What happened?
Ryan said he could share his earbuds with Dylan.
Oh lordy. You have to clean your buds, but I don't know. You guys want to predict? Fine. Whose character dies first? Infer. Oh, I'll give you guys 20 minutes. Cause surely none of us die in 20 minutes. All right.
This is way better than that, what, 1080 game?
Yeah, that game was ass. That's why I said I refunded it.
Chris, I'm
That game was ass.
moment to talk.
And it gets worse.
Uh-oh. I'm not fired, am I?
No, it's just, you know, about the whole thing with the...
This game starts slow, but it picks up.
Hold that thought, partner. I'm gonna have to take this.
It's not bad, though.
Okay.
Oh, good. Glad you like it.
It's not bad.
Oh, sorry.
Hello.
Alaya has better situational
20K on
awareness.
Infer?
She probably does, because she pays attention to the scenery and stuff. I'll be slacking off. Listen to the podcast or eavesdrop. I'm eavesdropping. What the fuck?
It's kind of hard to choose a decision.
That's good,
We're
though.
almost out of here, all right?
It's not just one obvious answer.
Just hold your damn horses, all right? Everything's A-okay on this end.
Bobby and I are geared up. If he's in the area, we'll get him.
This is a waste of time. You know it, I know it. No, should I have?
Come on, Jacob. Yo.
Probably staying out of the way. Speaking of which, the longer you keep me on this damn phone, the longer it's gonna take me to get rid of these damn kids.
Damn kids, damn.
Yeah, of course. Adios.
Why do you want Jacob to die, Dennis?
Yeah, why I want Jacob to die?
Sorry,
Why did you take so long?
I wasn't listening. I was just like.
Oh my god, you heard him walking towards the door and you.
I mean, I didn't hear what you
We're cool, champ.
No reaction time.
Sorry I pushed you out like that.
Man got no reaction time.
You need a hand looking for the keys?
No, end of summer, busy, you know. Anyway, you were asking me?
Oh, yeah. It was just the whole animation school thing, what you thought I should do.
Right.
You know, listen, whether or not I should, like, leave my sister with my grandparents, since I'd have to live on campus, you know, and my mom's not exactly around, so I wouldn't want to leave Sarah on her own. You know, our family's small enough as it is.
Well, family is important, Ryan.
Mm-hmm.
Dang it.
Is everything okay?
Is everything okay? You got a hot date tonight?
If you only knew.
So, what did you need me for?
You're one of my favorite counselors, Ryan. You know that. One of the good ones. But do you know how many calls I get from parents, letter after letter, with these terrified kids that they send home?
Damn.
I didn't realize that.
Believe it or not, scaring kids away from sleepaway camp is kind of bad for business. So maybe just ease up on the ghost stories.
Ease up. Just a little fun.
That makes sense.
It's
Sorry,
still fun though,
I
but
didn't realize it was such a big deal.
Gotta understand the repercussions of your actions, Buster. It's a big part of being a counselor, a leader.
No, maybe the kids are
Just stick to kumbaya
probably too
next
young.
time, okay?
Kumbaya.
You guys don't do kumbaya anymore?
You guys don't do kumbaya anymore?
I'm outgrowing my own cliches.
Old as hell.
Seriously, Chris, what's going on?
I just want to get you guys safely out of Dodge before the sun goes down.
Why?
Why?
It's getting dark, Ryan, and it's not safe to drive in the dark. And safety
else you might
is first step
swerve.
towards fun.
Men in the woods.
Fair
Just
enough.
give me a minute.
You should know what it is, Nas. Fuck you.
Where in the good goddamn are they?
Yeah.
Will you say goodbye to Caleb and Kaylee for me? They sort of just snuck off.
Well, you'll see him again next year. Caleb works at the scrapyard during the off season, and Kaylee, well, she's still figuring out what she wants to do. She's got her whole life ahead of her. They both just come and go as they please, really. Teenagers, am I right?
Uh-huh.
Actually, could have used the help packing up since we were short-staffed.
Hey, you guys seem to manage all right. But I'll tell them both you were
George,
sad
stop.
you
This
missed
guy didn't want to do shit.
Unlocked the van, put the keys in my pocket, came in the office. Right where I left him. Let's skedaddle.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Mm-hmm. So there's two, police officers or something?
Make sure
that's
they're all ready
waiting
to go.
come to the area?
For real this time.
Something like that.
Oh, but Jacob stole the They're gonna be stuck there another day.
Wait, how did
Yep.
you get your phone back? before
Another
this?
day without my fries. Yippee!
You should have turned it off before you handed it in, Dylan. Them's the rules, you noob.
You noob. Damn.
my god.
What the fuck?
Try not to dwell on the
Old
past,
ass man calling me a noob? I'd fucking lose
Because
it.
it's time to dwell on the minivan.
Them's the
Get on
rules, you
with our
noob.
respective lives. Move it. Let's go.
Old ass man calling me a noob. Bro, I lose it.
What's the problem? Ugh, dude, I don't know. I think there's something wrong with the engine, Mr. H.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, dude, it's just like kaput.
All right,
Oh
let
my
me
god,
try.
you're so bad at acting.
What, dude, I'm telling you, all right, it's busted.
Well, maybe you're doing it wrong.
Maybe you're doing it wrong.
The fuck, dude?
Enough.
The fuck?
Both of you. Shit. Come on.
All right,
Come on.
chill,
go.
dude.
Damn it! I thought I told you kids to check everything.
No, we did. It should be working.
Yeah,
Should be working, yeah.
Coulda and shoulda doesn't mean it is.
Oh,
Does it?
damn.
Damn it!
The guy needs him out of there. Welcome back, Rack.
Okay. Okay.
Look, it's not that big of a deal, okay? We'll just spend one more night here.
No! No! Just stop. Let me think.
Oh.
Okay. Damn it. You're right, yeah.
What?
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, shit.
Oh shit, I thought that was me.
Yo, yeah, I thought it was you for a second, too. That's me playing, huh?
Hey, Brian. Come here for a sec. Make sure that everybody is inside the lodge for tonight. Lock the doors. No one in, no one out. No one. Got it?
Damn, okay.
Okay.
I'll be back
You're gonna
first
get
thing in the morning.
fired if you don't
and
do
we'll
it
get you all
right.
on the road. You just have to keep everyone inside. Can you promise me you'll do
I
that?
would be crazy.
He can't take them in his car.
Not this many people.
Yeah. Sure. We'll stay inside.
Attaboy. Lock the doors. And for God's sake, keep the noise down.
Like right on the roof.
So
That was,
what was that about?
He,
yeah.
said to stay inside, that we're not leaving until the morning.
Are you kidding me?
Another day with Emma Frost.
Oh
Are
my
you
god.
kidding me? What are we supposed to do?
Well, we should go inside, like he said.
We could go inside until morning.
Yeah.
Or
we could do something else.
like what?
Oh my god, Dylan, you're gonna kill us all.
I'm curious.
What
Thank you
are
for the
you talking
follow,
about?
No
Dennis.
Mr. Hackett, no screaming kids. Just a bunch of grown-ass adults ready to cut loose and get down with their animal side.
Guys, someone tell Dylan to shut up.
P-A-R-T. Why the fuck not? All right, it seems like the stars
doing
have
a
aligned
party.
for us, no?
Okay.
One last epic bonfire blowout for all time.
I'm down.
I'm
Down
gonna
a lot?
lose. I'm
What?
gonna lose whatever this
Oh,
predict
dude.
is because of this dude.
Why?
Nick.
This is your
This
man.
dude is gonna
Yeah, I mean-
get us all
Dylan,
killed,
You don't
man.
claim your mans. That's
Obviously,
fucked up.
My man, Caitlin.
I don't claim this
I go where
guy.
my people need me.
Yeah. Okay. What do you say?
I claim my characters.
So why?
Just don't get my character killed. I don't care what you do.
Just trying to freak us out.
Yeah, you're
you know?
Dylan about not get my characters killed.
Like one of Ryan's stupid ghost stories.
Why would he want to scare us?
I'm sure he's just looking out for us. No big deal.
Yeah, no big deal.
All right, yeah.
No,
party.
I didn't mean.
No, yeah.
High five. Touch my hand, Ryan.
That touch my hand.
Touch my hand is crazy.
I would not.
I kind of made a promise.
I'm sorry. You made me promise.
Dude, he won't even know.
Group is bored of Ryan, bro.
No, dude, we get it. All right. You don't want to disappoint Daddy.
Oh my god.
Fuck you, Jacob.
Someone's got to give a shit.
Well, someone's got to give a shit.
Yeah, someone.
You know what? I don't even care what you guys do. I'm doing what Chris told me to do.
Ryan, come on, man. Wait.
All right,
guy got
all
some
right, all right.
problems.
Hacketeers. Party
No, he's
planning
obsessed
committee.
with
Let's
Ryan,
do
I
this.
think.
Okay. First things first.
Maybe love him. I don't
Oh,
know.
you think he likes
You will
Ryan?
get some firewood.
probably.
Emma and I will go to the stores.
Just my
for
hand. The
some
fuck is wrong
supplies.
with him? For real.
And,
Hashtag.
Dylan,
Yo,
you
no one
just-
thought that was
I
weird.
don't know. Figure out how to.
Not if you like him.
Something. All right, let's do this.
All right, let's do this. I guess. Oh, what the fuck?
Ooh, no. We're fucked.
Skunk. What the fuck? They got fucking hunters in a forest. I mean, in the fucking camp. What is that? The punish. Oh nah.
Oh no, he
Is that
sniffed
blood?
that. Oh no, these guys are thirsty for something. What characters is yours? I have Dylan, Caitlin, Jacob, and
Hunting. What is
Emma.
it? Hunting season. Oh shit.
Oh my god.
We're in the game. Like an hour.
We're gonna
2.
die.
Relax. We got this. I mean, I got this. I don't know about you.
Oh no.
I was hoping
My
you'd
characters
come
are like,
back to
fuck
me.
you.
Let's see what you found.
Oh shit.
Empty-handed.
I'm sorry.
You need to look around you, find my cards, and I can help you. Where I'm from, we look out for each other. Find them, please.
We couldn't find any cards. She's not happy with us.
You'd better be going. It's still early and the moon is bright, but time won't wait.
Hear that a
Not
lie?
For those with a story to
Find us some
tell.
cards. Use your
Be
detective skills.
careful. Look out for yourselves.
Detective Butter, come on.
Look out for my cards.
Bring out Detective Butter for us, please. We need some cards.
Haven't we played yet? Emma hasn't been. Oh, Emma and Caitlin haven't been played.
Oh, speak of the devil.
Cool.
We play Rivals yet? No. No, I played like a couple matches. That's it. Chapter 2, Truth or Dare. Chat, I dare you
Honestly,
guys
that game's kinda
to give us
boring.
all subs. What game?
So here we are.
Rare?
Stranded in the great American wild with
Truth or Dare
nothing
is
but our
like-
wits to guide us. Will humanity
Chat, I dare you guys to
prevail,
give me
or will we
subs.
grow ravenous and resort to eating the
Give
flesh
the
of the
subs.
deceased like I saw in that one plane crash movie. First course.
Hi,
filet
Gilbert.
au
How are you
Jacob.
doing? Welcome in.
Rich and full-bodied, this rare beefcake may
Damn.
leave an irritating taste lingering on the palate. An acquired taste, some would say.
Wow.
Wow.
What?
Looks like you're trying to thread a needle with a packet of loose sausages.
Oh my god, I'm almost done, okay? Jesus Christ. And for the record, your analogies are very hurtful.
How about yeah? Doing good. Thanks for the hydrate, Wolf.
Okay, I'm almost there. 1 second.
Clearly, we're playing the Quarry. This is my
alive,
first
boy.
time. I'm first
Alive.
impression. I got time.
Okay.
Damn.
Scene.
Oh, I mean, I could have kicked it.
You loosened it for me.
That's a compliment.
Okay. So, If I were a
Have you already
beer,
played this game, Gilbert?
where would I be hiding?
Beep,
beep, beep, beep.
The 20% success rate.
Oh, it's my beer dar. Helps me dar for beers.
Huh. How am I just noticing how super lame
I
you
was
are?
gonna say, she probably thinks.
My beer dar, dude.
I'm gonna go.
Oh
now.
my god. Oh my god, you're ruining it, Jacob.
Kids really wiped
You need
this
to
place
stop.
out.
You guys wouldn't understand. I think he's
Mr.
cool.
H loves his accessories.
A little bit.
Ooh. We gotta open that.
Think it's locked. Don't know what I was expecting.
Oh. Oh, hell yeah!
Like watermelons live?
Oh, jackpot!
Yeah, they're good.
Hey, check out my giant melons.
You like giant melons?
See, you just cut a hole in it.
Mm-hmm.
You pour
I'm
in your
not gonna
vodka.
comment on that.
Party time.
You pour your vodka right in it.
Yeah, it's the most fun you could have with a hole in a watermelon.
I love the characters you chose. They're so perfect for you.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you two alone and
Oh,
go look for
man.
some more party supplies.
They're so perfect for him.
Oh my god, this guy is just he's following me. Cool. So
Okay.
objective, look for party supplies.
We need to open that safe. I want all that safe opened.
I'm gonna try to look for cards before I
Yeah.
accidentally press a party supply. Oh, wait, it looks like it's leading somewhere. I'm gonna go back real quick. Oh, are you blocking the door?
He is.
Okay. Oh, the only way is forward.
What was that?
It
Hands
is.
down.
Oh, it's the old lady.
Mm-hmm.
Damaged memorabilia.
Who discovered? These flyers are promoting a traveling show called.
Aram
It took
Scarum.
place over 6 years ago.
Cool.
Interesting. It's a freak show fire. Wait, hold on.
What?
Oh, I can't check it. Freak show fire? I guess that's when the old lady lost her son in the
Yeah.
fire.
Yeah.
Pick up the cornball.
He's got a good heart. Doesn't matter if he's corny, chap.
Who buys this crap?
Wait, what does that say?
Pretty
19.
naive, though.
Oh. Go back to it. It says
19 what?
1953.
53.
Maybe that's the code. It might be.
Oh, yeah, it could be the code, yeah.
He's got a good heart. Bro stole the car apart. Bro. He could have broke it. Could have been worse. But he only stole it. It's replaceable. Chat, you wouldn't steal the car
Sometimes they
part?
lead to serious consequences.
I don't think like that. Yeah, I wouldn't steal the car part to spend one more night with Emma Frost. Yeah, not really about it.
Good heart, not understanding.
To spend one more night with Emma Frost, chat, you wouldn't? You would do that while I take Psylocke? No. Slow that down. I'm talking about chat. I wouldn't need to do that if it was Psylocke. She'd already be with me. That's completely different. That's completely different.
This guy's watching me, huh? Hold on.
You check the back corner.
No, not yet. I want to see if I can see the guy through the window.
Like the blob. There was different types of Psylocke. There's Betty, which is the... Oh, that's creepy.
Hello, old friends. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I could scare Jacob.
Have some
Better not
fun.
run away from me, though.
Do it. Have some fun.
Can't pass up an opportunity like this. Okay. Have y'all ever seen a grown man crap his pants? You're about
Bro.
to.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
wait. The wage cage is crazy.
You better not leave me alone.
All right, now where should I hide?
Hey, are some of these like... Oh, never mind, silly.
Hmm?
So if I didn't pick up the prop, would I be able to interact with it again?
I have no clue. That I would not know.
Look, if you're trying to scare me, it's not gonna work.
What if I get him killed?
I doubt this would get him killed.
Too early for that.
You're not scared of clowns?
What? No, they're funny.
Damn.
You think this is supposed to be funny?
I mean, yeah.
Oh, I'd get a new girl if Jacob can get with
Wow.
her for a whole summer, then can get someone who
You
actually
think
loves
it's
him.
funny now, little boy?
Because
You want to join 20 of my sexy clown friends in
What
a tiny car
the-
that somehow fits us all like it's no big deal?
What?
Moment's gone.
Not forgotten.
Damn. Yes, Emma Frost, yes. This is not my character. No, that's not on me. That's her. That's her character. That is not mine. I have normal characters. She chose some gooner crazy characters.
Moment's getting high.
Anything else in here?
Well, I'm gonna search. I'm still searching. There's that. How would I even find a card?
It's probably in the safe, if I had to guess. The card is in the safe, is what I meant. That's what I was saying, find the code. I think I
That
could be
door's
wrong.
gonna lead somewhere, but
Does
I don't
it?
know if Jacob's still blocking the other door.
Most likely is if we went back to it.
Let's see.
He is.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, just check the
Okay,
door.
that's the only other option.
Was it 1953? Yeah.
Oh, that's just wood.
20. That's crazy.
I wonder where this goes.
Was it locked?
There may not be a basement.
Why do I hear someone's footsteps?
I'm gonna call Jacob.
Jacob! Come check this out.
Alrighty then.
Oh my God.
Buckle up because you are about to meet your maker.
Oh my
He's doing this again?
Yes!
I was surprised you didn't kick that shit, yeah.
Oh my God, me too.
Staff only.
Good golly, Miss Molly.
There's hella snacks in here.
No wonder I kept this place locked up.
Think he'll be pissed when we raid his stash?
What? No. I mean, he left
perfect
this
for the
friend
party,
of
no?
his, like, human rights or
Human
whatever.
rights?
All right. Now let's see what we are working with. Hold that. The door will latch otherwise. Oh. Hell yeah. In and out. Job done. Boom.
What, the snacks? We're just getting the beer?
Go for it.
Alright, see if we can find a card, I guess. Maybe it's in here, maybe? If,
You guys don't want any ice cream? Hey, there's a couple of A's around here.
Oh,
Is that a gun?
What? What is it?
7739.
Oh, cool.
That's 2 codes we got.
And code.
Okay, that one's probably definitely the password.
Yeah.
Ooh. Okay, Elsa.
I'm done.
No! No! I wanted to press A again.
Man,
Okay.
she looking like Elsa Bloodstone now. She upgraded from Emma Frost to Elsa Bloodstone. What's that?
Jacob, check this out.
What? I can't move or else the
No,
door
no, whoa,
will
whoa, whoa, whoa,
latch.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Camping supplies.
What?
Oh,
No, she told him to
okay,
come check this out. Do not move.
There's tents back at the fire pit, so just let's go.
Torn.
Torn bags. Oh, they have blood on it.
Ooh. And the Lord Croft. No, I can see that.
Huh, what do you guys think is in this vial chat?
Did a bear do this?
I don't even want to know. I'm curious, but it's pretty disgusting. Is that it?
Okay, well, no.
Yeah, we don't
Is
want no
that a card
snacks.
right there?
Nope.
For real. I take snacks over beer.
I guess we don't drink like that, that's why.
I actually have some
So
beer
you're,
from
You're really gonna keep the gun?
Europe,
huh?
I guess.
Yeah.
I have European beer.
Ooh, fancy.
They're okay.
Okay. Well,
Fancy.
I am gonna find something. to
My
call
auntie
slides
got it.
back to camp.
It's not bad.
Hmm.
The only way I could drink it though is with milk. Blood. Oh, Eddie, how you doing? It's been a while.
We already have snacks at camp. Yeah, probably. I just gonna put the safe code in.
Better not have missed anything.
I think you got everything. There's like nothing else to interact with.
All right.
I'm in.
Hey, very nice.
Ammo? Shotgun
Wow.
shells.
Okay.
Just some fireworks.
Oh, fireworks?
Yeah, but I don't think we should.
No, Emma. Fireworks.
They could be good and they could be bad.
It's up to you.
Like, can you test a shotgun on Jacob?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Do that to Jacob.
This is a very, I feel like this is a very crucial moment. I can't quite tell what would be good or bad.
On my opinion,
Sure.
I would take it. Just personally, I would take it. But, I mean, I don't know. It's up to you. Just don't you have a gun?
You know,
The top ones are shells. Those are fireworks.
I have a feeling I should take it. I'm not take it though, but I took it anyways.
Fireworks.
What else are they gonna do with fireworks?
And might I just add, fireworks.
Well, they could bring unnecessary attention, or they could bring necessary attention.
I found
True.
these like torn up bags back there.
And maybe someone
They
else could have
were
used them if
pretty
they came
messed up,
around
and I
too.
think they might have had
You're right.
blood on.
Oh, stop.
Don't
Guess
take
we'll
oh,
find out.
Stay right
should
there.
not take it. Taking it.
Don't take them. Why not?
Oh, dude.
I don't even know what the
Peanut butter
fireworks do,
pops.
so like no spoilers.
Dude, peanut butter fucking butter pops.
Butter pops. Aren't those for kids? What do you mean aren't those for kids? Snacks can't be for kids. What? We can't eat snacks no?
What are butter pops?
No.
What?
Necessary attention you're looking for in the woods.
Okay,
I don't know. Maybe I want to call the cops and I have no way to call them.
A lot of firework.
Pop them in your mouth. Pop. Oh my god, they're like the greatest snack.
Ooh, I feel like I
Of
made a
all
mistake.
time.
Oh well,
What are
I
they?
can't
Are they
dwell
like
on it now.
popcorn?
What? No. They're nothing like popcorn.
Could be worse.
They're like their own thing.
We don't know. Maybe
Like
it'll be
their
good.
own
Maybe we're gonna need it.
Subgenre a food snack.
Sounds,
You know what? I
yeah,
haven't had these
it does.
since I was a kid. You are in for such a treat.
Okay, wait. Is there an expiration
Have you guys
date on
tried
that
circus
bag?
peanuts? I've been wanting to try them.
No, they're still good.
Nope.
Oh my god, they're
Never
like
had
20
those.
years old.
Okay. Look,
In the
they
store, and
predate
they're like
expiration
$2,
dates.
$2,
Well,
$3
you're gonna love
for
them.
like 5 pieces.
Well, I saw a wheelbarrow out front.
Which I didn't get.
So we can load up all our booty in there.
I'm sorry, what?
Booty? Oh, it means like treasure or butts.
No,
Oh.
before that.
Wheelbarrow?
Yeah.
Okay. It's like a barrel with wheels. You can put stuff in it and just wheel it around.
Oh, I see.
Ladies first.
Yeah.
Love you ladies, man.
Which way?
Say I'm not gonna.
Am I rich?
All right. The inner sanctum.
It's just an office.
This is where the magic
Them
happens.
two alone in the room.
Okay, yeah, let's just make this quick.
Sure. Just
What
give
you
me a
thinking
sec.
about? Hold on.
It's going.
I mean, Kat was saying they like each other, right? Or you were saying that?
Yeah, they probably do. I don't know.
Podcasts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh no! Don't. Why are you looking at him like that?
Yeah, freaky. Dismissive or friendly?
I don't think any of this would really matter, so I guess I'll go friendly.
What's it called? The one that you're listening to right now?
Bizarre yet bona fide.
That smile.
So like ghosts and stuff.
It's like, yeah, like the weird and the wonderful.
What?
Weird
Bite him?
mysteries and discussing if they're, well, bona fide.
Boner fide.
Oh my god.
Oh my
Get it?
god.
You chose some characters.
So, should we check out what Mr. H keeps in his private den of sin?
Oh my god, bro.
I don't know, man. I feel a little weird going through his stuff.
Okay, well, I don't. I mean, come on, what kind of dirty secrets is the owner of a summer camp full of impressionable young children gonna have anyway?
Mm-hmm.
Not Mr. H, I know, he's cool.
It's always been cool to me.
Dylan.
Can't you, like, speed it up at all?
I can try
What?
to encourage them. Go for it! You guys can do it! It's not working. It's really not
That's
working.
actually funny.
What does that mean? Like, what do you mean? Can you speed it
That's
up?
actually funny.
Like, what?
Oh man. An actual funny clip of him doing something funny.
I'm gonna do fucking shock the charger? Like, what?
Hey, what's the gun for?
I'm gonna rub my feet on carpet and shock it to speed it up.
Mr. H told me it was for
Yeah, Dylan's a little
bears.
weird.
Bears?
Bears.
Here?
Yeah, he said they don't really come around because he's got the gun to...
Yeah.
Hmm.
Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone.
Matt Pat? I have to look up Matt Pat.
The game theory guy.
Should I be
It's a
playful with
game
this
theory.
guy?
Dude, what if we're out partying tonight out in the woods and we
Mhm.
end up in a sort of most dangerous game situation?
Oh.
Like when people hunt other people.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Yeah. What I mean, think
Mm.
about it. It's camp is over and hunting season has just begun.
True.
What if okay, bear with me here. What if what's on the menu tonight is
Only have
us?
one concern.
Well, then I guess
What?
we would need to protect ourselves.
If
Exactly, that's
I
why we
loot
need
all of the weapons
gun
from this
for
place,
protection.
and
Yeah,
we end
not
up
gonna
coming
happen.
back to this place
What about for
and
fun?
needing it.
No?
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
it's better to have it on hand as opposed to not, you know?
Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't know that.
No,
like,
random characters.
You never know that.
Yeah.
Like, there's just
You're
no way to
calm,
know that. And that's just.
There's no way. But you have to come up with all the possibilities that could
You're
happen.
thinking about it too hard.
I always think about it too hard, dude.
That's
I'm
your
worried for my life.
problem. That's your flaw.
I'm not trying to die. I don't want to die.
No one's gonna die. Stop thinking like that.
We
What
don't
are you
know that.
scared of? I know that.
Younger looking camp leader Chris Hackles, 2 kids.
Oh, a handsome man.
Oh, that's Hackett history. Okay.
Kaylee and Caleb Hackett. Weird kids, huh?
Look, man, when your life's on the line, you got to think about everything.
No one's life's on the line.
And I firmly believe
They're
that my
pretty
life is on the line
reclusive,
right
you have
now.
to admit.
With the characters you have, you're in good hands.
Dude, we had an old man and a guy full of blood all over his body. You're not concerned about that? You're not concerned about that one bit? I'm being watched.
By who?
Well,
you don't even know who.
By those 2 guys. A guy with a gun, a guy with a knife and blood all over his body.
They're hunting, not for people.
Is that a trap?
Okay, why is this sniper looking at us then?
No. No, you cornered me, dude. What do you want? What is that dialogue? What does that say? Why does it say that?
Dude, his face, and if I chose playful.
I think your camera's blocking it too. I think someone said earlier your camera's blocking one of the options.
On my camera? Okay, hold on, chat. Let me. Where should I put my camera then?
I did bottom right, but I just shrunk it and did bottom right. Or you just shrink it. You can do bottom left, just shrink it a little bit.
I'll shrink my face cam just a little bit. I think that should be fine. Okay. Guess it goes to the basement. I'm not gonna be weird, man. I'm not gonna play this character out like that. He's already weird as
it goes
is.
to the basement.
Huh.
But why would Mr. H have a secret trapdoor in his office that goes to the basement?
Yeah.
Maybe it was here before this was his office.
Kill him.
He's like 1,000,000 years old. This has always been his office.
1,000,000 years old.
For storage.
Reminds me of somebody.
Yeah, or so that he can make a quick getaway when the heat comes down.
Okay, or it's for storage. Go ahead, open it up.
Open it up, bruh. You're a coward.
All right, well, it looks like a pit of eternal darkness.
That should look creepy.
You're being dramatic.
Climb down, take a look. Look, you can squeeze through there.
You opened it, you climb down.
It's Twilight. We're biting each other and turning into vampires and werewolves or something.
We are not fucking with
On
that.
second thought, I'd rather not know what Mr. H is into. Mysterious.
I'm not fucking with that, dude.
Sure.
But oh wait, what was the option? To go down there or not?
Yeah.
Shadow one.
I mean, I could.
that's a
It
nice
would have
chair.
been
I could get
fun.
used to this.
But going
You better hope
downstairs,
Mr.
we
H
already
doesn't catch you
know
taking his baby out for a
something
joyride.
that was down there that was weird. I want to live a little longer, you know?
Okay.
Ringy dingy ding. Oh, sorry, bud. Gotta take this 1 second. Hello, Hackett's Quarry Summer Camp. What doesn't kill you will make you stronger. What can I do for you on this darn
What if it's a
doozy of day?
secret sex
Is that
dungeon?
your impression
You don't
of
want to go to
Mr.
the
H?
secret Mr.
Yeah,
H sex dungeon?
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
you're absolutely right. He does need to be nicer to Dylan.
There's a 50-50
And,
for that.
what's that?
Wait, what? Wait.
You want him to give Dylan his phone number?
Wait,
Okay, wait, not
Wait,
actually
wait,
that.
wait,
Not
wait,
actually
wait,
that.
Smooth.
What?
That's
What
not what
did
I
you say?
mean. I meant to say there's a 50-50 for it to be bad or good. I meant. You shouldn't have said that after you said
Okay. Wow. We're learning a lot today.
No, I did not mean. It was very
Yeah,
bad.
you got it. I don't judge. You.
Oh. Laura Kearney and Max Brindley.
Oh yeah, those are the ones that never showed up.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
so this is
because of these
after.
goobers that we had to work extra shifts this summer.
Yeah, it is after. Yeah.
It's a long cutscene. Let me explore more. Let me see if I could interact with it again. Oh shit, never mind. Oh, okay, cool. Kaylin's activities coordinator. Emma is theater coach. Laura was supposed to be first aid support and wildlife training. Dylan, announcements and scheduling. Abigail, art tutor. Nicholas, cook, kitchen supervisor. Who's Nick?
Forgot.
Oh, I think I know. I think I know who that
I have
is.
not been paying attention to people's like names and shit. Other than like what
Ryan
Abigail,
is
Emma Frost. I'm just naming them off their stupid shit just to remember them. They just like every game I play.
Jacob is jobless. Dennis. Oh man. He's the Australian. Okay, I can interact with that again. There's something right here. Oh, I already saw this.
Yo, leave the gun alone, man.
You got it, boss.
Damn.
All right, bro. All right. I'm just seeing if I could take it. What if I touch it again?
Dylan, what the fuck, man?
I'm sorry. I just really want to know.
Yo, he's on your ass. I can't lie.
I told you to leave it alone twice.
He's on your ass. God damn.
Oh my
what the
God.
fuck is wrong with you?
I kind of want to press it again.
Do it.
Yo, my guy.
Okay,
what the fuck is wrong with you?
So you can poke around in Chris's private area?
I'm sorry, is that something that only you're allowed to do?
Hardy har har.
Come on, what's the harm in looking? You're not a little bit curious? I'm not gonna touch anything.
Fine. Don't let me regret it.
Can't promise that, but... Nothing but net.
You're using
okay.
it wrong.
Huh.
Oh, it's like someone lives there.
Fashion icon.
Mr. H knows what he likes.
Sure he does. Wow, there's... Yo.
Hey, maybe we shouldn't...
Oh, that's creepy.
Ryan?
So many discoveries.
Whoa, what the fuck?
These monitors, this is the camp.
Oh, this is gonna make Ryan
Mr.
like
H
a lot more
spying on us?
suspicious.
No.
Of him.
Yeah.
No.
Or
Can't-
delusional.
These are just... They're all different trails in the woods around camp.
Sure.
Most of the cameras are pointed away from camp, so it's not like he's spying on the kids, unless they wandered out into the woods. You know, these are probably just trail cameras.
What are trail cameras?
People set them up to catch weird, random shit.
Okay, yeah, like what?
Like Bigfoot sightings, you know, that kind of thing.
Bigfoot sightings. Okay.
So, okay, I'm going to upgrade Mr. H from super creepy pervert with a spy cam to, you know, super crazy conspiracy hunter.
To be fair, Bigfoot's not a conspiracy.
Okay, fine. How about an aspiring cryptozoologist? Hey, maybe he likes the podcast that you listen to.
Sure, yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
he likes
but
him.
Why go through all the trouble of hiding this room through a secret door
Chat,
in
any
the
of you
closet?
guys into conspiracy theories?
I mean, it's
That's very
not exactly
interesting.
Secret,
To
right?
like
it's
care
just
about and
hidden
stuff, but
by stuff.
Yeah, that's what a secret is, Ryan. It's
Depends.
weird. It's majorly weird.
I don't
so
disagree
handsome.
with you, but
Am I handsome?
It's gotta be
Thanks.
something juicy in here.
Dylan, it's none of our business. And if you really want to know, you can ask him tomorrow. I'm sure that won't be an awkward conversation, like, at all.
Okay, yeah, maybe I will.
All right.
$5 ass down.
I'm leaving the secret layer. Have fun.
Hey, you just admitted that it's a secret layer.
Oh, why'd it do that?
Oh, I forgot to share the thing. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there's a face on the right. You see
Real?
that?
Oh, I do see
Y'all
the
saw
face.
that? Face on the right. Oh, it won't let us see now. The island, woodwalk,
Hackett's
lodge,
house.
boathouse. Oh, this is all the camera locations.
Yeah, excavation site, the island, boathouse. What did I say? Scrapyard?
Scrapyard. Uh-huh.
Replace scrapyard. Wait, what did I say? Replace scrapyard, camera.
These are the camera locations.
One entrance.
Check family bath left cam. Check family back left camera. Is that what it says? Family? Huh. Intriguing. It's over here. Or family.
Oh.
Okay.
Familia.
Oh, what if we catch those guys?
Probably will.
Okay, these are boring.
Nothing's changing.
I guess they're not.
Interesting.
Oh, phone charged.
Oh, they're fully charged. I wanted to explore more.
You can just go to the basement. It even gives you the option for that. Oh, you can go more.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. I don't think it'll give you the option for the
I
basement
thought it was
anymore.
gonna.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
what
it
if there's a
won't.
card in the basement? You never know.
You're so right. Mm-mm. Damn, there could have been a card in that basement. It's over here. Oh.
Get rewarded by exploring. Explore all you want. Besides, that old lady's gonna be mad at us if we got no card again. I don't think it would even give you the option anymore though. But
Whoa, there's some pretty heavy-duty stuff in here.
Yeah, maybe let's not. touch
ibuprofen, painkillers.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Ketamine. Wait, what does that say? What? Painkillers,
Yeah.
toothpaste.
Okay.
Won't let you look up.
Interesting. So you need a lot of those. I could look up. You want me to?
No, it's too late.
Too late.
Oh well, it's not too late. Wouldn't let you.
No, it wouldn't let me.
Hmm.
All right, let me touch that gun again.
Oh, won't let you?
Oh, okay. It won't let me interact with it
I see you
anymore.
go to the basement.
Nope.
Oh fuck. It's in a drawer.
Same thing.
Oh, okay. I missed? No, no one died. Yeah, what do you mean, yeah? None of our characters is dying. Have some faith, chat.
Whoa, look at this whole thing. Hey, give me your number. I want to try it out.
Why?
That's a slick way to get somebody's number. That's a
Oh my
playmaker.
God.
That's a playmaker. You didn't even peep it? Oh shit, that would have worked on you. Hold on, that would have worked on you.
What?
That was a play right there. You shouldn't even peep it, chat.
Oh.
Oh, my kid's gonna die. What the?
Let's try it.
So that I can ask you out on a date.
That was green, chat.
Smooth.
I think if I tried a cell phone number on this thing, it would just explode.
He's interested.
Hello? What?
See, it was smooth.
Whoa.
See?
Who is it?
Oh, what?
Hello? It's weird. I thought I heard someone.
Maybe you should have asked them out on a date.
Damn.
I missed my shot.
Damn, I'm not gonna lie. I would be so surprised if Dylan lives.
What?
I'm gonna be.
That's your character. Are you saying that?
I'm gonna be so real. I'd be so surprised if he lives.
That's crazy.
Definitely might kill someone. Sorry, not sorry.
So, got anything going on when you get back home? School or?
Jury's out.
Understood. Girlfriend?
Not exactly.
That's awkward.
Boyfriend?
Boyfriend?
Free agent.
Cool, yeah. Me too.
Are the phones?
This is so awkward. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
You want to check?
You want to
Not
check?
gonna lie, Dylan gotta go. This guy is killing me.
Oh, this is great.
Nice. Full up.
Team exploring?
I'm gonna see if I could chat with him repeatedly like I did with the gun. If anything
So,
goes
if
any
you do
further.
go to school in the fall, have you, like,
Yeah, I can.
picked out a major or?
I don't know, man. It's kind of hard to talk about right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, chat.
Oh,
I
have
have
you
to
not
make you go through
decided
this.
what you're gonna do with your life?
Hey, are the phones
We're
done
chilling.
yet?
Damn. Okay, he doesn't want to talk.
Character's black. Yeah, he does not. I could pursue, but I'm gonna ruin it for Dylan.
Nice. Full up.
How is that full?
Actually, you know what? These phones would die so quick. That might put us at risk.
I don't think it'll charge anymore.
Yeah, that too.
I don't think it charges anymore. I think it caps out at 28. Party time. Unless you want to
Let me do it
explore.
one more time. I want to see how far I could go talking to him.
Go for it.
Nah, he's probably gonna be mad.
Hey, so did I tell you?
Dude.
Oh.
Right.
Okay.
He shot that shit down ASAP. Damn.
He really did. I have
Oh my
no
god.
opportunity.
Damn. Nice.
He's getting sick of your ass. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Hey,
He be getting so mad.
Oh man.
Are y'all sure this is an NPC? What the fuck?
Thank you.
Motherfucker is not having it.
Fuck.
He ain't having it. That dude is not an NPC. What the fuck? Oh, me?
Oh, Nick.
Oh, I have Nick? I thought you had Nick. Ah, fuck. Okay.
Oh, you got
It'd
Nick
be a
and
lot
Abigail
easier with
too.
Mr. H's chainsaw.
Oh, okay.
It's really very pretty out here when there's no kids around.
Yeah, they can get kind of obnoxious, huh?
Yeah.
They always seem to listen to you during painting class.
You've seen my class?
He has a stick.
Just walking by.
The art cabin's all the way out of the way.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, well, there's
You got
this
caught.
shortcut that I take that goes by.
Okay
Which
to
way
get
should we go?
caught if that person likes you too.
Well, why don't you choose?
I guess.
Unless it's some weird shit.
Rocky Road, Shady Glade. Y'all feeling shady? Y'all feeling rocky? How we feeling? Let's do shady.
Feel like a glade or a road.
Let's go this way.
I'm feeling shady today. Oh, hell no. Oh, that's not that far.
Oh my god, are you okay?
No, that's not that far. That's fine. No, we're good. We're good. We're good.
You said Nick dead.
Dead, bro. That small ass slide.
Oh my god, the shortest what? What, the shortest lifetime or something? That'd be so funny.
That small ass slide, bro. You may have lost a little bit of aura, but he's fine. She laughed. It worked. It worked out.
It'd be kind of hard to find a card here.
That's what I'm saying. I'm looking for that right now. You notice me looking?
Yeah.
Bro, there's no way. I don't think I can find a card. Yeah, I give up. I have to check every square inch. What is this?
Oh, wow, you got some nice music.
I think it's a ranger box.
Oh.
Like a supply cache for rangers or whatever if they're out in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Naked rangers?
It would seem.
Oh. That's...
Crazy.
Lock in, Ignis. What the hell are you saying? Oh, I didn't mean to press that again. Fuck. What is wrong with the music?
What's that? Whoa.
Why is that doing?
Ooh, that did not sound nice.
Check this corner. Oh yeah, I can run. I forgot. Well, sprint.
Speed walk.
Yeah.
Did you check the left before you hit the ranger's box?
The left?
Not that left, over there.
Over there?
Yeah, the left of the ranger?
Sure.
Yeah, closer to the water.
I think that's the right where we're supposed to be going anyway, no?
Oh, up to you. I really don't know.
Nah, yeah, it's kind of hard to...
It is kind of hard to tell where you're supposed to go. Oh.
I am not slipping on that.
Oh, that's nice.
With the view?
That's really nice, yeah.
So where does the stream actually go?
The lake.
Oh, yeah. Duh.
Bro. Chat, y'all telling me I wouldn't want to spend the night at camp? This place seems cool, no? Nice and romantic, too. You guys don't want to spend at the camp?
Those guys. The bloodied guy and the guy who
Whoa,
put
you're
blood
not
on
supposed
his
to know
face,
about that.
That's nuts.
You're not supposed to know they're there. Okay. No. Okay, if you guys didn't know that guy was there with a gun or whatever the hell. With those two.
No, I wouldn't want to stay with them anyways. These guys do not seem fun to hang around.
Oh, well, yeah, but talking about like camp as a whole.
Probably. Honest answer, probably I would.
I mean, like, my state's weather? Fuck no, damn.
I know where we are.
Oh, yeah, you know what?
Up here.
If you live in like Australia or some shit, oh hell no. Fuck around and get kicked by a kangaroo or something.
The spiders there too? Mm-mm.
Big ass Australian spider.
I would hate that.
This view is just...
I know some of them would chase you in the water too.
Bro. Spiders can swim?
I've seen one, but I'm not sure if it's an AI video or not.
Damn, look at the view, chat. Look at this. I'm in Florida. Oh, yeah, you're going to get clapped by an alligator. Oh, no. You're really good.
Test your riz.
Okay.
Damn, Abby, you're really good.
No, this is nothing.
No, really, I'm not just saying that.
This is rough, but if I can get a little bit of it down, then I'll remember it better later.
It's really cool you know that about yourself.
Yeah. I guess so.
I mean,
she's
not
nervous as
everyone knows
hell.
what they're
Damn.
capable of, you know?
I'm sure you're capable of a lot, Nick.
I mean, of course, I just don't know what.
You'll figure it out.
I didn't know she had a tattoo.
It's on her right arm. Damn, why is he sitting so far away? Damn. The fuck was that?
Did you hear that?
Huh?
You didn't hear that?
Oh, no.
Listen, there's something there.
Oh, it's a boar or something.
The fuck is that?
It's a boar, right? A baby boar?
It's so tiny.
The fuck?
Oh, he's so cute. Oh. Wait, where's mother?
So
They're a little piggy.
Watch a mother chase them, and that'd be scary. I think they're like that too.
Hold on.
They get really defensive.
Hold on.
That's so. wow. Don't breathe. Oh, it's a tutorial.
Oh, okay.
You're in danger. Hunted
A
by
worm, maybe
creature
I'm dead.
indeterminate or
What the fuck is that?
Don't breathe.
Like
You
Shrek.
need to stop breathing, tricking the beast into taking your
Oh, you gotta
fingerling
hold
by
A?
corpse. And where's the fun in hunting
And release
them
when
which
it's
is already
safe.
dead? Watch the
You gotta play
vehicles
dead.
alter or listen to the sound change
Oh,
as
but
the
you have
threat
like.
approaches.
There's only so long you can hold your breath.
When the danger is past, run. Pick the right
Run.
and run for your life. Be warned. Exhaling or running at the wrong time may just mark you as the creature's quarry.
Damn.
Causing serious
damn.
consequences.
Animation is pretty good, yeah. That guy just stomped him.
Oh boy. I can only hold my breath for so long though, no?
Yeah. You're good.
Oh, the slime! Oh. Did he piss on? Oh. That's embarrassing.
Oh no. I'm surprised she's laughing at that.
He got pissed on. Did you draw?
Okay, did you get all that?
Huh?
I thought you were gonna draw me getting Frenched by a wild pig.
Ah, got it all up here.
Negative or bro, I saved her life. It's worth it. You wouldn't take getting pissed on over saving someone, chat? It was worth it. We saved her. Not all heroes wear capes, chat. Not all heroes wear capes, chat. Oh, it's your turn.
Oh, my turn. Finally, I get to play
Caitlin.
Caitlin. It looks dark.
Out of all like the characters, I think she's like probably the most normal.
Hey, Bonsai. Well, you said she's the most what?
Normal, I'd say.
Finally
I think
get
she's
my
the
phone
oldest,
back. It's
so.
just a big dumb brick.
Probably.
They finally got their phones back. Shit, it's almost nighttime.
Oh, right. Samantha, you're on today?
So Samantha. Can you zoom in? Oh, you can't zoom in.
No. I was seeing if I can too.
Let's take a photo.
Ooh.
Oh, beautiful. Yo, King Epic, with 32.
We're playing the Quarry right now.
Hey, Caitlin. Guess what?
Hi,
Mr.
Rick.
H is a ghost. He has
How you
hidden
guys
cameras
doing?
everywhere and a secret room.
No, that's not.
Uh-oh.
Whoa, now, back up. What?
His eyes are everywhere. He's always watching us.
Knock it off, man. He's just got trail cameras set up, forest surveillance, that kind of thing.
Thank you for the raid, Samantha.
don't think that's
Welcome,
weird?
Raiders. We're
Well,
playing
he's
the
got a
Quarry
perimeter
right now.
check, kids to protect. Probably just to keep track of wildlife.
You guys have no imagination.
If you haven't seen it, we're just playing characters. It's a
going on here?
decision-based
Everything ready?
game. We have multiple characters that
Still
we're
no
playing right now.
service.
And I'm playing with Infer.
Ah, yeah.
So, pretty boring.
It's about to be
Right now
party
it's my
time.
turn.
I wonder, maybe
It's about to be party time, chat.
out of the sky or
Gather around the campfire.
Yeah, and landed in the forest, waking
Oh,
from her slumber.
Samantha.
Hacking.
Okay.
So it works well in Power World
You know,
then?
I just realized we may never see each other again after tonight.
You can't have just realized that.
Just trying to set the mood.
What?
See,
movie?
chat? You guys might never see
Right,
each other.
you know.
That's
Speaking
why it's
of
important to
setting
spend
the
one more
mood,
night with Emma Frost.
I have work to do. Okay, because playlists don't make themselves. I mean, I guess they do, but
Who do I want to die first? No one.
Yikes. Wording.
Oh, I know what I said. Abby, Nick, just in time.
We got wood.
We've already done that joke.
It's mostly just kindling.
Oh, that's all we need. There's already a big pile of logs here.
We could have gotten more, but there was a hog or a boar. But Nick was very, very brave
See?
and took one for the team.
See, chat? Wait, took one for the team. Wait. Playful. A hog of Hackett's Quarry? Okay.
Are you sure you guys are okay? Nobody got gored?
Well,
it wasn't a bullfight or anything.
Though I think Nick did make a new girlfriend.
Oh, do tell.
damn. God, that's
Special
loud
delivery.
as fuck.
That was a mistake. I should have never grabbed that shit.
That was loud as
Okay, it's not
fuck.
even real.
Well,
I mean, it's a real gun, but it's
Oh,
just a shooting
shit.
We
barrel.
found it in the storage room.
We didn't even start the party yet.
Okay, fine.
Samantha.
Fine, we'll put it down.
Thank you. Guns are no joke, dipshit.
And
Yeah, what about you, alive? Who do you want
a
dead?
hand-picked selection of only the finest that
I don't want
Hackett's
anyone
Quarry
dead.
has to offer.
But I have a
freaking
feeling
way.
some
Yes,
people might
freaking way.
die.
Pop, pop, peanut butter, butter pops.
Like
Oh my
these two.
god. Oh my god.
I didn't even know you could still find these anywhere.
Hey, cool your jets there, cowboy. All right, these.
Location revealed.
You can't just shove those in
Bro.
your face and not expect
I
them to
mean,
wanna
even if
pop,
we
pop,
didn't
pop
do
in your mouth.
fireworks, they
Come
would
on.
have saw the smoke in
Am
the
I?
air. Where the
Who's
fuck
handling
is coming
shotgun?
for us?
No,
What,
it's
you gonna
funny.
shoot me over them?
No, dumbass. Okay, we are going to shoot for them.
Oh, so we're gonna waste
No,
bullets.
dude.
Cool.
Absolutely not. No.
I'm not leaving you with a gun. I don't blame her for saying that.
Okay, there's no way I'm leaving you dillweeds alone with a gun.
Come on, look, the shooting range is like right over there. Okay, it'll be fun. Okay, look, you and me, old-fashioned shootout.
The way
First
he's
prize,
holding it is like
peanut butter butter pops, all to yourself.
not the safest
Dude.
either.
I guess you don't really want them then, huh?
Fine, you're on.
Yeah, boy.
Yo, watch
But
where
I
you
had
point that
to-
thing.
Jacob, hand me that gun now. I mean, nobody's handling any firearms if you're gonna act like a dick about
Okay,
it.
then you can be the ref. We need an objective third party.
Okay, we're trying to get a party started here, Jacob.
Okay, well, the main party's not gonna die just because you're off on a little side quest. Come on.
This
It's getting
guy.
way too late.
It is pretty
All
late.
right. Guess we're gonna get
Oh
ourselves
shit,
an
never mind, we're doing
old-fashioned
it.
shootout. Look, there's a clearing we can use as a shooting range back there, but
Jacob
if I see
is-
either of you dicking around, I am turning this car around.
Oh, we'll be good.
No comment.
Sheesh.
Gotta go. None of them have survival skills.
Oh, come on, man.
I think the one with the most survival skills is probably Caitlin.
Yeah, easily.
Okay, so just so you know, I was an expert marksman, third class, 3 years in a row, ranked highest in camp each year. I'm just letting you know that your goose is cooked, Nick, but if you back down now, I might let you just have one little peanut butter butter pop if you're lucky.
No
Bruh.
way. You've never even seen me shoot.
Yeah, that's because you've never
Who
shot
do you,
before.
who do you
Yeah, not
guys
that you
gonna
know
think's
of.
gonna win, chat?
Okay, I think I would know.
Well, my
Boys,
character,
I'm
of
gonna
course.
stop
You
right
know.
there. As much as I'm enjoying your charming machismo, the moment we step foot on the shooting range, we're playing by my rules, okay? And what I say goes. Got it?
Okay.
Okay, good. Now I'm gonna go set up some targets and get more shells. Do not move a muscle or touch his gun until I'm back.
He's leaving
I'm
the
worried
gun.
my guy's gonna do a corny
So is it just
move and
me, or is it kinda
accidentally
hot? Why'd you
fuck
get so
up.
bossy like that?
I'm always hot
And
pencil
miss a
down.
shot.
Okay, thank you. Bye, bye.
You see that?
What?
That's blood.
Where? Oh, on the floor next to the melons?
Oh, is that not blood?
It was okay.
Hey,
I think it was, but
So,
it doesn't.
what
I don't know.
happened?
It's kind of hard to tell.
Well, we
The
flirted a
lighting.
little. She's really smart.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, you see the deal?
Don't be gross.
What? No, hey, look, no sweat, okay? We all get performance anxiety sometimes. You just better make your move before a real man swoops in. speaking of, let me show you how a real man shoots his gun.
Are you guys seriously still thumping your chests at each other?
No, I think he's got brain damage.
Okay, please just give me the gun.
You'll have it when I say you'll have it. All right, huddle up, boys. This is how we're gonna do this.
Okay.
You're shooting the one on the left. Nick first, then Jacob's turn.
Okay.
Keep your fingers off the trigger till you're ready to shoot. You got it?
Aye, aye.
All right. 2 things. Remember the spread, remember the recoil. This is a shotgun. We're not sharpshooting here.
Okay.
Flashlight shows you where you're aiming. Obs.
I got a tutorial.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to have to say, there may well be times during your stay at Hackett's Quarry where you'll have to defend yourself using potentially deadly force.
Damn.
When engaging in combat, simply aim your weapon and shoot where the flashlight is pointed.
Oh, okay. Damn.
Take note, if you're up close and personal with your target, you'll do more damage. The farther away, the larger the spread, and injuries may not be fatal. There's a time and place for the use of weapons, and you may want to consider all your options. Remember, it's not always wise to pull the trigger.
Shit.
That's how people get hurt.
Okay.
Ooh, dude, we might kill each other.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Where's the confidence?
Potentially, if it ever comes to it, you know.
Nick,
if you try to defend yourself and then something, you know, it's not what you
No, dude, don't think like that.
And
No. You gotta be positive.
Confident.
Confident,
I can be
positive. I have faith in you.
All right, Nick.
And you have faith in me, like that.
Okay.
That's how a partnership works. Who's your character?
I mean,
Wait, it's
I'm
mine
just
still. Fuck.
listing out the possibilities. This guy Nick dying first.
Wait, you want me to shoot the bottle, or what did she say?
Nice shot.
I'm shooting all the melons.
Lucky.
Lucky.
Point to you, Nick.
W. Your turn.
Good job, Nick. All right.
So I get the smaller bottles?
Let's see what you got.
I think you got melons as well.
All right, you might want to
Whoa.
avert your eyes, Nick.
This
Don't
guy.
give you any more performance anxiety.
All right.
Yo, why he holding it like that? Oh.
I thought you were an ultra elite pro marksman.
Yeah, with like a rifle.
Whoa!
That is how you get someone shot.
Nah, it's okay. You probably would have missed me anyway.
Hey.
Oh my god,
being
this
dumb.
guy.
No.
Yeah, your character is great. Gloating or friendly?
Sorry, Jake.
Fuck, too late. I would have pressed it.
Butter like next time?
Hey, I didn't want to say
Butter
it.
like next time. Damn.
Oh, damn.
Blam. You
Okay.
thought this was over?
What the? Whoa.
Oh, shit, I don't want to mess with her.
Pop, pop, peanut butter, butter pop.
Wait, so she wins? Oh, fuck.
Well, I still win, huh?
Okay, I see what you did there. No, dude.
Oh, Dennis, this is so sad.
I see what you did there. Oh, Ryan? Oh, it's nighttime. No snap. It's party time, chat.
I really like this game. Like watching a movie with chat.
Yeah, it's fun. There's tons of these that you haven't played. I'm surprised you have not played these. So I said it's like not that scary. It's more thriller. But I mean, some parts are scary. We're just not there yet, if I remember correctly. The full moon? Oh shit. It's a short game too. It's only like 7 hours long, and we're like 3 hours in.
This is where it gets serious. But we still haven't found any cards.
Wait, don't say that. Don't remind me.
Come on, people, we
Moon
might
Knight?
never see
Oh
each
my
other
God.
after tonight. Let's make some memories.
What do you have in mind?
How about the ultimate game of secrets and lies, truth or dare, but Dylan style?
Dylan style? What the fuck is Dylan style?
House rules are, Someone asks you truth or dare.
Okay.
Then you
Probably gonna
choose,
drink.
and then you do. And there's no ifs, ands, or buts.
Okay.
So like normal truth or dare.
That's not what over there.
Yes.
Then
So
why
we
was
can,
it
like,
Dylan style?
Make people kiss.
If they choose dare, yeah. As long as everyone consents, of course.
Okay.
I mean, keep it in your pants until it's your turn, but...
Well, who does get to go first?
Well,
How do we
it's
decide
house
that?
steals, so...
Oh my god, don't pick.
Abigail,
Okay.
truth or dare?
Truth.
You really dodged a bullet, huh? Alright, here goes.
What is your character about to ask?
Have you ever
Some
slept
dumb
with
shit.
anyone?
Oh.
Oh, I.
Interrupt. Oh, I can do that? Sure, I'll interrupt it.
Hey, take it easy, man. That's too far.
Come on. I'm not finished.
It's a big question
Have
for
you
the
ever
first
slept
question.
with anyone at this camp?
Bro, that
No.
doesn't make it any better. What?
Sorry.
Alright, Abby, it's your turn.
All right. Okay.
Slap him.
Oh,
Abby, oh my god, just pick someone.
okay. Okay. I don't know.
Just pick someone.
Ding, ding, ding. Too late. My turn. Ryan. Truth or dare?
We have to
Uh-oh.
think about the truth or dares you're gonna ask.
Oh, I gotta pick? Oh, shit. What is your character about to ask me? Oh, you about to ask me some bullshit. Give me a dare.
Dare. Give me what you got.
What you got?
Okay, Ryan. Your dare comes with a choice.
What?
Can't you do that?
Can she do that?
I can do whatever I want.
Shit, she had my frost. She can.
I dare you to kiss either Caitlin or Dylan.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, I guess both is off the table.
How am I supposed to
Sorry.
decide?
I don't make the rules.
I mean, you literally just did.
Yeah, you
okay,
just
let's do
did.
This.
Oh! How is she allowed to do that? Like what?
Wait.
Does your character consent to being kissed?
I think both of them consent. They both like you.
Okay. Since you're controlling both characters, who do you want me to kiss?
I'd rather kiss Caitlin. I mean, but that's my personal choice.
It's your characters. You consent.
Yeah, so you choose. I've
No.
already
I'm the one kissing, but your characters.
Why
You
can't
pick
you
which gets kissed because they're your characters. So you want Caitlin?
It's your decision.
Yeah, I can't just. Okay, that's not how consent works. I can't just pick for you. These are your characters.
Kiss Caitlin.
Okay.
Caitlin, shall we?
It might not be no cheek either.
Always happy to please.
Damn, Dylan's butthurt. I know he is.
You did this. You cock blocked your own character. How could you?
One of them was gonna get
Disappointed.
Me
Wow.
and Jacob haven't gotten a turn yet.
This is how you do your character? Oh shit, I gotta pick who goes next. Caitlin or... Why is that fire in 10 FPS? Caitlin or Jacob?
Decision, man.
Bro, I don't like picking. You know I am.
It's your character.
What do you say? Truth
Yeah,
or dare?
but I...
Truth.
Whatever.
Truth.
Let's see.
What are these questions? If I go with Jacob, what did you want to be when you grew up? They're gonna say my question is boring if I pick interested.
I mean, it's your question.
Fuck it, I'm asking it.
When you were a kid, what did you want to be when you grew up?
That's kind of a boring
Fuck.
question.
Gotta answer.
Well, the answer is
God.
I don't know.
Bro, you
That's
can't
true.
do that.
Sorry. So, guess it's my turn.
Nope.
What?
I smell bullshit.
That's bullshit. What did you want?
Okay, fine. You got me. I wanted to be a street performer.
Oh, that's cool.
No way.
Well,
No, not in the main. Oh my god.
Like.
Oh my.
No, asshole. Like a mime or
guy-
the statue guys that move when you give them $1.
This guy, bro.
Caitlin as a mime? Yeah, no, I just can't imagine that.
Jacob.
Thanks, Ryan. Well played. Now it's my turn.
Oh shit. Okay. She about to ask.
Emma.
There.
Oh damn! Instantly, not even a thought.
Emma, so you have to kiss Jacob or Nick.
Oh shit, she's gonna pick Nick.
Well then.
She's gonna pick Nick just to piss him off.
Sorry, Nick. This is not even there, obviously.
I don't know if that's a good idea.
She about to make some
I choose
chaos.
Nick.
Damn! Oh no.
Em, seriously?
Oh no. Oh
Wow, and he's like, all for
wow.
it. Oh no.
Emma Frost is so cold.
Guys!
Damn, he's mad. Emma Frost. Ooh.
Thank you, Nick.
You mess with Emma Frost, you get frostbites, chat. Ooh. She's so cold.
That is fuck.
He's good.
Yo, what the?
You like kissing my girlfriend, asshole?
Wait, wait.
Fuck it was. It was just a game. Yeah, the fuck it was, man.
Jacob, stop. Well, I guess I should probably go after him. You
Damn.
should probably go find Abby.
Why is your girl so cold, alive?
So, anybody want to play Parcheesi? What?
That one spread up. What the fuck?
Oh hell no. What?
Fuck this.
Fuck this. No cards, by the way. We're trying our hardest. Wait, is the chapter over? Fuck. She's about to be pissed.
Welcome back. I am, as always, delighted that you're here. So, then, what more has been found? You return without any more of my cards. Yet you return nonetheless. Why is that, do you think? I can't help you without the cards. I want them found. I want them returned to me. Please, my friend.
We have got to find some cards, bruh.
That's all I have to say for now. Secrets remain buried, and the
One of the
night grows
cutscenes? No, I think if I remember correctly, you have to
I'll
like
see
actually
you
pick
again.
them
You
up.
can count on that. Be careful. Where the wolves go, the ravens follow.
The hell?
Cool line.
Interesting. Yeah, it's a cool one. Go for it. Go for it now if you want.
Oh, poor Abigail. Okay. Give me a sec.
I just want a snack too. Be right back. Lunch break, chat. If anyone needs to go to the bathroom, go for it.
See you, Wolf. I hope your guys' games go well. Hi, Creed. Jeez. I got Cheez-Its chat, which are mostly crumbs, and I got Rice Krispie. Cards can appear in cutscenes. Oh, they can. Well, how would you be able to collect them though if they're in a cutscene? Oh, see ya, Wolf. Anyone want a bite?
I'm back.
You getting my part. Thank you,
They
Dennis.
can appear in cutscenes? Huh? How'd that work? If they appear in cutscenes, how are we supposed to interact with it? Doesn't make any sense though.
I thought I had it, Creed. I guess I don't.
Had what?
Follow age. One of the two guys are actually hunting for the
Why should I even
entity
Anyway, I can give
surrounding
anybody
this wood.
Stupid.
Possibility, since they haven't killed us yet or anything.
Where the hell am I?
And their reaction seems pretty interesting.
He said, fuck this.
I don't like camo and shit.
Okay, there's no way we haven't found a card yet. That's kind of crazy. Yo, this
You're not
camera angle
searching
switching
enough.
is. We
Oh,
are
wow.
though. We're actually like searching like crazy, no? Chat, are we not searching like enough? I feel like we're searching like above
I feel like
average.
We're searching a lot.
Yeah. I think we're just getting unlucky. Like genuinely. We're getting unlucky or they're very, very well hidden. What the fuck?
You took everything from me?
Okay, I guess I just don't go that way.
Hey, what kind of snack did you get?
I just got more popcorners. What'd you get? Quick question will be a VOD? Yeah, it's a VOD.
Thank you for the follow.
You know watch her VOD or
Love
my
you.
VOD? My VOD will be up as well. I got more popcorners. You try some of these. So what'd you get?
I got Rice Krispies and Cheez-Its.
Oh, cool. I was literally looking at cheese at the store. Whoa.
Nick!
Abby?
Peanut butter. That's not a flavor.
Nick!
Oh, the Cecil ones? I like the...
Hey.
Which ones are these ones? I like the kettle corn
Nick,
ones.
you fucked up, man.
The red bag chat, the kettle corn ones, those are my favorite ones. Where are my favorite
You
snack?
fucked up really bad, Nick.
The fuck is that? What do I have?
Yeah, you know what?
I have a lot.
Those bloody guys might actually be hunting for that monster.
I mean, they're hunters. I would doubt they would hunt humans. But then again, they're fucking weird because they're rubbing blood on their faces. Or maybe it could be for the scent. I don't know.
I think that game just got a little too intense for me.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, sure. You were all up in her. All up in her mouth, bro.
Put his hand on her back too? He was in there.
Yeah. Didn't even think about what he was doing.
Guess Emma's had a thing for you all along, huh?
What? No way. She was just trying to make Jacob jealous.
He definitely was, but...
Playing along.
You seem to enjoy
Who
playing
knows what that
along.
girl's doing? She did more than that.
Helping Emma make Jacob jealous.
He enjoyed helping Emma make Jacob jealous. Be so for real.
Is this even gonna work?
Don't kiss him.
I don't think Emma was
Trying
the
to taste her
mastermind
breakfast from
here.
that morning.
Then who?
Well, Caitlin. All of them, I guess, but...
Oh, she is
mostly
cunning.
Caitlin.
That was in her
She's
character
sneaky.
description.
Truth or dare's a stupid game, right?
Dare is pretty stupid. Oh, Jodic. Sure.
I don't know. Maybe it lets us act how we really feel.
Or it lets us act as props to help Jacob and Emma hash out whatever
You're
bullshit
not
they've
helping
got going
yourself,
on.
dude.
So,
No reward, all risk. Yeah.
feelings for her?
No.
I've never seen Truth or Dare go well. Other than
For real, dude.
Like-
He keeps avoiding.
That's all.
he doesn't know what he wants.
You remember the second or third day of camp when we were assigned to take our cabins down to the island ropes course together?
Yeah, that was when we met.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he needs to
do you remember
really
that
know what he wants, but like be understanding, you
Mm.
know?
On the course.
Like I'm pretty sure he's aware.
So embarrassed. Thought his life was over. I had to take him to get cleaned up before anyone noticed. Well, except you, I guess. Thanks for not telling anyone.
That wasn't actually the first time we met.
Huh?
We met at orientation on the first day.
We did?
There was like a million people. But honestly, you kind of seem like a dick.
Damn.
I said hi and you
Like, good, how are you
barely
doing?
acknowledged me.
Shit.
Damn.
I'm sorry.
I've seen most counselors make fun of their camp.
Until Dawn 2 is being made.
Tease them a little.
It's gonna be
Jacob
fire,
does
Creed.
it. Emma kind of does it too.
We can play it,
You
but
don't-
we can't play it until she plays the first one.
I've had my moments. I'm not proud of some of the stuff I've done.
We could play after this.
Sure.
Well, after we finish this game.
But yeah, I know what you mean.
Stop following his lead.
Why do you follow his lead?
Better not.
Why do you follow his
I
lead
tend to
though?
just fall in line when he's around.
Why do you? It's fucking
Don't
Jacob.
try to be Jacob. Who wants to be Jacob?
Yeah.
Girls are into Jacob.
Well, I can't argue with that,
Not
but
the cool ones.
damn, tell
What are
him.
the cool ones into then?
Guys who are cool enough to help a camper out of a sticky situation.
W chat. See that?
That makes
Y'all
me
laughed
feel
at me.
really
I
bad.
saved her. You see that chat?
And betrayed her when he started making out
Whoa,
with that other girl.
whoa, 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 whoa! Not too much. Not too much. It wasn't my choice.
Wasn't your choice.
Whoa, not too much on me. Not too much.
She better baller than it. Mm-hmm.
The fuck is that? A big chungus?
Oh no, I think it's a bear. Maybe Bigfoot.
Fucking Yeti or something?
Is it another boar?
It's a Yeti in the cold.
Too growly.
Too growly.
Like Antarctica.
Antarctica? You ever go to Antarctica?
Is it a bear?
It's too fast.
You even like the cold?
Hmm?
Would you ever go to Antarctica?
I don't like.
Oh!
Damn, he just ditched her. No, he hates her.
Oh! I hope I'm fucked.
That was karma.
Can I help him? Or am I gonna get killed for this? Oh shit! Am I dead? Help! Someone shoot this! Oh damn! Nice shot. Oh, now we gotta leave him. Oh shit! Okay.
Must be tripped.
Run or hide? I'm hide. Do I gotta hold my breath? Oh, I'm dead. Oh. Ooh. can I get some help? Well, I mean, they helped me a lot, but more help? Wait, I'm gonna say left or right or some shit? Is this smart?
I mean, it looks like the monster can climb a tree better.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it smart? But it's better than just sitting on the floor, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably
If this
your best.
branch fails, oh my god, I'm fucking dead.
Oh, dude.
I'm dead, no?
I
Oh, I got a mash. Oh, I'm so dead.
No, you live. They have to shoot him.
Help! Someone shoot this fucker. Oh, this is so fucked. Shoot him. Oh my god. She got him that fast?
Damn. Okay.
She recovered faster than him.
Bro, you're not running. Run.
Hold, I gotta hold my breath. I gotta hold my breath.
So it can't.
Do I even have enough breath for this? Oh no, the bar is running out. Okay. We're good. We're good. Woo! That was too close. Good luck. Nick, bro, that dude is cooked. I think he's fine, I think.
Fun game.
I tried to save him.
Damn, Emma's actually so cruel for that.
Emma Frost. Don't mess with the Emma Frost. Don't mess with the Ice Queen. That's White Queen mind control. What? Oh, he's throwing rocks. No confirmed deaths yet? No. I'm pretty sure the game tells you if someone does.
Damn, but Nick got something ripped out for sure.
Maybe I think. Usually they tell you at the end of the chapter if someone does. When I die, I'm gonna go to Snow Bunny heaven. What?
I don't think this guy could throw rocks.
That's because he's like chucking it and not like, you know, the technique.
Yeah. Yes, you know.
Of course. Sneaking down here was a little more fun when we thought we could get caught, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
Damn, keep in mind,
Jacob,
he broke the fucking car thing for this. Just for this to happen.
It's just supposed to be some summer fun.
Yeah. No. I know.
Oh yeah, he knows.
You just love having an audience, huh?
Jacob.
I mean, I can't believe you fucking Frenched him. You know, in front of everyone. Jesus wept.
French, are we 12?
No, but Nick is. Kind of. You know, I love the guy, but I don't think he's actually ever seen a girl naked before.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but he just had his tongue down my throat and
Whoa.
I don't really know what to do with it.
Whoa.
You really love fucking with me, huh?
Enough, sourpuss, please.
This is not how the night was supposed to go.
What?
You know what? Nothing.
Supposed to go? What do you mean by that?
Nothing. Never mind.
What do you mean by that?
Hey, that's mine.
Yeah, well, finders keepers.
I'm getting it back tomorrow. Fine. You can stand here, sulking, driving yourself crazy, imagining Nick's tongue in my mouth.
Ah!
Wow.
Or you can go grab us some towels.
No, leave her in the lake. Don't even get her a towel,
did you
bro.
tell us for?
Leave.
Well, we agreed. Summer fun, right? Apparently, summer is not quite over.
Wow.
I hope she gets a splinter from that.
Yo! Why is that happening, chat?
Dude, I don't fuck with that.
You're not gonna
No.
fall for her mind control?
Nah.
The White Queen mind
That's
control.
not the Emma Frost I know.
Ew, that is wow.
Good luck swimming in that pool.
What the fuck is that?
Man. Ugh. What? Who is that?
I have no clue. That's the piece of the car. You just holding it.
No, the monster and the dead body.
Yeah, no, yeah. I know what you're talking about. He was just holding a
Oh,
piece
is
of
it
the
me?
car. Yeah.
Oh shit.
He's your character, no?
I didn't know it was my
Oh, there's a card! There's a card! There's a card! You just saw it.
What?
The card. The star. The tarot
there's
card.
a star.
Wait, where'd it go? Was behind that? Bro?
You have to be in that. Okay.
Oh,
here we
it's
go.
over there. Oh, you can get it in cutscenes. Holy shit, we missed 4. I mean 3.
That's not a cutscene.
Well, yeah, I know what you mean. Oh, it's a star. Beacons of lights. Okay. Star platinum.
Put anything over here first.
Found her?
No.
I guess you're gonna get all cold and shrivelly, aren't you?
Well, just give me a minute.
Look upstairs.
Fuck off. Seeing what's down there. So I guess the tarot cards are gonna look like that when
Yeah.
there's some there.
Yeah. I guess so, yeah.
Oh wow! Wait. How far can I explore?
I mean, we got the card, so we're good for now, I guess. I doubt another card's gonna pop up until it's like my turn, probably. What's that? 4 months on hikers still missing.
Those are the hikers.
Was that the guy underwater?
It could be, but remember we found bags
Oh, yeah. You're right.
for Anne Radcliffe and Edward Benson. Pictured above, who were reported missing 4 months ago after they failed to return from a camping trip. Despite multiple thorough searches of the areas surrounding North Kill, authorities have been unable to uncover any evidence that the 2 hikers were ever there in the first place. Though a small number of conspiratorialists suggest their appearances. Yeah. Could be some sort of government cover-up. Most speculate that they fell victim to an animal attack, possibly a bear or a cougar. Local wildlife expert Helen Pratt. Do I want to read all this?
I mean, it's up to you. You already started, so I mean, you can stop. I mean, we get it. You don't really have to read it. We already get it, what they meant.
Yeah.
They're basically dead.
Okay.
They were missing.
I'm just not sure if there was a clue in there. Oh.
I mean, the clues are usually tarot cards. That's it. I mean, the rest of the stuff is just lore.
Okay.
What was that?
Chackett and Thackett, huh? Oh, well.
Or is that the
Chackett
old man?
must mean Mr. H. Chris Hackett.
Okay.
Who the
hell is what? Oh, who's the other guy?
1970s.
hell is Thackett?
Who's Thackett? We don't hack it. Who's Thackett?
You think Thackett is the monster? I think.
Probably. Good observation. Did you go to a place where people went missing? No. I wouldn't have known though that people went missing.
Real quick.
If you're going to like a vacation somewhere, let's say you're going to like Bahamas or some shit, and you're staying at a hotel or something, you wouldn't have known unless you randomly researched that people went missing at that hotel. Unless it was just famously known for that or something.
What's that noise? Oh, that's you.
Looks like somebody didn't put their
What
oil
is that,
away.
Mary?
Still wet.
Ooh. Someone didn't put their oars where it's still wet.
Oh, wow.
Someone was recently in the lake.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not me. That's just walking. Oh, it's
No,
my
no, no.
bag of
It's something
chips.
coming from your mic. Yeah, I think it was that.
My bad.
You're good. Shoot, we might play this the entire stream. I don't mind.
It's up to you. I mean, because regardless, I mean, this is only a game we could beat in like 2 streams. It's not really a long game. So we either play this entire stream and then we beat it on Wednesday. Oh, towels.
Oh.
All missing?
You gotta dry naked now.
Whoa.
None? There's exactly 0.
She thinks we're doing this on purpose?
She probably does. Oh, what's this?
My bad, that was me? Bro. Oh, this is creepy.
There is quite a lot to look at.
Ooh. Oh.
Hey now, hey, chill out.
No swimming without supervision. Well, I'm fine. Just
You sure? You sure?
Yeah, I'm good. It just don't mind me.
This guy's stuttering. Oh, what the fuck?
The fuck is that?
Does that look like someone to you?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with probably everything's fine.
Oh, you dummy.
What'd he say? I'm gonna go with what?
Dummy. I'm gonna go with everything's fine. When he completely sees a figure that does not look human.
That shit was creeping.
That's the opportunity again. Okay. Oh, that's the island too.
What are these numbers?
Oh, those numbers. Sailing rules.
Manageable but sustainable.
Be vigilant, no swimming.
Keep all boats rinsed after use. Yep.
I gotta try, no swimming allowed. Do not swim. Do not jump in after them. Oh.
What was it? It was sail over and retrieve from water. You should get a life jacket. Okay, I think that's it up here.
Good job. Got a card, which is nice. I really wonder where the other cards were, because there's just no way we missed those, but whatever.
Yeah. Even jumpsuit gets wild, yeah. Oh, okay, it's pitch black over here. Alright. Well. Anything over here? Nope. Oh, I guess the thing could swim. Good thing to know. Oh. The
We'll
thing.
see about that.
I don't know what to call it.
Here's the thing.
Werewolf?
Here's the thing.
Put your clothes back on.
Okay, well, I guess we could just like drip dry, or you could shake it out doggy style.
Wow, you really know how to talk to a girl, don't you?
Wow, that.
That was so stupid.
Look, you can't just
Whoa,
pretend that it
whoa,
didn't
we're not
happen.
supposed to.
Oh, but I can because you see. Oh, help! Help! I'm drowning, and I need a big, strong, not at all insecure man to come save me.
Oh my god!
Well, when she puts it like that, it's very hard to not
Oh,
fold.
he definitely folded. His shirt was off.
There's just no way a girl says that and a guy isn't folding. There's just no way.
Should I accuse or should I be enthusiastic?
It's up to you. He spent all camp losing his mind over it, and he just fucked up the card for this. No one knows, but he fucked up the card for this.
I do want a cannonball, but they're both gonna be in the water.
Ooh, you can't resist. You folding too. She's folding too. Oh snap!
Well, no, his decision sounds fun.
Oh, that means you're folding. That means you're folding. Literally. Literally means you're folding. That's exactly what it means.
No, doesn't a cannonball seem fun to you?
I already admit I'm folding, but
I'm not folding for that girl. Hell no. Oh.
you say that, but you're in the water with her right now.
Yeah.
What the hell, man?
What am I supposed to do?
Exactly.
Emma's getting
See,
bored
you
of
can't
this?
just put it that way.
Oh, okay. Okay, now you're gonna get it. See?
You're not folding, huh? Why are you guys with no clothes on in the water? Answer that.
Oh, stop. I got clothes on.
Barely.
My
What?
tidy whities.
Whatever you say.
For real.
You pulled her. Okay, but you took your clothes off. Wait, he doesn't see the thing under the guy underwater.
Well, I mean, it's dark.
True, true, true.
I guess you won't be. It's also pretty deep. Damn, is she okay?
Oh, that's crazy.
Dick move.
Yeah, that is crazy to do.
Really? After what she pulled?
Let's see. Are you gonna fold again?
They're both folding.
How
What do I
many-
do?
Hey, it's your characters. How many times is a lie gonna fold, chat?
Okay, hey. Look.
Oh!
Check this out.
You.
There might be clues, okay? Take a picture of me and there might be evidence.
Yo,
Take a picture of me.
chat.
Yeah, for your little subscribers.
What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck is this?
Satisfied.
What
Okay,
the
I just ruined it.
What the
You
fuck?
know, this guy.
What the fuck? Oh, what is that?
What's she doing?
What is she doing?
Well, he fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. He
I mean, he did, but
did that. Oh.
oh, this is from where my character was.
Shit, the rotor.
Oh my god. The rotor arm or help Abby? Abigail? My character's fine.
Since you said it.
I mean, well, I know my character's fine, but
I have to get the rotor arm anyways.
true. But where's she at? Did she just go further in?
Dick.
Where's the arm?
Who does keep a rotor arm in their underwear?
Oh, he's gonna see the body. Oh, there's barbed wire. Oh no.
Okay, now how the fuck was I supposed to know that? I thought I was gonna die for a second.
Get the arm, get it.
You slow ass. You slow as fuck.
Surface. Was he drowning?
I might go to the surface first. I'm not gonna lie.
Go for it.
I think he's taking way too long in the water. No, don't do that.
Now is he gonna go back down or? Or is he about to just say fuck the arm?
It's a tiny piece arm in the water. It would be difficult to retrieve.
Hey, wait, he saw it though, no?
He saw it, but was it worth
True.
possibly drowning?
True. I feel that. Wait, so where did Dylan go? He's still at the camp, right?
Damn, this guy's a bad flirt. I'm just never gonna flirt with this guy again, ever.
What, with Dylan?
Find social
I mean, not
disruption there,
Dylan, whatever his name is, Nick? Or no, Jacob, yeah.
That guy cannot flirt.
You're an
at
evil
all.
genius.
It is bad.
Bro.
Who do you think
What
is
is
gonna
going
make
through
first?
his
He was cooking, no? It
Nick
was
Rabbit.
working. He got her clothes off.
Cute.
Sorta.
You saw the last thing he did?
Well,
what was he doing?
yeah,
Nick's
but
got the beast in him.
If
That
I
was the
eat,
flirting
you need some
choice.
sort of
Hold on.
mild-mannered
you picked it. You
Hey,
folded.
don't let that cute.
You folded just
I
too
was
much.
trying to help the guy out.
You
Steel
ruined it.
barbecue
You
grill
floated
for that
too
shit.
much.
You should kill Jacob.
What?
You noticed that too, huh?
That's crazy.
So, what do you guys want to do now?
We can keep playing.
Yeah, just the three of us.
All right, Dylan. Truth or
Oh, they're hearing Abigail.
Abby?
Yeah,
Gosh.
We gotta help her.
that was embarrassing.
Wait, where'd they
Hey,
come
that's
from?
her character.
This way.
My character is fine. My character Nick, he was cooking. Well, I don't know if he's fine right now. But
Please! Nick! Help him!
from what? What happened?
Hey, what happened? Abby, what happened?
Brian!
We gotta know what.
She needs help. Give her a second.
Okay.
Go after Nick. Go!
Oh, now you trust me with a gun. Oh, well, I guess I'm not one of the other guys. Yeah. I've got this. What was that meme? I've got this.
Okay. Got
This
this.
stupid meme chat. I've got this.
That shotgun's got a hell of a spread. Be careful.
I've got this.
Oh, time for your combat skills. Come in handy.
I've got this.
Okay, okay. All right.
Fuck. Wait, you guys can hear that? Oh, I didn't know you guys could hear it. I thought I fucked up the thingy. Wait, did you hear it?
No.
Oh, okay. Take shortcut. I'm taking the shortcut. Fuck it. I can ball. Woo. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Would you one of them COD lobbies? You isn't checking YouTube chat? Yes, I am. What do you mean? Take shortcut. Again? Fuck it. 2 for 2?
It'd be hard because you don't know where Nick would be.
Someone's in danger.
Maybe.
We're heroes. Oh, lie. If someone's in danger, we think
Was
we
that really
act
a
first,
shortcut?
think
There's a
later.
bridge on the right.
Yeah, but if someone's life's in danger, we don't have time to waste.
What if you trip on the rock?
Don't think like that. Heroes don't trip. If your life was in danger, I would not trip on the rock. Trust. I'd lock the fuck in.
Yeah. Okay, I trust.
See, look at that.
Damn, this dude.
Oh,
Dude's
whoa!
Hey! Get the fuck off of him! Stop! Stop! I'll shoot!
Eat that shit?
Does that guy not talk?
Holy shit, dude.
He tanked it, damn.
Take that shit, yeah.
No.
Holy
Nick
shit, that was a
walked it off.
shotgun. The fuck was that?
What did he pick up?
John,
Was that the shell? Or what was that?
Get back to the fire.
I
Why'd
guess
you
that
shoot
guy
him?
doesn't talk.
Yeah, I guess not. Well, took a super serum. I don't know if I could tank that shit down. Shit is peak. That's how fun. Oh, I appreciate it, dude. Yakuza Zero's fire. On your turn.
Not.
You get to play as your favorite character. He has no clothes.
What's he doing though?
Running to find the.
Oh, Jesus.
Maybe I don't know. What is
Nick,
he
man,
doing?
you're-
Waiting for you back there,
Not
Jacob.
Nick.
What are you doing?
Jacob, you're selling me, dude.
There's a half naked girl waiting for you back there. What are you doing?
Yeah, I'd be crying like a bitch. That's real.
Okay.
My God, this guy's selling me.
Another pig? Why'd you be crying like a bitch, bro? You heard him. There's a half naked girl waiting for him back there. You can't be crying right now.
Should I even call out?
Up to you.
Hello?
He does it anyway.
Dumbass.
He does it anyway. Oh shit. What?
Great. I'm free. I'm a free meal. I'm a freaking free
I'm
meal.
gonna just see it, Chad. I got a mash A.
Oh my God, I'm actually so fucking up.
Shit.
There
Oh my
you go.
God. You're dead.
Who was that?
Oh my God.
You're fucking dead. You gonna knock him out or what?
Dude.
Who the fuck are you bleeding? Let me down.
Oh, please, please, man, just let me down, okay? Just don't hurt me, please. Oh, Jesus
Whoa.
Christ, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm going to accept whatever fate comes my way.
Oh, no, I
Thank
got you
the
there.
Lord.
God, son of a bitch.
I'm not gonna lie.
Hey,
I'd be
friendly.
like,
Quiet.
Oh, he does talk.
oh, he does talk.
He said, "Quiet. Don't throw no dirt on him."
It's throw dirt.
Helps if you
question mark?
close your eyes.
What is that?
you doing?
Oh, blood.
Stop. Help. Help.
Tastes bad, don't it? It's for your own good.
Wait,
No,
but how the
if I
fuck did
was
he
him,
eat the?
I'd be like
Now, girly.
a little baby
Girly?
companion, just following him around, you know? Protect me. Protect me, Mr.
You just gonna
God.
trust anyone like that?
No,
You gonna
dude.
trust a stranger?
I'll trust him.
Oh, he did just save your ass.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
wow.
Okay, so I guess he's looking for, yeah. I
Looking
think they're
for
trying
girly.
to save us.
Yeah. Looking for the girly.
Oh!
Seems like just a blink and you're back to see me again.
Nice.
So, then.
Y'all letting someone
What have
mask
you
your
got?
son with blood?
It's the
The star.
Stars.
That Emma? Who's that?
Stars in the night. Sky.
Because she's
Beacons
naked?
of light. Dreams of hope, purpose.
Maybe.
Or a reminder of our insignificance. Fear of despair. Trust in the
God.
light of the star.
No comment.
With it comes clarity. And
Well, give us the
sometimes-
hint. What are you saying, woman?
God.
Remember, there's always more than meets the eye. Would you like me to show you?
Yes. Fuck is this? Who's that? That Emma? Okay, that doesn't help.
So she found,
Back
she
to it
found the
then.
werewolf, whatever.
Back
I'm gonna call
to
it werewolf.
Hackett's Quarry. Back to Hackett's Quarry you go. Oh, the fun you'll have.
The fun you'll have. What the hell? That was a bad hint. Kinda. I don't know. All right. You good to keep going, or you need to call it? Because it's about to be 10. Or I guess it's about to be 10 for me. I don't know if you have
An
time.
hour left.
Oh, okay, bet.
I'm good.
That was horrible. It was.
Chapter 4.
I
Don't
don't
panic.
even know what it was. It was so fast, and there was a hunter. And it was just.
She's freaked the fuck out.
Abby.
Rightfully so.
Here. What? Oh,
Draw
try
it.
drawing.
Drawing what?
Can you draw
Whatever the fuck attacked you, yeah. Damn, we actually got him back.
Nick, hey, buddy. Can you tell me what those guys did to you?
Rush did.
Nah, Abigail's mine.
He's super out of it. Yeah.
The hunter.
Yeah. There was a guy. There was something else. This kind of animal.
What kind of animal?
No, I only saw a dude trying to take him away. He's probably just disoriented, that's all. The dude was massive and angry.
Not angry.
Is Abby?
It's right there.
Hey, she's okay, dude. She's right over there.
Big claws. Teeth right on top of me. I think it was a bear.
Full-size bear would have crushed him. There's no way.
I thought we don't get bears around here.
No,
Oh, fuck. Look at that.
Oh, shit.
That black stuff? That's infection. It's spreading. This is bad. This is really bad, dude.
Apply pressure? Sure.
Sorry.
Oh my. There you go.
Okay. It's okay.
Fuck, that hurt.
We're all done. Please,
should amputate.
I'll probably look at it later, Elite.
We should cut it off before the infection spreads.
What?
Yeah, you're not gonna see take the shotgun and walked away, yeah.
You're an idiot.
Why?
Why would we do that?
I don't know, man. Look at that black stuff.
What do you think it is?
Do I look like a doctor?
Damn, dude, he hates Dylan.
You just be saying stupid shit sometimes, that's why. Like, what? If I want to call out, fuck it. I feel like they're gonna do it anyway.
Got a gun, and I know how to use it. Sort of.
Bro.
Ryan, what if it's Jacob or Emma?
What if it's not?
Be careful.
I think it's Jacob or Emma.
It's probably Jacob, because we saw Jacob is. I don't want to just shoot. I can't see nothing. I'm not just gonna shoot.
Yeah.
Well, isn't he on the island?
Gone?
I don't think they're on the island.
I still don't want to risk shooting
you
something I
better
can't
run.
see.
Very
You better
brave.
run.
What's up, Edgy?
So, Lodge is sounding pretty good right about now, yeah?
Sorta. Yeah, sorta.
Let's get a streak. Whoa.
It was so hard to see.
Wait, no, don't shoot, don't shoot.
Okay. Ooh, I was about to light his ass up. Oh, man.
Holy shit. Nick. Is he okay?
Nick and Abby were attacked. In the woods.
Hey, does anybody have any dry clothes? I'm fucking freezing.
All our bags are still in the minivan.
GG.
Fuck, of course they are.
Dude, he has pants on, but it's a... What happened to you? And where is Emma? Literally both of these.
Right. Okay, so, like I was saying, okay? I heard Abby screaming, so I came running, like as fast as I could.
From the lake?
Yeah, and then out of nowhere, I stepped into this, like, I don't know, like a booby trap? Like some sort of hunter's trap?
Hunters. I told you it was hunters.
The goddamn thing snared my leg, hoisted me halfway into the tree, just zoop. So I'm hanging there, half naked, and then this guy with like a fucking machete comes right up to me, looks me right in the fucking eyes. But I taught that guy a lesson, booked it right the fuck out of there.
We gotta get Nick and Abby back to the lodge, like right now.
This guy.
Hard agree.
I love him, man.
Also, why
He's
are
so
you covered
fucking
in
stupid.
what I hope is strawberry jelly?
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it's blood. It was this guy with like, he had like a bottle thing. I don't know, dude. It's like a really long story.
Ew.
No story.
Yeah.
No, he's embellishing so much.
I gotta go get Emma.
Yeah, you do.
excuse me?
We can't just
Hey,
leave
I
Emma.
need this, okay? It's not safe out there.
Dude, we gotta protect Nick and Abby.
He
And I
cannot
need to
shoot
save
them.
Emma, all right? She's out there alone.
You don't even know if she's in trouble.
You don't even know if you're in trouble.
Are you trying to piss me off?
No, I'm trying to save my girlfriend's life, asshole.
Girlfriend?
Yeah, I don't think she's your
Whoa,
girlfriend,
slow that down.
Get.
Let go.
Don't let go. Don't let go. That
I
guy's
don't
gonna
trust him with a fucking gun. It's your character, but still, like, I don't...
I don't trust him with a gun either.
Yeah.
We're in a real mess here, guys. You're acting like pricks, both of you. Jacob, we're keeping this. Nick and Abby are injured. We need protection. There's someone around here. Ryan.
Sorry.
This is bullshit.
What did he say?
I don't even know what the fuck he said, but he was
She's on
playing
the
some
island.
slick
She's
shit.
definitely fine.
And what, risk another run-in with Captain Deliverance?
Deliverance?
No thanks, okay? There's probably another boat by the zip line. Either way, I can make it to the island from there.
We need
Oh,
to get
he
back to the
doesn't know
lodge.
what's
Try
out
to get
there.
help.
That's right.
How? Nick can't walk properly. Wait, I have an idea.
You gonna carry him?
Mm.
Okay. You have to get that thingy. It's probably your turn, I think. Ooh, Emma Frost. Where did she go? Just swam across the...
See what tonight brings.
Yeah, she just swam across the lake thingy.
Okay, here's a riddle for you. What's got two
Fine
thumbs
shit.
and is suddenly riding solo on a freaky island in the dark? This fool. Well, one thumb. One available thumb. Okay. And it was here, on a strange, uninhabited island, that this brave young soul found herself.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, full disclosure, I've suddenly found myself on a strange, tiny little island, all alone with nothing to do but show you guys around. So, there's a treehouse over there. I'm gonna go and see if I can't dish out some of that sweet, sweet panoramic goodness.
Panoramic goodness. Okay.
Because here's the thing. Not that I want to go back, because I don't. But even if I did, I can't, because then I'd look like the super needy one when he was the one who stormed off in the first place. God, you know what? Sorry, I'm venting. Oh, explore venting. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it. To the treehouse, fellow explorers.
Uh-huh. Oh, good luck.
I have lost faith.
Well, you know the tarot card. I think
can't
you can look at
believe
the
this shit.
you can look at the tarot card vision again if you wanna. If that'll help, I think. I think it's an evidence or clue.
Oh wow! I didn't know we could look at these.
Oh, this is
Oh, there's
cool.
still two other places. Whoa. Okay, never mind.
Where's the card? Oh, tarot. It's at the last RB. Press RB. Go all the way to the right.
Oh.
Star. Okay, you can press replay vision.
Let me see. Oh, X.
Walks in the building. She took a photo of it?
Okay, maybe flashlights.
Maybe you
Stun
don't
monster.
take a photo of it? I don't.
Maybe it stuns, you know, like
Oh,
the smiler.
I mean, yeah, these things are supposed to help, so yeah.
Hi,
If it gives you the
hero.
option to take a photo or flash it, I think you flash it.
It's a star. Stars in the night sky, beacons of light, dreams of hope, purpose, or a reminder of our insignificance. Fear
It
of
says
well
trust in
being.
the light, so yeah, flash it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Oh,
Flash
moving
that
with her is
bitch.
kind of odd though.
Why? Because of the movement back there? Or
No
what do you mean?
prizes for guessing what.
If I go left or right,
these
it
are.
moves all the way to the left.
Oh, that's what you meant.
A little too all natural for me, TBH.
Oh.
You know, I never
Just
thought
talking about
about
something
where the
else. Just
waist
forget it.
goes. Oh.
That is gross.
Please, God, no.
Gross.
What's gross?
She never knew where the waist
We're
goes.
gonna just go
Oh.
ahead and ignore that.
This is creepy. Trust in the light.
And this is the meeting shelter. It's a shelter where you meet at. Okay, I'm trying really hard to make this interesting, but sometimes I think just
I'm
what
good,
it
bro.
is. I think I've made my point.
Zai is putting you in? That's not how I feel. She's controlling the character.
So this island is like
What the-
an unexcavated part of the quarry that rewilded itself after it flooded into the
No, it
lake.
means like good night isn't your character's
Cool,
dead.
huh? You know, when I was little, I used to think that islands just kind of would float in the middle of the water, kind of like an airbed. But I'm older
Rocket.
and wiser now, and
A squirrel.
realize that not everything's always as it seems. Kind of like how you thought you were just having a hot summer fling, and then it turns into babysitting a big hairy man-child who's all sad
Wow.
because you don't want to go steady with him and write him love letters every freaking day. And while we're talking about it, you don't mind.
Yeah,
if we're
she's
talking about it,
ranting.
right? Why is it up to me to justify my feelings when he's the one who got all blah about it, you know? Oh, look. A metaphor in the narrative. I mean, a fork in the road. How fitting. Here's the big question. Do I take the high road, literally, and forget about it? Or do I continue on the path I'm on and keep ranting about my stupid, dumb life?
What do you think, Eli?
I guess since this isn't live, the choice is up to me.
You want to be want to take the high life or you want to be a low life?
It's not a choice, so I could go both anyways.
Oh, can you? Oh, alright.
I mean, yeah, they didn't give me the choice, so.
Ah, what the hell?
I want to explore
We're
both.
in it now
Oh,
anyway.
it's not a choice.
Okay, never the
Truly in
fuck
thick of it.
mine.
Because you know what else? I was really excited for the next part of my life, you know? I mean, the summer was great, but what's next? I mean,
I wanted to go
come
down
on.
first before going up.
I know by the time I post this, Hackett's Quarry will just be but a distant memory, and
I would
know
have
it's just
gone up
one
though
night,
if
and you
it
have to
was
make
a
the most of all your
choice.
opportunities, and yada
If
yada
they gave
yada.
me that choice.
I guess
That doesn't make sense.
I just don't
You
want to
want
have
to take
to
the high
settle
life
for
or
what's
you want to
around
be the
me,
low
you know?
life?
Abby sees me as this confident person, but really, I'm just desperate to stay afloat in a world where everyone wants to be different.
Okay, girl, let's go up.
Maybe we'll just take a look up this way.
I don't want to hear her ranting about her life.
Could be a card up here, maybe.
Yeah. Oh, does he? Oh.
Was it a dead end? Oh, this is like a
Okay, no,
bridge.
it literally just goes up. Yeah, it's like a bridge. I'm trying to see down there. Guess you can't really see though.
Whoa, what is that?
What?
No, I was looking
The
at the
view?
floor. I was like a little plank that's like brighter than the other one. I'm tripping. I think one to like front of you to the left over there.
Oh yeah. Piss?
Piss.
Oh,
what?
Whoa, why is looking around so weird?
This is where we're heading. Not too shabby.
I get the angle. She's
Literally
vlogging.
is too shabby, but these views, oh man, you're gonna blow your tops. There's also a zip line, which, I guess you can watch me crap my pants on that thing. What the hell? I'm here, aren't I? I'm gonna carve this DMC.
I feel like I'm literally choosing life or death.
But first, we gotta get there. And there's still so much to
Essentially.
talk about.
Annoyed. She's choosing her feelings.
I hope Abby's okay. She ran off earlier. If you didn't see it, I kind of sort of made out with Nick. But it was
You don't feel bad?
I'm not like a bitch or anything.
Yeah,
Abby likes Nick.
I don't.
Actually, they like each other.
Then why did you?
Wait, she didn't give them the full context too.
Watching them stumble around each other.
Because she had a
like
choice
drunk
between Nick
jellyfish
and
was
Jacob.
Exhausting. Poor kid was like a deer in headlights. It's cool though. They're smart. They'll get it.
Oh.
I bet they're out there in the woods right now, just absolutely going for it.
The Sin City light skin trend. Oh, girl. You might just die tonight.
It's so brutal.
Ooh, that was scary. What was what was that? I thought I was okay.
I was hoping the camera angle would change and it would like show a tarot card. It didn't though. Oh, they both lead to the same place. Oh.
The monster was recently just here.
Okay. Yeah, because we saw it in the when we were playing as Dylan, or what was that guy's name is?
Jacob.
Yeah. Oh, keys.
Police car keys. I think this might be one of those. I'm sorry, officer. I have no idea.
North Kill Police Department. Hmm.
What you're talking about situations?
What are they doing all the way out here?
Goes right there.
Well, we got no other choice.
And here we are, as promised. One extremely rickety and even more underwhelming treehouse. In another world, perhaps young Jacob and I would settle down here and play house together. Honey, I'm home. What's that now? I forgot the children's bedtime.
What?
Well, now, that's a fine how do you do. Take it all in, folks. That's the summer camp experience right there, and oh look, it seems somebody forgot to clear the place out. I guess one of the kids left their stuff, or maybe one of the guys back there. But
This is so creepy.
I don't recognize this.
It is.
Oh, hell no.
Did you hear that? Looks like we have a choice on our hands. Do we snoop through someone else's belongings, or do we open the spooky trapdoor and die a horrible, painful death?
Why are you giving me these decisions?
Up to you. I am not opening the door personally.
And you know what? I'm putting some clothes on. This is all you're getting.
Just do neither and run. Please stop me there. I don't want to go any further.
Nah, that's cheating. You have to play the game. Oh, whoa.
No.
Whoa.
I am safe.
That
I
shit
am
got some
living.
kick to it.
I am living.
So,
no white clothes. Damn it. Sit down.
Not gonna make me jump. I can promise you that.
Oh wait.
She's
So
going to
up
check?
there was. We had no choice.
She's checking.
Goodbye, cruel world. The final curtain is calling, and there's no time for an encore.
Picture of it.
Holy shit. Damn. Take a photo. You paused in the middle of running away. You're funny for that.
Is that a clue?
Uh-oh.
I pressed down. What? No, that's rigged.
Ooh, a zip line.
I'm pressing him.
It demands more and more than you actually think. It's just waiting on her to get to the end before giving you green. Oh fuck. Yo, he's ugly.
That is a person, dude.
She had bug spray on her? Damn. Or whatever spray?
She had bear spray.
Damn. Where's she go now? Isn't there like a whole, literally, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what does she do now? I have no clue. Damn, nice. That weak ass toolbox. That thing's small. That's it. That small ass toolbox.
I hope you're doing well. Oh,
Okay,
shit.
fun fact. I remember that part when I first played. If you didn't get the taser, you die there. Yeah, because I remember I did that part because I had her last time. I didn't go search the bag first. I went to the trap door. He lands on top of you, just kills you instantly. I was so fucking mad. I was like, are you dead ass? She was jinxing it too, saying I'm about to die a horrible death. And she actually did. I got so fucking mad. I was so pissed. I remember that? Yeah, that shit pissed me off. So none of that running away happened for me.
Easy. What's left so you get to see the other scene?
Yeah.
Pain? No, sorry. I'm really hungry.
Also, when I first played, I didn't save Dylan. I think I let the guy take him away, I think.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Need a horse.
You mean Nick?
We'll be able to
Yeah,
find
Nick,
you a
my bad.
horse, but maybe some granola.
I think I let the guy take him away, but I don't remember.
I hate granola.
Oh, there's a card. There's a card. It's you. Because you're, yeah, you're Dylan. Strength. Strength can be surprising. Knowing one's own raw power, tapping into previously unknown energy. I suppose there are forces at work within us all. And with one hand it gives, with the other it rips away. Well, it could whip away. Strength. We
This will
need
open
strength,
the nurse's
chat.
Station. Should be plenty of stuff in there.
Well, hopefully we can just get him cleaned up for now.
I'll get you something to eat.
Did y'all see that?
You and
I
I,
thought I saw
are
a
gonna
person.
find a landline.
Oh, yeah. Isn't there one in Mr. H's office?
Yep. We'll come meet you.
Copy that.
Back to his office.
There, you see that? There, the lady is right there.
Where?
She was on the stairs. You didn't see it?
No. You seen things?
Yo, chat.
I deadass didn't see it. Not even trolling.
Yeah. No, you're good. It was on the left up. She was on the stairs.
Hmm.
Do you think that whatever attacked them out there is, I don't know, has their scent or something?
What?
I don't know, like, what if it got a taste for blood and now it's gonna track them down?
I doubt it.
I just feel like if we stick with them, we're sitting ducks. I don't know.
I really don't think that whatever attacked them out in the woods is gonna get into the lodge.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're probably right.
Come on, let's go
This
call
idea
Rebecca.
of cautious is not what I was thinking it was gonna be.
Pretty weird to see this place so dead.
You never came down here at night while camp was in session?
What? No, did you?
A couple times, yeah.
What the fuck?
Where are you going?
I thought I just heard my name.
I didn't hear anything.
The old lady that gives us hints. Your rambling cutscenes.
So the lady
guess
was on
so.
the right on the stairs.
Hmm.
I don't think Nick's injuries are as bad as we thought.
It looks like it was meddled with, no?
Kinda.
Well, that's good news.
Yeah.
So what now?
We gotta call for help. Who should I call?
Mr. H?
The only number I got is to this phone.
Okay, then 911.
You mean
Who calls it 911? Who the fuck says that?
I don't know.
Anyway,
91. No one
should I
says
ask
that.
for? Police, ambulance.
911. Why is he like this? Kill him now. For 5, Dennis.
Cops. Yeah, don't fuck around. There's hunters out there trying to
Oh
kidnap
wait,
us.
no,
So
that
they'll
was wrong.
say 911. What's your emergency? And I'll say, help! Help! My friends may have been attacked by bears, but maybe not a bear, but definitely an animal with teeth. And then one of them was kidnapped by these hunter guys with blood on their faces, and there may have been shots fired, but not by us, but also maybe by us.
Well, that you don't say that then. Oh my god.
And they cut my friend Jacob down from a tree. Separate incident. Long story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good.
That's not
Okay.
That's stupid.
911.
What's wrong?
I guess there's
Dead.
no choice.
Well, that's weird.
Phones go dead sometimes out here.
Right when you're about to call the cops, though?
It's a coincidence.
Did you try the hang-up thingy?
What?
Here.
Hang up thingy.
What are you doing?
I don't know. It's what they do in movies when the phone goes dead. You tap on the little thingy.
We're not in a movie.
Okay, well,
I don't know that.
How do you know that?
Yeah, how do you know
Maybe that's
that?
just what they want you to think, man.
What's your work too?
Okay, so this phone's a no-go. No one has signal. Is there anywhere else in the camp that has a
Kill
landline?
him, bro. Why you want him dead so?
Well, not a landline.
Y'all hate both of them?
The radio hut.
Who's your
has
favorite
some
character so far, Eli?
broadcast gear.
What's your favorite
Where you do
character
your
so far?
announcements?
Where I curate my sweet summer jams, yeah, and where I do the PA announcements. It has some old.
I like Caitlyn,
equipment
but
there.
I think
we could
Jacob is
probably
really
break
stupidly
something
funny.
up and get a message out.
See?
All right,
See?
yeah.
That's why I like
Let's
Jacob
head
too.
over
He's
there
so
and see if we can
dumb.
Contact somebody. Put that back.
That's why I told you guys. This game is like, it's so unserious that it's funny.
I will put it back when we're good and safe and help is on the way.
Okay, just
I want them
careful
all
with it.
dead.
I'll be fine. Okay.
GG.
It's probably the weather.
Bro.
Weather. What weather?
Maybe it was the bears.
Bear. And why does everyone blame everything on bears? Okay, so for the sake of argument, what if that bear that cut our phone line and just cut out all the power, what if that bear is waiting for us out in the hallway?
Fair point.
Thank you.
Like what?
probably tell Caitlin that we're going to the radio hut. They're probably freaked.
Yeah, okay, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, we should probably leave that with Caitlin.
What? This character is so stupid. Bro, hiked it like he was in the military or something. Oh my god.
Well, maybe we should just leave her with your gun.
I'm a much better shot than you.
You don't know that, okay? I might be an amazing shot. I might be.
Just give her your gun.
Dylan's kind of unbearable.
I am so happy you chose these characters, bro. Oh my god, this playthrough is perfect.
You're right.
Hey, well,
You chose all the characters that would piss you off.
Me, I might let you hold it.
Don't write a check that your ass can't
Yo,
cash.
Dylan, Dennis, I'm so fuck.
Am I interrupted something?
Y'all for real didn't see the old lady standing on the stairs? I'm
I
so
didn't.
like.
I was looking at the characters.
No one noticed.
Chin up, big guy. I wouldn't really know what to do with it, okay? I trust you.
I did.
Oh,
Oh,
thank you so much,
Yuri.
Dylan. You're so
Oh,
generous and
D1 saw it
handsome.
too.
Yeah,
Okay.
no
I
problem,
thought I was the
Mitch.
only one. It is still going DPS. It's really fun. My pills. I think y'all are blind. Oh, fuck.
I'm a frost.
I feel like I've been playing every time.
You chose the best characters, of course. You have good taste. I'm very impressed. Dude, before we started, I was hoping she would pick Emma, chat. Oh my god. I was worried she wouldn't pick Emma. Because it would be so funny if she picks Emma and Dylan. I mean, what's his name? Whatever the fuck his name is. And back, why is nobody dead? Because we're goated.
You couldn't be any slower.
Oh.
If I roll slowly, it's gonna make noise. If I roll quickly, it's gonna make noise.
Well, I would say it's more of if you go quicker, it'll be hairier. But if you go slowly, it might take too long. I don't know. It's a 50-50. It's like up to you.
This really is.
I
I
would
better
go
not
slow.
fucking die for this.
I would go slow, but like if you die for this, that'd be fucking stupid. Whoa, that's still loud.
She's stopping. Keep going.
I mean, she did only block it with like a toolbox. Bro, this is a 50-50. How would she know? Oh, this is an unfair ass death.
Fucking God. Are you kidding? Oh, damn. His tongue is out.
Oh, he doesn't make it. Wait, if he
Y'all
cuts the
being
wire.
drunk? That guy was thirsty.
That shit is loud.
Girl. Real? Really? Wait, there's no way
Wow.
she could actually get up there.
She got moves. Okay, Emma. Shit. I won't mess with her.
Honestly, Emma doesn't look like she would die, though.
She did for me.
I'm glad she lived on my timeline. Shit.
She got smoked on my timeline instantly. I think she was my first death. Remember?
Oh, good to see you. Good to see
I'd have to rewatch my playthrough.
You think she's dead now?
A time again, is it?
Truly, I'm a frost. Strength.
Strength.
What I like is that she's not a
Strength
wuss,
can be
though.
surprising.
Like she fought back.
Knowing one's own raw power, tapping into it, tapping into a previously unknown energy. I suppose there are forces at work within us all.
Okay.
And with one hand it gives, and with the other it could rip away.
What do you mean by that, though?
As always, there's more to see. And as always, the choice is yours. Would you like to see more?
Yes. Let's see more. That guy.
That.
Oh shit! You're killing him.
Not me, you.
Whoa.
That's Nick.
So it's goodbye again.
You're killing him, bro.
Damn.
Why are you putting it on
Remember
me?
who your friends are. Remember who's looking out
The
for
motherfucker's
you.
strong as shit. That cut gave him superpowers? Oh, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Haha. See what they did there.
There we go.
I'm looking at the thing again because it's kind of hard to see it through that little small. Oh yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
did
yeah.
he kill him?
Wow, I don't think he killed him.
Oh.
He just slammed him.
Who is that crawling?
Someone's crawling away. White noise. Are y'all character your own character? What do you mean? What does that mean?
Hey, I couldn't find anything to eat. The kitchen's pretty cleaned out. Oh shoot, I left my bag. I brought you this.
That was... Fuck. I don't even know what happened. It was all just a blur.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, I never seen this cutscene because I didn't get him back my first playthrough. How are you?
How are you holding up?
I'm... well, I'm just happy you're okay. Are you okay? I'm sorry, I just asked you that.
It's okay.
It feels like someone took a chunk out of my leg. How do you think I am? Bro, you know what she meant. You dickhead.
They're off to find a radio or something.
What's with the,
they found another in Mr. H's office, so just in case.
What happened to the lights?
Not sure. Any better?
I'm doing okay. Kinda.
Is Brenda song not playable?
Are they going to the radio?
She is.
hut?
That's Eli's character.
Phone's dead. They're gonna try to send out an SOS or something. We're holding down the fort.
Yeah, we haven't really played her though.
I don't know if I want to speak up.
I thought you said Dylan and Ryan already left.
Wait, stay here. I'll check it out.
I don't want her to get killed.
We don't know what's out there. It could be dangerous.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna check it out.
Well, bro, I mean, she got a gun. I guess she'll be fine.
He kind of looks like Brenda, huh?
Yeah, it's just it's the same voice actor and mocap or whatever.
Oh fuck!
Damn.
What? That was so
She
short
did
for
say,
you.
"Oh, my character can't walk. He has a fucking chunk missing from his leg. What do you want?"
Oh, he could crawl. Something, man. Shit.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna come back to my turn soon because we saw in the tarot card anyway.
I don't get a break. Shoot. Oh, I haven't practiced with the gun yet. That shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, it's easy. Yeah, it's like just whatever the circle is what we shoot. You do more damage the closer they are. I was gonna say when I was shooting the watermelons you want to try, but I thought your character was gonna go next.
I'm not gonna lie. I would have just like stayed in the room and had my gun up there.
Whoa.
Like
That chimney.
camping.
That chimney. You hear that? Something's in there.
Something's in there.
You hear it shaking.
Could be that's no longer sturdy enough to keep up on its own. Could be.
Or both.
Ugly Santa.
Oh.
She really doesn't know how to clear a room. What'd I miss?
Wait, you didn't see that guy? It's the fucking...
No shit!
That guy. Look at it. It's him.
Yeah.
He was walking up the stairs.
Would you show yourself? Oh man, he's blind.
This motherfucker strong as shit. How come he don't got no bullet wound from me shooting him? Or did I miss? Now there's no way I missed. I blasted him in the shoulder.
Maybe the spread, because you're a little bit further.
Probably.
You know the bullet.
There's no way though. He dropped them too after I shot him.
The noise is pretty loud too.
When you find them, let them. And keep me posted, Bobby.
That.
Oh.
That's difficult.
Where to hide?
Damn, that's so bad. Such bad wording.
What? Blood him?
Blood 'em, yeah. Wait, I don't need to hold my breath. Oh, he's blind.
Is he blind? He's like blindish. I mean, I know what you mean. I think it's just dark.
Oh, that was too close. I fucked up.
I think you should have held it for a little bit longer.
Yeah, I did it too early.
Oh, fuck.
Where the hell are you, Bobby?
You lost the gun, but at least you still have your life.
I shouldn't be running away, though.
I mean, we don't know what the fuck his interest is. He took the gun,
Well,
but
he wants to pour the blood on us.
true.
Hey, so this may not be like.
Why didn't he just say that?
What?
Yeah, so like I was just, thinking about like the start of summer and when we first met and started camp and like now that summer's over and is that like the last time we're gonna see each other?
Sorry, Nick. What are you saying?
Wow. I mean, now is not the time for this, but like, damn. I'm pulling my heart out here. I don't know. Confident?
Hey, don't worry about Caitlin. She's tough.
I know. I'm sorry, Nick. I'm just distracted.
Rightfully so.
Get through the night, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now is not the time for this shit. Intrigued. Hard to, bro. He needs to understand this is not the time for this. I don't want to pick any of these options. I guess intrigued.
Maybe I was misreading the situation back there, but kind of felt like a little bit more was gonna happen.
Well, did you want a little bit more to happen?
Duh, are you dumb?
Oh, whoa.
Sorry.
I didn't think it was gonna.
I just mean, of course I wanted it to happen. I just didn't know if you did too.
No, he's a player. He's a fucking player, dude.
Yo, I didn't know he was gonna say that. Cause I never had him when I like I told you guys, I never had him for this part. I never
He's a
saved him.
player. Oh my god.
He said, "Are you dumb?"
Yeah, I guess.
Oh my god, bro.
Just saying that because I'm hurt.
Oh my god.
What is going on out there, Kate?
Nah, I give him the benefit of the doubt. He has a chunk of his fucking leg missing.
It's okay, I got this.
That shit's making him going crazy. Making him say she doesn't mean the infection is spreading or whatever the fuck.
Oh my god.
What are you dumb?
Jesus, where's the gun?
We gotta get out. No, we have to hide.
Okay, we can try hiding.
You can't really run.
Yeah, he's gonna hear that shit. Oh.
I wonder if I missed all my options, what would have happened? Like your inner Hulk.
Okay, I guess we don't need the card. Escaped it. Okay, that works. I don't have to fucking choke him. Your turn.
Oh my god.
Hype, that's bogus? That's not bogus. I clutched up. I just waited. And I held for a little bit longer
yeah,
too.
It used to be more of a actual
Just to make sure. So I had so much breath.
You know, I mean, it is still technically, but nobody brings their radio to camp anymore.
Yeah.
It's weird, actually, that there used to be kids with their radio and their portable CD player and everything, and, you know, nowadays, everything we need is on the phone, but Mr. Hackett takes it on the first day at camp so that we're not distracted by technology.
How long is camp? Like a couple weeks? Couple weeks with no phone.
So is that something like that you want to go into?
Check, you guys go like 3 weeks or 4 weeks without your phone?
No, like DJing or music.
Oh, you have each other's company.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I like
Yes,
music,
easily. It's light for sure.
I think I want to
I mean, I'm pretty sure most of us have had. Oh.
quantum physics.
Wait, what?
Use my phone.
You don't really see.
I mean, I don't use my phone to watch shit. So.
Science guy.
All I would need it for.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, not here.
Oh.
That's who I'm with. Wait, what's that supposed to mean? Oh, if you'd be able to
I'm sorry. I'm so
not need your phone. I mean, if you're having fun, you wouldn't need your phone.
Not here at camp. I do that at home, and then here, I
You're a wise cracking smartass.
That's a little harsh, but.
No.
Okay, so maybe I was a little nervous when I arrived in an uncomfortable social situation, and I overcompensated a little bit by making a bunch of jokes.
You played into it.
Yeah, I mean, people kind of enjoyed the blasé Dylan.
So that's why he's a dickhead.
And do you enjoy the blasé Dylan?
More like a dumbass.
That too.
Yeah, like, you know, whatever, man. It's pretty cool. It's fine.
He's a dick to other people.
Like Dylan.
Just
well, it's
to,
nice to meet
wow.
you, Dylan. I'm Ryan. Well, actually, let's get the fuck out of here, Ryan.
Yeah, I like him. That makes a lot of sense.
Sheesh. So friends, I don't know how many books. I want to read Hunger Games. I would say read Game of Thrones, but you guys said the books aren't done. If it's the same as the show, there's no point.
Oh.
Is that a fucking bear trap?
Mm-hmm. Oh, I shouldn't have messed with it.
Nah, you might be running away later. You might run into that shit. This bear trap definitely wasn't there over the summer.
If that gate opens up, yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that could really take your hands off.
Alright, one of our characters will be running later.
It's summer camp.
I don't know, man. It wasn't here over the summer. I mean, if it was, then we would have noticed that, right?
100%.
Well, Whatever it was trying to catch, you can't now.
Was that? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Oh. Pool. Nothing about this feels natural. I guess you could say it's supernatural. Definitely is. They're being stalked. Sorta, kinda. The books will never be done. Damn.
Ooh.
Are y'all not super aware of the surroundings? What do you mean by that? Hard to be aware of surroundings in a situation like this.
It's also pretty dark.
Yeah. Okay, this is like brighter for us than it is for them. Okay.
Oh. Oh, what's this?
Tape thing. Oh, that shit's loud as fuck. Please don't turn that on.
Oh no.
I told the kids to look after this. It's 3 times older than they are.
3 times. Don't.
How did I do that?
Wow. Sheesh.
We go over there, but this door's also open.
It's open, is it? Oh, it is open.
Oh, this is the one Abby went through. Okay.
Think there's a card here now?
I don't believe so.
I would hope so, but yeah, probably isn't. Come on, game. What's a bone?
We need a flashlight.
What was that?
Oh, that's the same paper.
Freak show goes up in flames. I don't know, Ryan has a gun in its sling right now. You have the gun ready to blow a head off. That's how accidents happen. You can't just have a gun off safety at all times.
Hold on, chat. There's a vial here. I think they said it was Dylan's, perhaps. Or was it Jacob?
I think they said Dylan's. Oh, card!
Devil! Oh, yeah!
Good shit. Good shit. Oh, that art is insane.
Wait, is this good for us or bad?
What?
Without restriction, like a shadow torn from one corporal's form. Pay closer to act before the demons unleash. Each of us have one, even those knights who are purified say their prayers by night.
Whatever the fuck that's supposed to mean. We'll see when the lady explains it. You get that vial. What is it? That better not be something disgusting.
I'm like, I mean, they said it was gross, right?
What in the name of voodoo doo-doo is this?
It's not his.
Oh. I'm out of here.
What do the cards do? They give us hints.
Yeah.
Hints to prevent deaths. Sometimes they help, sometimes they don't. Like mine helped, but I didn't need it. Since I didn't fuck up the QTE.
What is that?
It was what?
Oh, it's a rock.
Nah, I know what you mean. That did look kind of creepy.
Oh, go around the house.
Oh, they let you go back here, damn. Oh my god, yo, you're crazy.
Oh,
Yo, wow. 2 in a row?
Well, shit.
Wow, her exploration is crazy, chat. I didn't even think you could get more than one in the chapter. What the fuck?
Wow.
The
I was
hermit.
literally gonna like give up looking for more
Wow.
too.
Here we have the hermit. With the hermit comes isolation, loneliness, but reflection too. Perhaps given some thought, the hermit who gives chase can guide you to safety. But that all depends on your actions, not his. Detective Buttercup on the scene. Let's go. Oh, damn. Sheesh. Big ass claw marks.
I think that's it. I didn't explore this full place, but I kinda don't want to.
Nah, you don't have to. Two is more than enough.
All good?
Should we explore more?
Nah, I think that's good enough. My opinion.
Okay.
All good?
Dylan ain't dead yet. There we go.
What? What the hell?
What's he smiling for?
Oh, this place is kind
He's
of
alone with his man.
Okay, when I was a camper here, it was barely working. It hadn't been used for years, and it took me a really long time actually to get this place cleaned up and looking the way it is. So I'm sorry if it's not up to your standards.
It's
But
probably
I've
just a
been
chowder
putting in a lot of
place.
TLC.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Let me get this set up.
Anything over here we can use?
The power tools? No. That's Mr. H wanted more storage, so it's kind of how he lets me keep the station going.
I see.
So, how far does it go?
Oh, well, it was designed just to broadcast to the PAs around camp for announcements and to, you know, portable radios and whatever. So, I think the range is about a mile.
A mile? Fuck it, let's try
How
it.
do you even know all this stuff?
I just kind of picked it up.
The technical stuff has always been a little hard for me to get a handle on.
Well, if you like, I could show you the ropes.
Like a class?
Yeah, it's easy. Like climbing.
Yeah.
Sign me up, teach.
Anyways, this thing's gonna need a bit of a power up, but that's where this comes in.
What the fuck is that?
Dust magnet.
It's supposed to be a signal booster. It's kind of janky looking, but
Yeah. That looks janky as hell.
So, we can actually talk to people with this thing?
Yeah, well, it's not a two-way radio, so you know, we can talk, but then the best we can do is switch it over to the receiver and see if anyone broadcasts anything back, which is unlikely, but
well, I mean, it is what it is, I guess.
Yeah. So what should I say?
Just like make it sound urgent.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Hello, how's it going out there? This is, we need help. This is,
Bro.
we're counselors at Hackett's Quarry Summer Camp, and there's been a horrible accident, attack, some stuff bad here. We need your help.
Bro.
There is a swarm of bears, and they are everywhere, and there's these hunters too, and they seem to be shooting at the bears, but also at us, which is not good, and a few of our friends are hurt, and we are in desperate need of help, so please, there's vicious bears, and we don't know what to do, so please come help us. SOS, this is an emergency. Save our ship. Come on down, please help
Dylan, bro.
us. Did I do good? Was that
swarm of bears?
Yeah.
Herd of bears.
Yeah, I've heard of bears. But...
Oh my god.
Bro, if we're about to die and I need this guy to talk for us, we're fucking dead, bro.
I'm gonna keep an eye out while you do all this techie stuff.
Okay, yeah, sure.
But he sees it crawling out there. Ooh. You're just gonna not
Check it. For real?
Yo, are you?
That's what I'm thinking.
You're just gonna not say anything?
Did he say lodge?
I don't know. Hold on.
Another couple unaccounted for. Copy that. Out.
Wait, are those the two guys?
Yeah, sounds like it. I don't think they're talking about us.
We can't be sure they were talking about us.
I don't know. It really sounded like they were.
Cool, we're not a couple, so.
That's not possible, right?
Well, couple guys, two guys.
Bro, they're so vague in their wording.
We can't stay here.
Are you not gonna say about the thing outside, or?
Let's stay calm, okay? Let's go find Caitlin and everybody, okay?
Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yo, he's freaking out.
Why didn't you tell me that there's something?
Yeah, why didn't you? I wasn't sure.
Oh, fuck you.
That is something he would say, but like,
oh, man,
this both of these officers. Fuck you.
Really?
I didn't know what I saw.
You saw something and you didn't think that you should fucking tell me?
I forgot. I mean, the
Forgot?
guys came on the radio.
How did you forget a fucking creepy looking monster crawling on fours outside the damn thing?
Ryan? Is it a bear?
A bear can climb that fast. I hate these characters. I hate these characters so much. Is it a bear? I'm not gonna shoot it. I can't see it yet. No. I'm not shooting shit yet. I can't see it. I don't want to waste my bullets. If this kills me, I'll just hold that.
What is that?
Is there two? Oh, if there's two, I'm fucked.
Fuck.
What?
Caitlin, Abby, and Nick, they're coming up the path.
Oh, shit.
They're coming toward us. We gotta warn them. What about the PA?
Up top? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we can tell them to hide or something.
Oh, fuck, no. Oh, shit. Hold the button.
Caitlin, get into a building now. Do not come up here. There's an animal outside the radio hut. Get into a cabin now. Go.
Good comms. W comms. You're American. Shoot first, think later. What?
They're gone.
I'm sorry, but I have above the average American IQ. W comms.
L comms. What?
L. What the?
What now?
You wanted them as bait, Ultra?
That's crazy. We gotta kill it. Can we even kill it? If possible, we should avoid it. If possible.
I don't know.
It's just an animal, right? I mean, maybe we can scare it off.
Well, yeah. I mean, if it has hearing like a dog, maybe we can play like a really
American fuck yeah. Jesus.
And just blast it.
You
guys. I mean,
guys.
it would hurt like hell, but you know.
Do it.
Do it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Come on, Dylan. Let's do this.
I feel like this could work.
Come on. It's almost.
Yeah, calm your ass down.
Hey, Dylan, just take a breath. I'm sure you can figure it out.
Okay, yeah. Right. There's something missing.
Bro, come on.
What's missing?
Think, Dylan, think. Oh, we're running out of time. Think, Dylan.
Oh, crap. It pulled the wire.
Fix it.
Cool.
I'll cover you.
Cool? What do you mean cool?
That means you just gotta kill it.
Bro!
Do it now.
Look, you either gotta do that or kill it. The wire. Oh, it saved me!
Oh, God! Oh, what is this? Take it, stop! What do you want
This shit got...
fucking spreading! You have to cut it off! Cut it off! Cut it off!
I don't want him to die.
Fuck!
What did that one card say? What did that card say? Something in hand. I mean,
Got the devil and the hermit.
I don't think these will help yet, since I can't see it. Yeah, he has to reveal them. The strength card said what? One hand it gives, other it can rip away. I'm not gonna lie, he's gonna.
Just hang on.
I don't even know. Is that a chainsaw? We're gonna chainsaw his arm off? Which one? I don't even know if the chainsaw works. You want to blow his arm off? What do you think, Eli?
Chainsaw seems more effective than the shotgun, but I'm not quite
spread.
sure.
It's just blow his arm
Chainsaw
off.
would be difficult. Chainsaw would be longer and difficult.
Too late.
Oh, you did.
Are you sure? Yes, fucking do it! Fucking do it!
Woo, here we go. This is gonna be disgusting.
Either that's not what we're trying to do right now. We're trying to save him.
I saw that shit in his veins though. Wouldn't he have to lose the whole arm?
They would have to. Oh, well, they have to cut like.
The wire. Get the wire. Get the wire.
What?
Get the wire.
Okay. Chainsaw was the better pick. Blowing it off would be very-
Yeah, blowing it off would, yeah.
Keep pressure on.
Because without have blowed it off, it would have probably shot off more than we needed to shoot off.
What do I do?
The button. The button.
Oh, that should definitely work.
Oh, we blew the speaker.
Bro, smiling like he ain't lose an arm. I mean, a hand.
It did the trick.
It worked, but like,
Nice
he had to
work,
lose an
Dylan.
arm for that shit? That's... Oh. Oh.
Help me!
Right.
Oh, he's in
Oh
shock.
my!
Just hold on.
He's in shock, yeah.
I could do that.
What?
That was a bad idea.
Why'd you do that?
God.
Is it safe? This fucking cast of characters, bro. He's in shock. I'm gonna just say he's in shock. Okay for
I think
now.
we're okay for now.
We ran into one of those hunter guys.
Ah, crap.
Chase us out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna question his arm being gone or, I mean, his hand.
I think so.
Great.
Or the blood all over his face.
What the hell was going on at...
My God, what's wrong with Jacob
Oh my
right
God.
now? I totally forgot about
Dylan,
that
what
guy.
happened?
Oh, I'm okay. I mean, I'm not. But it doesn't hurt.
Okay, you're in shock. Holy fucking shit. Did that thing do this?
No.
No, well sort of. Oh.
Caitlin, where's your gun?
I lost it. One of the friendly locals wanted to say hi.
Oh, fuck.
Did she shoot at us?
What the fuck is that? Who the fuck are you?
Who's there?
Oh, that's the girl
she
from
look
the.
like,
Yeah, that's the girl from the start of the game. I think.
Who was she?
Should we follow her?
Oh. Laura?
Laura Croft, whatever her fucking name is. I don't know. I went to the
Croft. Oh
pool. Laura Croft.
Oh shit, Dylan, what is that?
There's what? Ooh. Who the fuck is that?
Cuddle up next to that guy?
Like, come on.
Bro, I'm still no.
She's still on that. Like, come on.
No.
Come on, come on.
No.
Come on, lie.
No. Nuh-uh. That guy just wanted to, you know?
Yeah.
That's all he wanted.
I know. I was even thinking that the fact that you peeped that is hilarious. Emma was still alive? That's not Emma. Emma has clothes on. Hey, out? No one died. That's not Emma. Emma has clothes on. She put clothes on, remember?
Yeah, we don't know who that is yet. Jacob.
Oh, you're back.
Was it the
Looks
whole?
like that's one less vermin
that
in the world.
One less
was
vermin.
like also the other stuff he did.
Let's take a look once more.
Cause you know who he truly is now.
The
Devil.
Without restrictions, like a shadow torn from one's corporeal form. Pay close attention and act before the demons unleashed. Each of us have one. Even those who are pure of heart and say their prayers by night.
That's exactly like how Nick was. I don't know if that
Here
makes
we
sense,
have
but
Nah, I know what you mean, yeah.
With the hermit comes isolation, loneliness, but reflection too.
Reflection.
Perhaps, given some thought, the hermit who gives chase can guide
Can you
you
give some
to
thought?
they're probably talking about the two guys.
That all depends on your actions.
What we're about to see in these visions. Ooh, creepy mask.
I want to show you more.
Why is she so
Would that
close
be
up to the
alright?
camera? Is that alright with
We're
you?
probably close up to her. Yeah, be more.
Two futures to see, but only
What?
one can be seen.
Really?
Make your choice.
Okay.
Oh, well, you found them. You picked. That's
So
crazy.
I think the hermit is pretty understandable, but the devil is not.
Yeah, I agree.
Let's go with the devil.
We're gonna trust in the devil.
It's a very, very vague.
Woo! Woo!
Whoa!
What?
We spend so.
Oh fuck no! Go back. What? What? Why did
What
her
was
pop off
that?
like that?
Who is that?
What? Wait. What?
Oh my god, that's Abigail.
Yeah, but
Who is that guy?
he turned. What? He's injured. She picks up the gun. He fucking is eating the shit out of her. What?
Wait, what guy is this?
That's what's his name? Fucking Nick or what was his name? I'm like forgetting everybody's names.
Oh, that's Nick. Okay, it looks very different.
It's gotta be Nick 'cause of the shirt, no?
Pay close attention. Act before the demons unleashed. Each of us have one. Even those who are pure of heart say their prayers by night.
So that doesn't fucking help.
Basically, don't let. You have to find a way to save Abby. I don't know how.
Just do Nick,
Well, that's
bro.
fucked. You can only see one.
What if finding multiple then? Yeah. Unless we can see the next one if we
The
find no
hermit's
card.
not too hard to understand.
Yeah, Hermit. I don't. Yeah, I'm not gonna ever go die. Pay close attention before the demons unleash. Each of us have one. And those who are pure of heart into the prayers of night. The devil unleashes without restriction like a shadow torn from one corporal form.
The devil.
So this dude. Okay, this dude Nick. I don't think Nick is savable. Cause look at the way he looks in the. I don't fucking know. The way he
Maybe
looks
she
in
tried to risk her life for him, and she
I don't
ended
think
up dying.
yeah. That looks like Dylan. It's someone.
That doesn't look like.
That doesn't look like Dylan. I'm pretty sure it's Nick. Yeah, look at him. Look at his hair. That's Nick. It says
Also,
without
Dylan
restriction.
has no hand.
Yeah, he has like no left hand right now. Yeah. Okay, I think what they're trying to say is that pay close attention, act before the demons unleash. Each one of us has one. So I think they're saying we have
Maybe
to.
QTEs?
No. I think we need to not trust him, or I don't fucking know.
Much time looking toward the future. It's easy to forget that the past holds secrets too.
Don't trust him, I guess, or
Worth
like.
remembering that. So it's goodbye again.
Act before he loses
I'll
his
wait
shit.
for you.
Yeah, he's transforming. He's gonna transform into that fucking creeper monster werewolf bullshit. We gotta act before he transforms. But how the fuck are we supposed to act?
Fuck, it's been so long since I played Jacob. But I gotta stop here.
That's perfectly fine,
A little bit past 10.
yeah.
Yeah, this is good though.
Yeah. Oh, I think we can pause from here. Oh yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Quit to main menu. Oh, that was fun, chat.
This is fun.
Oh, I'm
We
glad
should be
you had
able to
fun.
finish it.
Next stream, 100%. 100%.
Yeah.
That was indeed fun because I beat it last time in 7 hours and we just played 4 or 5-ish. We played like 4 or 5. So, like, we have like
maybe-
3-ish hours of gameplay next left, depending on how we do.
Yeah, we could probably finish it next stream. So I'll do it tomorrow then.
Okay, it's up to you. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
This
Ooh.
is good.
Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed it. I knew you'd enjoy it. I knew you were probably gonna be like, this cast is so fucking stupid. Which, I mean, they're supposed to be like that. They're fucking teenagers. They're dumb as hell. But they are. Hey, you can't say their personalities aren't dry. That's for sure.
Man.
All right, I'm gonna stay on. So I don't know if you're ending, but
Yeah, I gotta end.
all right, I'm gonna probably play Rivals and Tokon or something, or Tokon and Rivals. I don't know, whichever you guys want to see, chat. So I'll keep going for a little while longer. I do gotta work out, so I'll probably go for like 3 hours left. What's up, Lomo? How you doing? But yeah, thanks for playing, dude. Good night.
Good night.
Yep. All right. Shots me and the stream together thing. Sparking 0. Bro, I can't use my intermission screen because it's fucking lagging. I'm just gonna use my camera screen, I guess. W raid from Alive. Appreciate the raid. I'm glad you had a good time. Glad you had a good time. Let me fix my camera. Boom. Have a good night. Yeah, if you're coming from a live stream, I appreciate you guys stopping by. Hope you guys also enjoyed that. I have not played that game in so long, so I forgot how like the story goes. But I remember vividly some stuff. Vividly. But it's kind of a blur. So that's why it's fun replaying this. Play Tokon, watch out by Loki. Watch out for Loki. Wait, Ride of Bioware experience on Tokon. Why? What happened, Lil Milk? You want to play? We can play. We got that AC on max, and I was trying to turn it on. Like shit wasn't turning on for some reason. State of play deep dive on what? It's Phantom Blade. I don't know if I feel like watching that right now. We can play. I just need to turn on my PC. I want to play some games. So let's play Tokon and Rivals maybe. Yeah, I'll do Rivals to end the stream. Let's play some Tokon first. So I'll play like an hour or two of Rivals, and then Tokon, then like an hour or two of Rivals. How long have I been live? 6 hours. My phone is fucking dead. Great. So I want to probably go to like, how long have I been live? 6 hours, or maybe we do an hour of each or something. Because I do want to work out, and I don't want to stream so long to the point where I won't feel like working out anymore. Because I do that a lot, and I gotta stop doing that. Which is why I usually work out before a stream. But I streamed so early today that I didn't even work out. Nor did I upload a video either. At least to the main channel. But yeah, I hope you guys did enjoy that. We'll continue that tomorrow or Wednesday. One of them. I don't know. We'll see. Let me change the name to Tokonda. Tokonda forever. The Quarry. What a game, bro. What a game. Oh, man. Out of all the movie nights I've done, I don't know which one I like the most. The Quarry is up there for sure. But I really love Heavy Rain. And I really love Detroit. I think my favorite movie night is Detroit. Detroit is just too crazy, bro. Fucking Detroit Become Human, bro. This game. I haven't done this game yet. This is one of the movie nights I have to do. This Tell Me Why game. I haven't done it yet, though. I was supposed to do this. I just haven't done it. Yeah, I got this game like... I got it in 2024. I just still haven't done it. But I'm not supposed to be telling you guys. It's supposed to be a surprise, but that's the next movie night. Heavy Rain? Yes, I played Heavy Rain. This game is peak. I fucking love Heavy Rain, bro. I've played Heavy Rain. I've played Heavy Rain for movie night already. These are all the movie nights I've done. Anything in this category I've done for movie night already. Oh, wait. I gotta put the fucking 5 hearts of bullshit in here. Yeah, these are all the movie nights I've done. Is there any other movie night I've done that I didn't put in here? This is every single movie night I've done.
Fighting Souls.
No, that's everything. This should be. Oh, I love Beyond Two Souls as well. It's hard to pick. So much of these games are so good. I wouldn't really class of 09. This shouldn't be in here. Why is this in here? Those are not movie nights. Those are fucking slop. Fucking slop, bro. I would count Me-Side. I love the Me-Side. Me-Side was great as well. Damn, that game was 4 hours? I beat it in 4? That was pretty short of a game. Bro, House of Ashes, this game? Oh my god, House of Ashes was crazy. Dude, this game was fucking ridiculous. When was the last time I played House of Ashes? 2022? Bro, this game was so crazy. It was to the point where I thought the game was over so many fucking times and then it would just hit you with some bullshit. Like, that's how good House of Ashes was. Because, like, there were so many parts of the game you would think, oh, it's over. What do we do now? No, it's not over yet. It just got worse and worse and worse. That shit was crazy, bro. I definitely got to revisit House of Ashes. That's a fire game. It happened so many fucking times in that game. You would just think, oh, the game's over. And then it would just get you. Class 09? I'm not playing Flipside. I'm not playing Class 09 Flipside or whatever. I'm not doing that. That game is too... Like, I don't mind dark humor and degeneracy, but like... I can only take so much of it. I can only withstand so much, man. Like, dark humor is cool, but like... There's levels to that shit where it's just like... Alright, bro. This shit ain't that funny to me anymore. Maybe down the line I'll do it, but for now I think I'm good off that. Let's put the game audio back on. Let's put the game music back on. Tokon and Rivals after. Comes for the live channel, but not everything is good content, bro. I don't know. Not everything is good content. At least to me. I understand content, but some shit, I don't know, man. Oh, Mogu's back streaming. Where the hell did she go? She's been missing for ages. I haven't seen Mogu in ages. Damn, she hasn't streamed in like a month. She was on vacation or something. Damn, bro. Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, I hope you guys did enjoy that, and big shout out to anyone that came from the live stream. Let me get a shout out for a lot. There we go. We playing a what, low milk? I'm gonna warm up real quick. I'm diamond. Yeah, diamond one. Yeah, this shit is ass. Unless you want to play Rivals instead. Maybe look at your chat. Oh, fuck, you did. Oh, I guess I'll start the TikTok stream now. I need to rewatch CEO Top 8. I didn't watch all of it. All I saw was Grand Finals and the match before it. Losers Finals and Grand Finals. I gotta watch CEO Top 8. Steal some tech and shit. Maybe we could do that start our next stream. Start our next stream, we rewatch CEO Top 8 and then play Rivals, and we play Quarry to end the stream. Things probably when we next stream's playing. Yeah, you said the room is the same shit, but you think I remember the same shit, so. Oh, this was, yeah, this is not the same code. This is when I was playing Sage Jam and I DM'd you. Did you? Bro, you know I don't look at DMs, bro. You know how many DMs I have not responded to? I don't look at that shit, bro. Like, it's better to just like come to me. I'm slow, bro. It's just, I don't know. Because usually I get a DM midstream and then like I'll see it, but like I don't respond to it yet. And then because I'm gonna respond to it at the end of the stream, and then the end of the stream comes, I forget. Hollywood. No, he just means that he DM'd me the room last time. That's not being Hollywood, just that. Unless you guys want me to sit here tabbing out, responding to DMs the whole fucking stream. Is that what you guys want? Not paying attention to you guys and then responding to DMs the entire fucking stream. Me sitting there just streaming and typing the entire stream. Is that what you guys want? Now let's go. Perhaps. That's like me being at work. Boss gonna ask me, why you always on your phone? Yeah, boss gonna ask me, why are you on your phone all the damn time while you're at work?
I am ready.
Obviously, this is not comparison to. I'm not comparing this to an actual job, but you know what I mean. Ooh, that did not work. I have to tell him it's for emergency. I was actually watching it over. Nice. I mashed. I mashed. W. Ooh. Mechanic is so bad. A-frames of Doom? It's not A-frames. I'm playing Lomo. A-frames? Nah, I just got on the game. It's not A. It's not A. Don't worry. W. Oh no! The mechanic is so broken. No! This is a ring? No, this is not a ring. Ooh, that was mix. No mercy. That was mix. Simple left, right. No! Throw a meteor at his ass. Or a fucking brick or whatever the fuck. That's not what I wanted. No. I thought I was playing 2xk when I fucking pressed the wrong tag button. My tag button in 2xk is the same as this, but it's not the assist button. Darkness is my domain. I'm a samurai asshole.
Winner, player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
Oh, the delay. The delay. Magic? No one told you to. Oh, Magic was supposed to go fireball. Make that shit safe for me. Oh, you can just mash me out of that? Wish you a happy 8 frames? That's fucking crazy. Yo, where the hell is Lux at, bruh? Stop trolling me. I know you played her. Where she at, bruh? Only you can stop this. Ain't me, Cap. I know you played her, bro.
Here's my aim.
Oh! That's Mix. That's Mix. Let's talk on boring. Feels like BB tag. I like to oh fuck is this 8 frames? What the fuck did you do to me? I like 2x's combat more. I don't think that's a secret.
Here's my aim. Out of the way.
Oh, my assist. Where'd it go? That's Mickey.
Cower before the storm. Worry not. Magneto controls all. Summon your command. You need my
Hey, is this calling? I feel that. I would prefer it 2x's for sure, 100%. I like 2x's combat more for like 100%. Like I don't think it's even close. Like when it comes to fluidity, I don't think it's close. fucking god, my magic is so ass. Yeah, striving to. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Maybe I don't know. Fuck, I'm at the 2H.
Let's
final round. Come on.
Get down. From the sky. Roll. Now. Here I go.
God, defense sucks in this game. Holy shit. It's actually so ass.
Here's my aim. Here's my aim. You need my help.
I'm dead. Oh!
Here's my aim.
That shit just sits on the floor. Your one def. We counter. Yeah, your one defense. Yeah, that shit's ass, bro. Like, it's fucking garbage. Like, if I reflect this shit, he's just gonna fucking cancel it, and I'm just gonna lose my assist. It's so garbage. Like, I don't know. That shit is ass cheeks.
At any time.
Like, I don't know what they were cooking with that design. I did medium, but alright.
Good start.
Very buns design.
Not yet. Here I go.
Oh, I jabbed.
I'm fine. No. Out of the way. From the sky. Now. Here I go.
But I didn't even want that. I wanted the guard cancel. Whatever. Oh wait, doesn't it cause green stuff? Or not that guard cancel. The fucking what is that stupid mechanic called? The step back thing. This shit. That's what I wanted.
You need my help.
Yeah, that shit is Mickey. It just meaties you. Like, she just guard cancels you into a meaty. There's nothing you can do about it. I have to just block it. And since defense is ass, like, it's guaranteed. She was still in recovery. How was she still in recovery there? Not because it's garbage. Because if she gets a guard cancel off of me, she's guaranteed to. Yeah, I guess I just don't let her do that. She can do one more meaty before falling. Oh, fuck.
I am ready. Storm. Round 2. Now, lightning from the sky. I missed it. Out of the way. From the sky. Now. Lightning. Not yet. No.
Oh my god, you can't do that? There's no way she's in that much block stun. There's no way she's in that much block stun. What the fuck is that?
Anytime. No mercy. I'm with you.
Oh my god. I have no stakes. So if we use the green stock to assist, it's so weird. Like, I don't know. I don't like this game's system mechanics. Out of all the tag fighters I've played, I think I hate this game's system mechanics the most. Will I ever finish a combo? Until next time.
At any time. I'm with you. From the sky.
Oh my god, wrong button. God damn it. Pew, 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 pew. Let's pick a star. Oh yeah, I did. I don't have that much combos though, but I have a few. I have enough. Picking up team. This team is locked until Cyclops. I'm gonna replace Magneto with Cyclops. Whoops. Whoops. That is not what I meant to do, but whatever. Game is slop, bro. I didn't mean to do that. I did not mean to do that. I meant to combo up the first one, but I don't know. That's not what I meant to do. Job not planned to reset. Oh! 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 Give me that! Oh! That was cheese. Give me that. Give me that. W steaks. We love steaks around here. Oops. That's not what I wanted. Oh my god.
Here's my aim. Worry no.
Oh god. What? That was slop. No, bro, that was slop. What the fuck? That works. Excellent. Starlo got mixed. Yep. Let's come back. Thank you. No! Oh my god, those tornadoes are so good. Just meaty you. Like, just meaty you. There's nothing you can do about it. Oh. So this is on cooldown. Okay, I tried to throw it into the portal, but I didn't know the height of the portal. So when I saw that shit, it was fucking gone. Okay.
Out of the way.
Oops. There's like 3 viewers on my TikTok. I'm fucking shadow banned on TikTok if you can't tell. I got shadow banned again. Probably because I don't say purple app and shit. I just keep saying Twitch and YouTube. So I don't give a fuck.
I am ready. Magic.
Ain't no way. I mean, it's possible. I mean, I'm pretty sure that explains it. If I'm making shadow ban, I literally don't give a fuck anymore. Like, TikTok is too troll. Like, you can't expect me to not fucking say YouTube and Twitch. Like, what? Like that's so OD. If I'm shadow banned, I'm shadow banned. I don't give a fuck. Oh my god, this mechanic is so fucking ass, bro. Like the defense mechanics are so bad in this game.
I'm with you.
Brace yourself.
Hmm.
Round 1. Fight.
$6:34. I'll stream till like 8 hours. I think I'm out of here. So I'll play for like 30 more minutes and let's play Rivals for the last hour. I don't know what I'm gonna do on Rivals though. Probably do main account maybe? I don't know.
Good stuff.
What do y'all want to see on Rivals? Maybe I'll hit up someone to see if they want to play it or something. I don't know.
From the sky. Now freeze. Go tornado. Ice jump.
Yo, Mega, thanks for the gifted. Oh, fun avatar? Nice.
I am ready. Storm. Round 3.
Fucking hell. Oh my god. What's up, young Neo? I gotta stop doing that. I was holding up 4 instead of just neutral. can't do that on the floor? I don't have any mix with Magneto at all.
When Magneto calls, the heavens answer. Shrapnel spike. Steel yourself. KO. Final round. Shrapnel spike. Here's my aim. Sanjo. Shrapnel spike. Let us clean. From the sky. A wise decision. Go, go, go! You need my help, magic. Dance with. Now,
Bounce off the fucking tornado. God, this mechanic is so bad, bro. It's so bad, dog. It is so bad. It's not even funny, bro. Like, they need to rework the fucking defense of this game. It's so fucking horrendous. Like, you just die if you block in this game. Holy. It's so buns, bro.
Brace yourself. Round one.
Didn't pay to block. Oh, it really did that to me. So devoid. Let me grab him.
I am ready. Storm. Round two.
You like cuss me? Oh, thanks. Oh my god. No way. Shouldn't have broke the wall. Oh, my monitor went black. Bro, my fucking monitor went black. I couldn't see shit. Hey, fireball. I don't know what fix it I can talk on. I'm gonna make my PC restart due to kernel crash. Oh, that's weird. This game's just unoptimized. This game is just horribly optimized, bro. It's not. I don't think it's a your PC problem. It's a, holy shit, bro. No, you fucking spinner! You spinner thingy! That should drop my combo. The spinner thingy fucked up my combo. What? Yeah, the game was just so horribly optimized that like you'll have shit like that. It's not your fault. I don't know how to help you though. I wish I knew, but I generally don't know how to help you. I don't know what the I should have done the fucking DP. I gotta stop doing that.
Here I go. Shoot. I'm here.
Ooh. All the way around town.
Round 3. Here's my aim. Here I go. Now. I'm with you.
Oh, goodness.
I'll give you winner, player 2. Brace yourself. Round 1. Fight.
I should have done the OS. I don't know why I did that.
Nearly enough. For you.
Wow. Wow.
Good stuff. Ice Dog.
It's over. I await your call.
KO. Perfect.
I am ready. Storm.
Round 3.
Impressive. Trouble me. Go, Tony.
For you, what is hot? From the sky.
Oh.
No mercy. Lightning.
Go, go, go!
Who can win with this? KO.
Nice.
Simple. Round 4. Fight. Who can win with this?
Fucking hell.
From the sky.
A wise decision.
Worry not. From the sky. Lightning.
Woo! Blast that boy. Moss, are you ready? I really can't be asked. Blast that boy. To believe this is a good game. Bro, you gotta switch characters. I think you don't switch characters enough. You don't switch characters enough. I might drop out.
Here I go. At any time. Storm.
Oops.
I am ready.
KO. Round 2. Fight.
A wise decision.
KO. Perfect. Round 3. From the sky.
Oh, wrong button.
My wings ready.
Okay.
Fate was on my side. Round 4.
That was the wrong button, but okay.
Here I go. Now, go tornado. There, be gone. Now, lightning, go tornado. I'm coming.
So now you know why Vamp. Winner! Round 1.
No, I didn't get the stage transition. Fuck. I was trying to optimize it so I get the stage transition so I get more characters. We want Tekken? No, you don't. Oh, I had no meter. Fuck, I could have killed him.
You need my help. Storm. Now. Here I go.
GG. 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 GG, man. GG. Oh man. Blade is nasty. Neutral probably. I don't think any single character has better neutral than Blade in this game. There's just no way. There's just no way. It's impossible. No one has better neutral than Blade in this game. There's just no way. Only one close I would say is like, nah. Nah. Just nah. Nah, no one has better neutral than Blade, bro. There's just no way. Maybe you don't got that crazy a mix and stuff unless you switch, but like the thing is Blade teaches you have to switch because you can't. His mix solo is ass. You have to switch with Blade. That's why I switch characters so much. But neutral, no one has better neutral than Blade. That's the king of neutral. That's the king of neutral, bro. What a character. Sheesh. Is my rivals gonna open up? I'll play for 1 more hour and I'm out of here. I want to go work out. I'm not breaking my workout streak. Working out every day. Since the Celadon's ended, I've been working out every day. I had to stop working out because I was doing the Celadon. Okay. What game you played earlier? The Quarry. The Quarry. I'll probably upload the playthrough. The Quarry Revisited. Probably I'll put the whole thing in one video though. The whole thing will be going into one video. Mark is on. Kissy's on. Kissy's C2. Damn. Oh, let's keep ranked. I'll see what happens. I'll play for one hour. 1 hour is all you guys are gonna have me for. Last hour of the stream. Did we hit the daily sub goal? Oh shit, we're close. Somebody bless the brother with 2 subs. Somebody bless the brother with 2 subs real quick. Somebody bless the brother. 2 subs, 2 subs. Help our brother out with two subs. Oh, got a match. Muramasa, are you ready? You're lucky you're not a vamp.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Recall.
Shit, I want to play the hood. I'm taking it from him. I'm taking it from him.
Now, who am I
I'm
gonna
taking it
banish
from
for
him.
this match?
You're lucky you're not a vamp. Where's my phone? Oh. You're lucky you're not a vampire.
You'll need a top-notch
That shit mine, yes sir. Hoodie season. Hoodie season, let's go. Hoodie season. Hoodie season. I will not be switching to Magneto. Oh, Magneto's banned anyway. Like, do not ask me to go for Magneto for a Punisher or nothing. I will not be switching. It is hoodie season. Twitch is doing bonus subs on August 20th for people using the dual format. That's cool. You stream in the dual format, like, you know, the little the mobile TikTok looking format when you're on your phone. Yeah, they give the subs for people using that shit.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Who the fuck was that? That sound like Mark.
We're not that different, Parker. We're around the same age, and we were both.
Bro, ain't no way that's Mark. Is that who I think it is? Is that the homie? Mr. Bro.
Can somebody else please play support somebody?
Bro, they got all... Oh, nah. I got Mark and I got fucking Panu.
Is that Mark Diesel?
Is that Mark Diesel? Is that Panu?
Fucking Mark Diesel, baby.
What's up?
What up?
Fucking Mark, baby.
Lock the hood on me, bro. What the hell?
Shit, you want me? I'll give you it.
All good.
One dead.
It's Panu. You want it?
You're looking for the concept, baby. Wait, Mark got that strap full on Mark, no?
He's on.
I stole his hood. That's hilarious.
Larp.
Wait, how do I use the bubble?
I think I don't even probably so there. I don't know. Wait, am I supposed to activate that team up when I hear it or not?
Nah.
I don't even like it.
No, you don't have to.
Oh shit, I'm fried. But I'm getting pinched. Why are 3 hit cams like touching me?
Backline's getting fried down. You sure you don't want it, Panu?
I'm taking 2-3.
Nah, it's cool. It's cool.
Alright.
Oh shit, it's Infernasu. What's up?
What up? I just got on.
Wait, how? Wait, Hood, take 2 feet so we can clear these guys. I don't need you shooting.
Wait, hold on. There's a hood right in front of me. He's low though.
No, I don't need you shooting. Come.
I'm on site. One of the healers is low.
Hello, no bird. One top.
Wait, hood is one. Hood one.
You're gonna walk down by the hood.
Perfect precision.
Oh, she was 1 HP. Did you see that chat? She had 0 HP.
Man. Wait, banned by Logan. You play Bucky? Oh, banned. Fuck. Alright, wait, that's one less hit scan. They're on Blade. Wait, Hood, I please need you to go on the height and shoot these guys, brother.
You want me to go height? I got you.
You have to go off angles, yes. You have to play.
With hood. Alright, bet.
Yes, you do not.
I'm trying to help play main, but alright, sure. I'll go off angle.
We have a full dive
Oh lordy. Who wants me to off angle? Sure, bro. Off angle.
cheating.
I'm in there. Hey, Theo. Force one.
Yo, Widow is just sitting behind all.
We kill her.
That is 1 in 5. Oh god. That Widow is cracked. Holy shit.
he's just cheating. Unfortunately.
Are you sure he's cheating?
He's yeah.
I haven't died to him yet, so I can't tell if he's cheating. Who said Widow's cheating?
Hello? I know it's getting late, but it's time to wake up, man. Yo, hello. Mic check, 1, 2. Wake up.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Put on guns
Am I
out.
muted?
Let's go.
You can get back on DPS. Massive? This is massive? No.
I can play Healer if he wants to play DPS.
No. We go back close. Yeah, and then that guy, yeah. Mark, get on DPS. You trying to dive some?
Yeah, I got you, bro.
Yup.
This shit is fried. This shit is fried, bro.
And we don't talk about the stat line.
Hey, we don't look at that. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
We gonna win this. We gonna win this.
This shit is all a funny ass lineup.
It's a strange feeling.
You may have just been God in your timeline, but to us, you were a trusted friend for ages.
Nah, he just hopped on DPS. He was on support. Don't do that. Don't do that, dumb. Chill. He was on support all game.
4, 3,
Anything is possible.
2, 1.
Set. Come on, Widow.
Yeah, his aimbot's glitched
Also
out.
one.
Get him.
Be care.
Oh, she's won again, bro. She's won every time. She's 1 HP every time, bro. That shit is so annoying.
+1.
Phoenix bullets.
Play main.
You really think I'm tapping out so
Literally 1. I keep getting Widow 1, Elsa 1 every time.
Whoa.
They just don't die.
Oh, I answered.
His name The Rock. Oh, trauma. That's hilarious.
I mean, this guy.
What's your set? Do we need a TP? I don't think we need to.
Hell can wait. I got a fight to win.
Nah, not yet. We got one more fight.
Good snipers don't get down. Anyone willing to help?
Hello, yep. We don't need anything. We can just win. But it's one. Really one.
Whoa. What were there one?
Now we got a TP, I think.
That might be too late.
Hell can wait. I got a fight to win.
One more touch.
I'll push the push.
1,000 gods!
I'm in. He beefed it. Close one, dead.
Wait, they're in the DC. There's one. Where's DC?
Put in our back line.
One of us. Holy fuck!
Winnable. Extremely winnable. I have ult too.
DC. Winnable.
This is such a Mickey Mouse win if we win this. If we win this is so Mickey Mouse. That a torch? It's a torch on site.
They're walking the style.
Watch out for the Widow. She's off angling over there. Hood is low. Hood's like 30%.
Anyone touch for the Widow?
Nice pick, Mark. I can all that through this.
Dead. Good.
I say I don't need to do it yet. Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Hey, we have two. I don't know. Do they have invis?
No, they just used it, no? They just used it.
They don't have a
Yeah, they have none, they have nothing.
Okay, if we have 3 DPS ults, just play for your life.
They're portaling. They might not make it in time. Hold on.
Come through and then we can fist ult.
Yeah, Widow coming high. You got that, Mark. Cheater. Watch out. Please don't let him see my special.
Play fast characters. I'm looking cloak. Cloak.
Come back.
Come back fast.
We gotta get rocket. We gotta get this rocket.
Yeah, we're resing stuff. We're good.
It's okay. You have a tiny bit of space to give. You have a little bit to give.
Please kill him. Oh my god.
I'm gonna go press the rocket. Somebody sound point. I'm going cloak instead, actually. Can we look at the cloak?
Oh my god, Blade chased me.
This is real.
How? Just
But we're so close to rocket ult. Oh.
No, he actually just 1v6 with it.
Oh, GG's.
That's right.
2, 1.
Damn, bro.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Bro, I was doing so much damage, bro. How the cloak live out? I don't fucking know, bro. I had her anti-heal too. She was inside my bubble. Oh, sucks. How do we lose that? Oh man, that sucks. Where's that guy that was playing fucking Logan? Yeah, this guy didn't do shit on DPS. I'm like, no disrespect, but that guy did nothing on DPS. I gotta avoid that guy. I don't know how the fuck we lost that. That sucks. We're so close to winning that. That fucking sucks. I don't have Punu added on this account. Let me add him. I have the other account added. Fuck. That sucks. Oh well. Only horror I'm seeing is this skin. Bro, we played it earlier, bro. You're on YouTube. Rewind the damn stream, man. Use your brain a little bit, man. I gotta wake up early tomorrow, don't I? What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Tuesday, right? Oh no, I don't gotta wake up early. Yeah, I don't have to wake up early, no mind.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
My watch is sharp.
The DPS is much.
Is sharper.
Oh man, that sucks. I don't know we lose that. Oh, heck over here. Oh, excuse me. Elsa banned on both teams. I'm hungry. I need to eat. I need to eat, work out, fucking sleep. I'm hungry. I'm hungry and sleepy as shit. Hungry and sleepy. Can't lie, my Caribbean final exam results dropped in like 12 hours. You think the Widow was cheating last game? I don't think so, but my teammates said they were. I don't know if she is. Maybe she was. I don't fucking know. I didn't feel like she was cheating, but I'm playing tank, so like she's not. I'm not her target.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'll fight to
I played Blade or Cell this much.
spawn me. I'll fight to end the
The Blade.
darkness that spawned me.
Is all the Thousand Year Blow episodes out yet? Can I start watching that? Grandma and mom already jokingly threatened kicking me out. What the hell? Jokingly kicked you out is crazy. Only 4? Is it weekly or like are they not? Is it weekly or like are they just
I can't
seasonally? Oh, it's weekly. Okay, yeah, I can just wait for them to stack. I don't know.
One of the two.
Oh my god, you're right. I'm gonna get old someday.
Can you play Cloak or Jubilee? That's fast.
Time to chill out.
That works.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Jubilee, switch your team up.
2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
As good as new.
A nice deep
Damn. Whoa, this is lag.
Wolverine on the right. He's top right, Wolf.
This lag is pretty bad.
As good as new. Armed and dangerous. Slice and dust. A thousand gods.
That sucks. W stacked the ante. Let's go. I can't see shit. Why did my team die? What did they die to? Did Matt get like a 4-piece? I think he had like a 2-piece. It's fire, that's all I'll say. Yeah, I want to watch it for Patreon. I'm just waiting for him to stack up. Just seen that game with Mark. Yeah, match was unfortunate. Be like that though.
Top right.
I feel bad for Panu. I would have gave him the hood if I knew it was him. Because he has not been able to play hood since he hasn't been home. Body blocked me. Coco Loco.
The hunt's not over yet. Taste cold steel. The hunt is on. Taste cold steel. As good as new.
I care nothing. But I was dwarf. Only 60 seconds left.
Open seal.
Can we push off?
You guys keep dying. We push up when y'all just keep dying off cooldown.
Yeah, can we swap?
God, this character is so fucking annoying, bro. I gotta fight a champion Bucky. Wow.
Bucky is open, by the way, team.
I feel like playing fucking Bucky. Sorry, buddy, but I do not want to play Bucky.
Wolves back. Wolves back.
Silver bullet.
Who's behind? Who's behind?
The final 10 seconds. Disappear. Shields up.
Armed and
I got one healer.
Hold on your back line.
Holy shit! I can't do nothing, bro. Just bubbles. This character is hard countered by Magneto bubble. So stupid, and she got bubble. This character is just hard countered. This meta is not good for Blade at all. Poke is so strong right now. Come on, man. Can I play the game? Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, this character's Ash this patch, bro. Holy fuck. Can I play the game, bro? I want to cut people up, but I can't. They just get bubbled. My TTK is too low, so he just bubbles while I'm fighting. That sucks. I don't know how I'm supposed to play Blade in this. I gotta switch.
Alright, GG's, we're done here.
The current score is
There's so many mag. There's a mag every single match. Like every match. Every single match is a Magneto.
including which side you're on. The right hero
Like
could make all
every single match. Like what outfit is there's a Magneto. Point before that at night.
I have to do that? That's crazy.
Love Jubilee? Why does he hate Jubilee so badly? He said Jubilee. Is it a Phoenix? What do you mean this guy is useless?
Phoenix now for wasting 5 minutes on the lead.
Oh, like he wasn't doing worse than me on whatever Hella character he was playing.
You gotta let him move an inch now, bro.
He was playing Hella doing worse than me, and he switched to Thanos Z tier Bucky, and he started doing better, and now he's talking crazy. All right. Wow. Wow.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
That voided my right click. I think it reflected it. Bro, I can't use my fucking abilities because of Magneto. Okay, well, that was a waste of time.
Final score 0.
That was a waste of time.
Thank you, Phoenix and Lunacy. It was really great.
Brother, this guy. He said, thank you, Phoenix and Lunacy. What about the support with 8 fucking devs, bro? That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. All the damage I did. 12k damage, getting them so fucking low. That sucks. Oh, that sucks. Be like that. So it seems I have to ban Magneto if I want to play Blade. Got it. I have to ban Magneto if I want to play Blade, it seems. Yo, thanks for the 2-1, bro. GG's, dude. Our teammates was yelling at us to take it off Hela and Blade and play Bucky. You know, none of us wants to play fucking Bucky.
I'll fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
I will be banning Magneto. That's for sure. Magneto will be banned in my games now. I will be banning Magneto. That is enough of that. You will not be bubbling people no more, bro. Fucking character is so damn strong this pack. That's enough of that. It's enough of that. Black Cat. They tried to ban Thor. Oh no, they did ban Thor. What the f? Yeah, I don't know about that. Let me see. What day is today? I think today's chest day. They banned Spot. Okay, they're doing troll bans. Let me see. Tricep. It's either back or chest. I forgot. I forgot. Mine's chest. Shit, boy, yeah, I gotta definitely end soon. I gotta end in like 30 minutes. Cause it takes me at least like an hour. I'm going for some Black Cat to stay perm ban. I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Black Cat is too strong at the moment. Too strong.
Your song Flow is on my slay list.
Slay list?
Yeah, the playlist I put on when I'm not slaying vamps. Really gets my blood pumping.
Bro, the Quarry is so funny. I forgot how funny that dumb game is, bro. That shit is so stupid, bro.
4, 3.
Those characters are actually so dumb. They do the dumbest shit in that game. It's all stemmed over a game of truth or dare. Okay, someone needs to get that girl down from there. I don't know why I didn't get healed, I guess. I died to a projectile? Are you serious?
Yo, Infernasu, bro, what's good, man?
What's up, Chris? How you doing?
Yo, this is like the first time I ever got in this game, bro. That's kind of crazy.
Yo, Widow behind, Widow behind.
Oh shit.
1,000 gods!
Oh, she's 1 HP. That sucks. Close one.
She's on ping. She's still behind.
Snack time already. The hunt is on.
We're running into hella people today. The Celestial, this like low. There's like no one in Celestial. We're running into the streamers today.
Shielding. Pocket each other, pocket each other.
Oh my god. Nah, I have to go kill that girl.
Yo,
Yeah, I gotta go kill that Widow. That girl's too good, I guess. I don't know.
I can ult here, but I'm getting shot. Oh my god.
Only 60 seconds left. They look like they shine with me.
Gun mode. You kill Emma here.
Bro, this Widow. Oh my god. Oh, we should have been Mantis. Holy fuck. Ow. He headshot me too.
I'll just fight. Step aside.
I unleash the
Mantis.
Nice. Play up, play
I
up.
love you.
Going to overtime.
They might be TPing. They definitely TPing.
They are TPing, watch out.
Kill Emma, kill Emma. I'm through.
I dashed and got grabbed mid dash. Holy fuck, that's so annoying.
Oh yeah.
That girl one-shot it down. Bro, Bucky is so broken this patch.
Look at change, look at change, change.
Look at my friends, look at my friends.
Look at cloak, look at cloak. Yeah, gang.
Psylocke is back here next to the health pack.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up.
How about Christopher Hood? Also known as a good character. He beat her. He seems really good.
Out of sight.
But yo, Magnus Big C? I'm not going Mag. I think I banned Mag, bro.
I banned him.
I'm like, oh, yo, thank you, bro. You're realist. Who is like definitely like high beat here? But his team I'm taking back here. He seems good.
Step aside.
God's fucking teammate. Who up, Zane?
But you're true.
Oh my god, this Widow.
So I'm fucking like one team not playing Blade. Yo.
There's just no way. Yeah, this Widow is crazy.
Yo, I'm trying to set up a concert thing with AJ this week.
Your mic's on, by the way.
Seven Foot's been playing Blade. Oh, wait, my fault. I'm hot micing.
You good? I can't fucking dash it at any. Bro, this Widow is frying, bro. She's just perma-mantis buffed. Yeah, we gotta kill this Mantis. Like, this Widow's perma-mantis buffed. God damn, bro. Kidder's so fucking broken.
No, Psylocke.
I have all, but like I can't even get an opportunity to use it. Double jump videos? Double jump? That's hella old.
Go for an ult. Look at Mantis. Mantis is down. Look at cloak, look at cloak. Nice, block. Push card, push card.
Yo, what? Okay, her aim is insane. A little too insane.
The final 10 seconds. Perfect precision. Flow, gentle light. No winner yet. We are going to overtime.
I have ult for this.
I'm dead. I'm a portal, so I'm playing somehow.
They're down one healer.
We're down everyone, dude.
Oh, it's all good.
As long as I could.
She got that config. That girl is frying me, bro. She's permanent.
With that mantis emote.
Yeah, she's really broken with that Mantis emote.
Time to switch things
Yeah,
up.
that shit is not going.
That shit is not okay. It's like impossible to play that.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
My order is sharp. My mind is sharper.
Yo, in for what? What's up, dude? I mean, there's not much I can really do. She's Mantis buff. Like, it's very hard to deal with that.
Perfect harmony.
You still played Diligent? Hell no. No, I don't like that character. That character's really bad. Well, not bad, just that there's... I'd rather play Kunimitsu. I'm playing Tekken, I'm playing Kunimitsu right now.
No, they banned.
I don't know how good Diligent is anymore, but I haven't played him in a long time. Then I dropped that character ages ago.
Step aside. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The enemy has arrived.
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. Cosmic rounds. Double KO.
Out of sight.
Son, this character is ridiculous.
Light guides me. Step aside. Farewell.
Character is absolutely burger with Mantis buff.
Walk from the left, the left, the left.
Enemy in front of us.
There's still a chance to stop them. Flow, gentle light.
Portal installed. Did you swap?
Double KO.
You said what?
Did you swap? Hood is obviously not working.
Might be a good time to stop
I mean,
them.
you're going strange into Emma, bro. That's not any better.
Yeah. Bro, Chris.
We need a Mantis. Like realistically, we just need a Mantis.
Homie, we're losing a Mantis and Emma.
Yeah, it's like Mantis, Widow. Like we cannot even play frontline. Like we're not even able to play main because we're taking so much damage. We have to match that shit or else we're gonna lose.
Farewell.
Shine with me. Perfect precision.
Like Mantis is unbelievably broken right now. We just need a Mantis. Like I'll play hit scan if we have a Mantis.
Give up so easily.
Like that character's unbelievably broken right now. Like I can't. We can't even play main.
Stop them. Flow, gentle light.
can't even play the game. I can't even play the game, bro.
Yo, do the Infernasu, bro.
GG's. We just need to play Mantis or ban it. Like, there's just no way. We had play it or we ban that shit. There's just nothing we can do about that. We don't play it, we have to ban it. It's not much you can do there. It's a very hard comp to deal with. Oh, his profile said, oh, lucky. One lucky. Like, I don't know what you're really supposed to do into Mantis Widow. That shit is way too strong. Just shoots you like 3 times and right clicks and you're just dead. Like, literally just this. And you're just dead. Like, thinking about it. More fun to play around? More fun. You feel it's more fun to play around? What do you mean more fun to play around? I don't get what you mean by that. All right, last match. So somebody here. We'll work out.
Which hero do you think you want to be?
Rush down pokes. It's more fun to play around. You said play around though. I don't know what you mean by that part, but I mean either way, she's like the funnest character in the game to me. There's no character in that game more fun than that.
Fight to end the darkness that spawned me.
Okay, I'm gonna ban Mantis and I'm gonna ban what's that shit? I'm gonna ban Magneto and Mantis. Magneto, Mantis, Black Cat, I think. Said you couldn't keep it up every stream. I didn't say that. I said that. Please, for the love of God, ban Magneto, please. I'd rather fight a Gambit than Magneto right now. I'm not gonna lie. That's how annoyed I am with Magneto's now. Magneto's banned.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Gambit is open, but can't ban everything. Cannot ban everything, that's for sure. Oh, they got his Angela down.
The moon is always on my side.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I'm cutting in.
Wow, you look tough.
Hold on.
Belong in high school. What are you?
A famous singer.
I don't listen to music. I punish criminals.
Well, we are in the right place for that. Let's go.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Day and night. No monster's getting the best of me.
Name is Magic to why? Okay, we're already down one, so.
That's good as new.
It's another Bucky. God damn it, bro. I feel like if I don't play Bucky, we just lose.
Our next victims. Back in the cage.
I did the stack. I did the animation cancel thing. I don't know if y'all saw that. But that was like a 6 stack shift. I mean 8 stack shift. I'm dead. I got grabbed by Emma Frost.
Wait, actually,
That sucks. I was about to ult, but 2 of them ulted in front of me, so I was already out of position and I just insta-dead.
Snack time already.
whenever y'all are ready.
Back in the cave.
I'm opening up.
This fucking character, bro. Holy.
I gave overshield and beat connection.
Oh, I just got grabbed off cooldown.
The stakes just got. I was born ready. Don't mind me. You're welcome. Back in the game.
So hard to play Blade this patch, I swear. Like, I feel like you have to play one of the meta characters since all these teams are so strong. Or if you're gonna play Blade, you have to have a Moon Knight.
That was my fault. Go strange. Bucky.
Emma Frost is on me again.
I'm dead.
Tried to kill healers. Emma's won't leave me alone though. It's hard to get value when Emma's focusing you so hard. Throw a diamond form every time you die. Yeah. It's hard to bait out a diamond form when you're in so much chaos.
Yo, can we come back to point, man? We're forward.
Hope I make the cut.
Stay with me, I give over shit. Get close. Close. No close.
Damn, she was so low.
Could use some help.
No winner yet.
You didn't see me?
Overtime. Double KO.
Yeah, every match just a Bucky, bro. I just lose this fucking character, bro. It's like you have to play him or else you're gonna lose. It's so hard to compete when there's a Bucky every time. It's hard to compete playing DPS against Bucky. Feels so outclassed.
Well, I'm making hella space.
I feel severely outclassed.
Yeah, man, that's just a DPS issue.
30
bro.
seconds before you attack.
Or should
Get
I just
ready.
say Punisher?
Yeah, Punisher's like a shotgun only guy. You know,
He just keeps dying. I don't know how he's dying.
No, he's shotgun
He has
only.
9
That
deaths.
goes in their backline.
Oh, that's why he's... Yeah, okay, that's
He was in my
a
last
GG's. That's a GG's done. He's doing shotgun Punisher, yes, GG's.
Listen, I can like ult their backline.
I realized he was doing that.
And I'll see you Punisher since I get over shield.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Well, like, wait for me to get ult. If we're gonna go in. Like, please. Just use the turret so I get ult. Like,
Momo Punisher, yeah. I didn't realize he was doing that. Makes sense though since he has 9 deaths. Doesn't matter, we're dead anyway. I don't know how I didn't reflect that.
Fear the night. As good as new.
Mouse change, mouse change. I'm on. Wait, I can ult here, Never mind.
Open season. The hunt is on.
Oh, he headshot me? What can this character not do, bro? He double headshot me, not even just once.
I left behind. Oh, here right now. Stay back from now. Style up first.
Like, why are you walking back if you see like, what the fuck are we
I got
doing?
cloak, I got cloak.
It's over, bro.
Nice game. Can't pull it away, but strange.
Fucking hard boosted triple stack or some shit.
Heart boosted is crazy.
Are you gonna TP or? Let me just set it, guys.
Back in the game. I didn't forget about you. A shortcut.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
That guy's super dead, bro.
I got strange. Cloak one, nice.
I'm dead. Like, what was the point of even coming out the portal, bro? They have so much fucking damage. 14? Oh, yeah, Power King Momo. Alright, chat, that's enough, bro. Our Punisher's cooking. Cooking something devious. Punisher's cooking something devious up. Can't even get a good blade game going at all. Yeah, I feel so outclassed, bro. It's so hard to compete when there's a Bucky every match. It's like extremely hard to compete when there's a Bucky. Alright, I'm out of here, chat. I'll catch you guys later. I can't use the intermission scene since it's lagging, so I'm just gonna call it on here. Anyways, we'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll probably do I don't know, bro. I'll do something tomorrow, bro. Either way, I'll catch you guys later. We'll be back with some more Quarry tomorrow for sure, 100%. But yeah, see ya. Good night. God, man. Yeah, that was an unfortunate match. Yikes. Just yikes. See ya.